Chapter 13 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 13. Richard Comes. As the sun set, Rachel rose and walked to her hut. She was utterly dazed. She could not understand. Was this but a fiction of an overwrought and disordered mind? Or had she seen a vision of things passing, or that had passed far away? If it were a dream, then this was but another drop in her cup of bitterness. If a true vision, oh, then what did it mean to her? It meant that Richard Darrien lived. Richard, of whom her heart had been full for years. It meant that his heart was full of her also. For had she not seemed to hear him say that he had traveled from the Cape with the Boers to look for her, and was he not journeying alone through a hostile land to pursue his search? Who would do such a thing for the sake of a girl unless it meant that he would protect her, would rescue her from her terrible plight, would take her from among these savages to her home again. Oh, and perhaps much more that she did not dare to picture to herself. Yet how could such things be? They were contrary to experience, at any rate, to the experience of white folk, though natives would believe in them easily enough. Yet in nature, things might be possible which were generally held to be impossible. Her mother had certain gifts. Had she perhaps inherited them? Had her helplessness appealed to the pity of some higher power? Had her ceaseless prayers been heard? Yet why should the universal laws be stretched for her? Why should she be allowed to lift a corner of the black veil of ignorance that hems us in, and see a glimpse of what lies beyond? If Richard were really coming, in a day or two she would have learned of his arrival naturally. There was no need that these mysterious influences should be set to work to inform her of his approach. How selfish she was! The warning might concern him, not her. It was probable enough that the Zulus would kill a solitary white man, especially if they discovered that he proposed to visit their Inkosazana. Well, she had the power to protect him. If she threw her mantle over him, no man in all the land would dare to do him violence. Surely it was for this reason that she had been allowed to learn these things, if she learned them, not for her own sake, but his. If she had learned them, well, she would take the risk, would run the chance of failure and of mockery, yes, and of the loss of her power among these people. It should be done at once. Rachel clapped her hands, and a maiden appeared, whom she bade summon the captain of the guard without the gate. Presently he came, surrounded by a band of her women, since no man might visit the Inkosazana alone. Bidding him to cease from his salutations, she commanded him to go swiftly to the great place, and pray of Dingaan that he would send her an escort and a litter, as she must see him that night on a matter which would not brook delay. In an hour, just after she had finished her food, which she ate with more appetite than she had known for days, it was reported that they were there. Throwing on her white cloak and taking her horn wand, she entered the litter, and guarded by 100 men, was borne swiftly to the house of Dingaan. At its gate she descended, and once more entered that court by the moonlight. As before, there sat the king and his indunas without the great hut, and while she walked towards them, every man rose crying, "Hail, Inkosazana!" Yes, even Dingaan, mountain of flesh though he was, struggled from his stool and saluted her. Rachel acknowledged the salutation by raising her wand, motioned to them to be seated, and waited. "Art thou come, white one," asked Dingaan, "to make clear those dark words thou spokest to us a moon ago?" Nay, king, she answered. What I said then, I said once and for all. Read thou the saying, as thou wilt, or let the ghost people interpret it to thee. Hear me, king and counselors. Ye have kept me here when I would be gone, my business being ended, that I might be a judge among this people. Ye have told me that the rivers were in flood, that the beast I rode was sick, that evil would befall the land if I deserted you. Now I know, and ye know, that if it pleased me, I could have departed when and whither I would, but it was not fitting that the Inkosazana should creep out of Zululand like a thief in the night. So I abode on in my house yonder. Yet my heart grew wrath with you, and I, to whom the white people listen also, was half-minded to bring hither the thousands of the Amabuna, who are encamped beyond the Buffalo River, that they might escort me to my home. Now at these bold words the king looked uneasy, and one of the counselors whispered to another, How knows she that the white men are camped beyond the buffalo? Yet, went on Rachel, I did not do so, for then there must have been much fighting and bloodshed, and blood I hate. But I have done this. With these Amabuna travels an English chief, a young man, one Darrien, whom I knew from long years ago, and who does me reverence. Him then I have commanded to journey hither, and to lead me to my own place across the Tugela. Tonight, I am told, he sleeps a short 3 days' journey from this town, and I am come here to bid you send out swift messengers to guide him hither. She ceased, and they stared at her a while. Then the king asked, What messenger is it, Inkosazana, that thou hast sent to this white chief, Dario? We have seen none pass from thy house. Dost thou think then, king, that thou canst see my messengers? My thoughts flew from me to him, and called in his ear in the night, and I saw his coming in the still pool that lies near my huts. Ow! Exclaimed one of the council. She sent her thoughts to him like birds, and she saw his coming in the water of the pool. Great is the magic of the Inkosazana. The chief, Darrien, went on Rachel, without heeding the interruption, although she noted that it was Mopo of the withered hand who had spoken from beneath the blanket wrapped about his head, may be known thus. He is fair of face, with eyes like my eyes, and beard and hair the color of gold. If I saw right, he rides upon a black horse, with one white foot, and his only companion is a Kaffir named Kabi, whom I think, and she passed her hand across her forehead, yes, who was surely visiting a relation of his at this, the great place, when I crossed the Tugela. Now the king asked if any knew of this Kabi, and an Induna answered in an odd voice that it was true that a man so called had been in the town at the time given by the Inkosazana, staying with a soldier whose name he mentioned, but who was now away on service. He had, however, departed before the Inkosazana arrived, or so he believed, whither he knew not. I thought it was so, went on Rachel. As I saw him in the pool, he is a thin man, whose shoulders stoop, and whose beard is white, although his hair is black. He wears no ring upon his head. That is the man, said the Induna. Being a stranger, I noted him well, as it was my business to do. Summon the messengers swiftly, king, went on Rachel, and let them depart at once. For know that this white chief and his servant are under the protection of the heavens, and if harm comes to them, then I lay my curse upon the land, and it shall break up in blood and ruin. Bid them say to Darrien that the Inkosazana Izula, she who stood with him once on the rock in the river, while the lightnings fell and the lions roared about them, sends him greetings and awaits him. Now Dingaan turned to an Induna and said, Go, do the bidding of the Inkosazana. Bid swift runners search out this white chief, and lead him to her house, and remember that if aught of ill befalls him, those men die, and thou diest also." The Induna leapt up and departed, and Rachel also made ready to go. A moment later the captain of the gate entered, fell upon his knees before Ningon, and said, "O king, tidings." "What are they, man?" he asked. "King, the watchmen report that it has been called from hilltop to hilltop that a white man who rides a black horse has crossed the buffalo, and travels toward the great place. What is thy pleasure? Shall he be killed or driven back?" "When did that news come?" asked the king, in the silence which followed this announcement. "Not a minute gone," he answered. "The inner watchman ran with it, and is without the gates. There has been no other tidings from the west for days." "Thy watchmen call but slowly, king. The water in the pools speaks swifter," said Rachel. Then, still in the midst of a heavy silence, for this thing was fearful to them, she turned and departed. "So it is true, so it is true," Rachel kept repeating to herself, the words suiting themselves to the time of the footfall of her bearers. She was spent with all the labor and emotions of that long day, culminating in the last scene, when she must play her dangerous superhuman part before these keen-witted savages. She could think no more. Scarcely could she undress and throw herself upon her bed in the hut. Yet that night she slept soundly, better than she had done since Noya went away. No dreams came to trouble her, and in the morning she woke refreshed. But now doubts did come. Might she not be mistaken after all? She knew the marvelous powers of the natives in the matter of the transmission of news, powers so strange that many, even among white people, attributed them to witchcraft. She had no doubt, therefore, as to the fact of some Englishmen or Boer having entered Zululand. Doubtless the news of his arrival had been conveyed over scores of miles of country by the calling of it, as the captain said, from hill to hill, or in some other fashion. But might not this arrival, and the circumstance of her dream or vision, be a mere coincidence? What was there to show that the stranger who was riding a black horse was really Richard Darrien? Perhaps it was all a mistake, and he was only one of those white wanderers of the stamp of the outcast Ishmael, who, even at that date, made their way into savage countries for the purposes of gain or to enjoy a life of license. And yet, Kabi, of whom she also dreamed, had visited the great place, as she dreamed. The next 2 days were terrible to Rachel. She endured them, as she had endured all those that went before, trying the cases that were brought to her, keeping up her appearance of distant dignity and utter indifference. She asked no questions, since to do so would be to show doubt and weakness, although she was aware that the tale of her vision had spread through the land, and that the issue of the matter was of intense interest to thousands. From some talk which she overheard, while she pretended to be listening to evidence, she learned even that 2 men going to execution had discussed it, saying that they regretted they would not live to know the truth. On the 2nd day, she did hear one piece of news, for although she sat by her pool, and again tried to sleep by its waters, these remained blind and dumb. The Induna, Tambusa, on one of his ceremonial visits, after speaking of the health of her mare, which it seemed was improving, mentioned incidentally that the messengers running night and day had met the white man and called back that he was safe and well. He added that had it not been for her vision, this said white man would certainly have been killed as a spy. "Yes, I knew that," answered Rachel indifferently, although her heart thumped within her bosom. "I forget if I said that the Inkosi was to be brought straight here when he arrives. If not, let it be known that such is my command. The king can receive him afterwards, if it pleases him to do so, as probably we shall not depart until the next day." Then she yawned, and as though by afterthought asked if any news had been called back from Noya. Tambusa answered, no system of intelligence had been organized in the direction in which she had gone, for that country was empty of enemies and indeed of population. However, this would not distress the Inkosazana, who had only to consult her spirit to see all that happened to her servant. Rachel replied that of course this was so, but as a matter of fact she had not troubled about the matter, then waved her hand to show that the interview was at an end. It was the morning of the third day, and while Rachel was delivering judgment in a case, a messenger entered and whispered something to the Induna on duty, who rose and saluted her. "What is it?" she asked. "Only this, Inkosazana. The white Unkos from the Buffalo River has arrived and is without." "Good," said Rachel. "Let him wait there." Then she went on with her judgment. Yes, she went on, although her eyes were blind and the blood beating in her ears sounded like the roll of drums. She finished it, and after a decent interval, bowed her head in acknowledgment of the customary salutes, and made the sign which intimated that the court was to be cleared. Slowly, all the crowd melted away, leaving her alone with her women. "Go," she said to one of them, "and bid the captain admit this white chief. Say that he is to come, unarmed and alone. Then depart all of you. If I should need you, I will call." The girl went on her errand, while her companions filed away through the back gate of the inner fence. Rachel glanced round to make sure of her solitude. It was complete. No one was left. There she sat in state upon her carved stool, her wand in her hand, her white cloak upon her shoulders, and the sunlight that passed over the round of the hut behind her glinting on her hair, till it shone like a crown of gold, but leaving her face in shadow, sat quite still like some lovely tinted statue. The gate of the inner fence opened and closed again after a man who entered. He walked forward a few paces, then stood still, for the flood of light that revealed him so clearly at first prevented him from seeing her seated in the shadow. Oh, there could be no further doubt. Before her was Richard Darrien, the lad grown to manhood, from whom she had parted so many years ago. Now as then, he was not tall, though very strongly built, and for the rest, save for his short beard, the change in him seemed little. The same clear, thoughtful gray eyes, the same pleasant, open face, the same determined mouth. She was not disappointed in him. She knew this at once. She liked him as well as she had done at the first. Now he caught sight of her and stayed there, staring. She tried to speak, to welcome him, but could not. No words would come. He also seemed to be smitten with dumbness, and thus the two of them remained a while. At last he took off his hat almost mechanically, as though from instinct, and said vaguely, "You are the Inkosazana, Izula, are you not?" "I am so called," she answered softly and with effort. The moment that he heard her voice, with a movement so swift that it was almost a spring, he advanced to her, saying, "Now I am sure you are Rachel Dove, the little girl who... Oh, Rachel, how lovely you have grown!" "I'm glad you think so, Richard," she answered again in the same low, deep voice, a voice laden with love within her and reddening to her eyes. Then she let fall her wand, and rising, stretched out both her hands to him. They were face to face now, but he did not take those hands. He passed his arms about her, drew her to him, unresisting, and kissed her on the lips. She slipped from his embrace, down onto her stool, white now, as she had been red. Then, while he stood over her, trembling and confused, Rachel looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and whispered, "Why should I be ashamed? It is fate." "Yes," he answered, "fate." For so both of them knew it to be. Though they had seen each other but once before, their love was so great, the bond between their natures so perfect and complete, that this outward expression of it would not be denied. Here was a mighty truth which burst through all wrappings of convention and proclaimed itself in its pure strength and beauty. That kiss of theirs was the declaration of an existent unity which circumstances did not create, nor their will control, and thus they confessed it to each other. "How long?" she asked, looking up at him. 8 years today," he answered, "since I rode away after those wagons." 8 years, she repeated, "and no word from you all that time. You have behaved badly to me, Richard." "No, no. I could not find out. I wrote 3 times, but always the letters were returned, except one that went to the wrong people, who were angry about it. Then, 2 years ago, I heard that your father and mother had been in Natal, but had gone to England, and that you were dead. Yes, a man told me that you were dead," he added with a gulp. I suppose he was speaking of somebody else, as he could not remember whether the name was Dove or Cove, or perhaps he was just lying. At any rate, I did not believe him. I always felt that you were alive. Why did you not come to see, Richard? Why? Because it was impossible. For years my father was an invalid, paralyzed, and I was his only child, and could not leave him. She looked a question at him. "Yes," he answered with a nod, "dead, 10 months ago, and for a few weeks I had to remain to arrange about the property, of which he left a good deal, for we did well of late years. Just then I heard a rumor of an English missionary and his wife and daughter, who were said to be living somewhere beyond the boundaries of Natal, in a savage place on the Transvaal side of the Drakensberg, and as some Boers I knew were trekking into that country, I came with them on the chance. A pretty poor one, as the story was vague enough. You came? You came to seek the girl, Rachel Dove? Of course. Otherwise, why should I have left my farms down in the Cape to risk my neck among these savages? And then, went on Rachel, you or somebody else sent in the spy, Cobby, who returned to the Boer camp with his story about the Inkosazana Izula. You remember you brought him in limping to that old fellow with a gray beard and a large pipe, and the others who laughed at the tale. I mean, when you said that this Inkosazana seemed very like an English maid, the daughter of a teacher whom you were looking for, and that you would go to find out the truth of the business. Yes, that's all right. But Rachel," he added with a start, "how do you know anything about it? Pete and the rest, and the words I used. Your spies must be very good and quick, for you can't have seen Quabi." "My spies are good and quick. Did you get my message sent by the king's men? It was that she who stood with you on the rock in the river greeted you and awaited you? Yes, I could not understand. I do not understand now. Just before that, they were going to kill me as a Boer spy. Who told you everything?" "My heart," she answered, smiling. "I dreamed it all. I suppose that I was allowed to save your life, that I might bring you here to save me. Listen now, Richard, while I tell you the strangest story that you ever heard, and if you don't believe it, go and ask the king and his indunas." Then she told him of her vision by the pool, and all that happened after it. When she had finished, Richard could only shake his head and say, "Still, I don't understand, but no wonder these Zulus have made a goddess of you. Well, Rachel, what is to happen now? If you are to stop here, they mayn't care for me as a high priest." "I am not. I am going home, and you must take me. I told them that you were coming to do so. You have your horse, have you not? The black horse with the white forefoot? Well, we will start at once. No, you must eat first, and there are things to arrange. Now stand at a distance from me, and look as respectful as you can, for I fill a strange position here." Then Rachel clapped her hands, and the women came running in. "Bring food for the Darrien," she said, "and send hither the captain of the gate." Presently the man arrived, crouched up in token of respect, and shouting her titles. "Go to the king," said Rachel, "and tell him the Inkosazana commands that the horse on which she came be brought to her at once, as she leaves Zululand for a while. Also that an impi be assembled within an hour to escort her and this white chief, her servant, to the Tegela. Say that the Darrien has brought her tidings, which make it needful that she should travel hence speedily, if the Zulus, her people, are to be saved from great misfortune, and say too that he goes with her. If the king or his Indunas would see the Inkosazana or the chief Darrien, let him or the Indunas meet them on the road, since they have no time to visit the great place. Let Tambusa be in command of the impi, and say also that if it is not here at once, the Inkosazana will be angry and summon an impi of her own. Go now, for the lives of many hang upon your speed, yes, the lives of the greatest in the land." The man saluted and shot away like an arrow. "Will they obey you?" asked Richard. "I think so, because they are afraid of me, especially since I saw you coming. At any rate, we must act at once. It is our best chance, before they have time to think. Here is some food. Eat. Woman, go, tell the guard that the Inkosi's horse must be fed at the gate, for he will need it presently, and his servant also." "I have no servant, Inkosazana," broke in Richard. "I left Kwabi at a kraal 50 miles away, laid up with a cut foot. As soon as he is better, he will slip back across the Buffalo River." Then, while Richard ate, which he did hardly enough, for joy had made him very hungry, they talked, who had much to tell. He asked her why she thought it necessary to leave Zululand at once. She answered for 2 reasons. First, because of her desperate anxiety about her father and mother, as to whom her heart foreboded ill, and secondly, for his own sake. She explained that the Zulus who had set her up as an image or a token of the guiding spirit of their nation were madly jealous concerning her, so jealous that if he remained here long, she was by no means certain that even her power could protect him when they came to understand that he was much to her. It was impossible that she could see him often, and much more so that he could remain in her kraal. Therefore, if they were detained, he would be obliged to live at some distance from her, where an assegai might find him at night, or poison be put in his food. At present they were impressed by her foreknowledge of his arrival, and that was why he had been admitted to her at once. But this would wear off, and then who could say, especially if Ishmael returned? He asked who Ishmael was, and what he had to do with her. Rachel told him briefly, and though she suppressed much, he looked very grave at that story. While she was finishing it, a woman called without for leave to enter, and, as before, Rachel bade him stand in a respectful attitude, and at a distance from her. Richard obeyed, and the woman came in to say that certain of the king's Indunas craved audience with her. They were admitted and saluted her in their usual humble fashion, but of Richard, beyond eyeing him curiously, and as she thought, hostilely, they took not the slightest heed. "Are all things ready for my journey, as I commanded it?" asked Rachel at once. "Inkosazana," answered their spokesman, "they are ready, for how canst thou be disobeyed? Tambusa and the impi wait without. Yet, Inkosazana, the heart of the Black One, and the hearts of his counselors, and of all the Zulu people, are cut in two, because thou wouldst go and leave them mourning. Their hearts are sore also with this white man Dario, who is come to lead thee hence, so sore, that were he not thy servant, the Induna added grimly, he at least should stay in Zululand. He is my servant, answered Rachel haughtily. Whom I sent for, let that suffice. Remember my words, all of you, and let them be told again in the ears of the king, that if any harm comes to this white chief, who is my guest and yours, then there will be blood between me and the people of the Zulus that shall be terribly avenged in blood. The Indunas seemed to cower at this declaration, but made no answer. Only the chief of them said, The king would know if the Inkosi thy servant brings thee any tidings of the Amabuna, the white folk with whom he has been journeying. He brings tidings that they seek peace with the Zulus, to whom they will do no hurt, if no hurt is done to them. Shall I tell them that the Zulus also seek peace? The king gave us no message on that matter, Inkosazana, replied the Induna. He awaits the coming of the prophets of the ghost folk, to interpret the meaning of thy words, and of the omen of the falling star. So be it, said Rachel. When my servant Noya returns, let her be sent on to me at once, that I may hear and consider the words of her people. And she began to rise from her seat to intimate that the interview was finished. Inkosazana, said the Induna hurriedly, one question from the king. When dost thou return to Zululand? I return when it is needful. Fear not, I think that I shall return, but I say to the king and to all of you, be careful when I come, that there is no blood between me and you, lest great evil fall upon your heads from heaven. I have spoken. Good fortune go with you till we meet again. The Indunas looked at each other, then rose and departed humbly, as they had entered. An hour later, surrounded by the impi, and followed by Richard, Rachel was on the Tagala road. At the crest of a hill she pulled rein, and looked back at the great kraal, Umgungundlovu. Then she beckoned Richard to her side and said, I think that before long I shall see that hateful place again. Why? He asked. Because of the way in which those Indunas looked at each other just now. There was some evil secret in their eyes. Richard, I am afraid. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard, Chapter 14, What Chanced at Ramah. The news which reached Rachel that Ishmael had been ill after the rough handling of the captains in her presence was true enough. For many days he was far too ill to travel, and when he recovered sufficiently to start, he could only journey slowly to the Tagala. It will be remembered that she was told that he had escaped, as indeed he seemed to do, slipping off at night, but this escape of his was carefully arranged beforehand, nor did any attempt to recapture him upon his way. When at length he came to the river, he found the small impi awaiting him, not knowing whither they were to go, or what they were to do, their only orders being that they must obey him in all things. He found also that the Tagala was in furious flood, so that to ford it proved quite impossible. Here then he was obliged to remain for 10 full days while the water ran down. Ishmael was not idle during those 10 days, which he spent in recovering his health, and, incidentally, in reflection. Thus he thought a great deal of his past life, and did not find the record satisfactory. With his exact history, we need not trouble ourselves. He was well born, as he had told Rachel, but had been badly brought up. His strong passions had led him into trouble while young, and instead of trying to reform him, his belongings had cast him off. Then he had enlisted in the army, and so reached South Africa. There he committed a crime. As a matter of fact, it was murder, or something like it, and fled from justice far into the wilderness, where a touch of imagination prompted him to take the name of Ishmael. For a while, this new existence suited him well enough. Thus he had wives in plenty, of a sort, and he grew rich, becoming just such a person as might be expected from his environment and unchecked natural tendencies. At length it happened that he met Rachel, who woke in him certain forgotten associations. She was an English lady, and he remembered that once he had been an English gentleman, years and years ago. Also she was beautiful, which appealed to his strong animal nature, and spiritual, which appealed to a materialist soaked in Kaffir superstition. So he fell in love with her, really in love, that is to say, he came to desire to make her his wife more than he desired anything else on earth. For her sake he grew to dislike his black consorts, however handsome. Even the heaping up of herds of cattle after the native fashion ceased to appeal to him. He wanted to live as his forebears had lived, quietly, respectably, with a woman of his own class. So he had made advances to her, with the results we know. For 15 years or more he had been a savage, and he could not hide his savagery from her eyes any more than he could break off the ties and entanglements that had grown up about him. Had she happened to care for him, it is very possible, however, that in this he would have succeeded in time. He might even have reformed himself completely, and died in old age a much respected colonial gentleman, perhaps a member of the local legislature. But she did not. She detested him. She knew him for what he was, a cowardly outcast whose good looks did not appeal to her. So the spark of his new aspirations was trampled out beneath her merciless heel, and there remained only the acquired savagery and superstition mixed with the inborn instincts of a blackguard. It was this superstition of his that had brought all her troubles upon Rachel, for however it came about, he had conceived the idea that she was something more than an ordinary woman, and with many tales of her mysterious origin and powers, imparted it to the Zulus, in whose minds it was fostered by the accident of the coincidence of her native name and personal loveliness with those of the traditional white spirit of their race, and by Mopo's identification of her with that spirit. Thus she became their goddess, and his, at any rate, for a time. But while they desired to worship her only, and use her rumored wisdom as an oracle, he sought to make her his wife. The more impossible it became, the more he sought it. She refused him with contumely, and he laid plots to decoy her to Zululand, thinking that there she would be in his power. In the end he succeeded, basely enough, only to find that he was in her power, and that the contumely and more were still his share. But all this did not in the least deter him from his aim, and as it chanced, fortune had put other cards into his hand. He knew that Rachel would not stay among the Zulus as they knew it. Therefore they had commissioned him to bring her people to her. If her people were not brought, he was sure that she would come to seek them, and if she found no one, then where could she go? Or at least who would be at hand to help her? Surely his opportunity had come at last, and marriage by capture did not occur to him, who had spent so many years among savages, as a crime from which to shrink. Only he feared that the prospective captive, the Inkosazana Izula, was not one with whom it was safe to trifle. But his love was stronger than his fear. he thought that he would take the risk. Such were the reflections of Ishmael upon the banks of the flooded Tugela, and when at length the waters went down sufficiently to enable him and the soldiers under his command to cross into Natal, he was fully determined to put them into practice, if the chance came his way. How this might best be done, he left to luck, for if it could be avoided, he did not wish to have more blood upon his hands. Only Rachel must be rendered homeless and friendless, for then who could protect her from him? An answer came into his mind. She might protect herself, or that power which seemed to go with her might protect her. Something warned him that this evil enterprise was very dangerous, yet the fire that burnt within him drove him on to face the danger. Ishmael was still on the Zululand bank of the river when one day about noon an urgent message reached him from Dingaan. It said that the king was angry as a wounded buffalo to learn, as he had just done, that he, Ibubesi, still lingered on his road, and had not carried out his mission. The Inkosazana, accompanied by a white man, was traveling to Ramah, and unless he went forward at once would overtake him. Therefore he must march instantly, and bring back the old teacher and his wife, as he had been bidden. Should he meet the Inkosazana and her companion as he returned, with the white prisoners, she must not be touched or insulted in any way. Only his ears and those of the soldiers with him were to be deaf to her orders or entreaties to release them, for then she would surely turn and follow of her own accord back to the great place. If the white man with her made trouble or resisted, he was to be bound, but on no account must his blood be made to flow. For if this happened, it would bring a curse upon the land, and he, Dingaan, swore by the head of the black one who was gone, that is Chaka, that he would kill him, Ibubesi, in payment. Yes, he would smear him with honey, and bind him over an ant-heap in the sun till he died, if he hunted Africa from end to end to catch him. Moreover, should he fail in the business, he would send a regiment and destroy his town at Mafuti, and put his wives and people to the spear, and seize his cattle. All this also he swore by the head of the black one. Now, when Ishmael received this message, he was much frightened, for he knew that these were not idle threats. Indeed, the exhausted messenger told him that never had any living man seen Dingaan so mad with rage as he was when he learned that he, Ibubesi, was still lingering on the banks of the Tugela, adding that he had foamed at the mouth with fury and uttered terrible threats. Ishmael sent him back with a humble answer, pointing out that it had been impossible to cross the river, which was in wrath, but that now he would do all things as he was commanded, and especially that not a hair of the white man's head should be harmed. "Then you must do them quickly," said the messenger with a grim smile as he rose and prepared to go, "for know that the Inkosazana is not more than half a day's march behind you, accompanied by the white Inkus, Dario." "What is this Dario like?" asked Ishmael. "Oh, he is young and very handsome, with hair and beard of gold, and eyes that are such as those of the Inkosazana herself. Some say that he is her brother, another child of the heavens, and some that he is her husband. Who am I, that I should speak of such high things? But it is evident that she loves him very much, for by her magic she told the king of his coming, and even when he is behind her, she is always trying to turn her head to look at him." "Oh, she loves him very much, does she?" said Ishmael, setting his white teeth. Then he turned, and calling the captain of the impi, gave orders that the river must be crossed at once, for so the king commanded, and it was better to die with honor by water than with shame by the spear. So they waded and swam the river with great difficulty, but as it chanced without loss of life, Ishmael being borne over it upon the shoulders of the strongest men. Upon its further bank he summoned the captains and delivered to them the orders of the king. Then they set out for Ramah, Ishmael carried in a litter made of boughs. Whilst the soldiers were constructing this litter, he called 2 men of the swamp dwellers, who had their homes upon the banks of the Tugela, and promising them a reward, bade them run to his town, Mafuti, and tell his head man there to come at once with 30 of the best soldiers, and to hide them in the bush of the kloof above Ramah, where he would join them that night. The men, who knew Ibubesi and what happened to those who failed upon his business, went swiftly, and a little while afterwards, the litter being finished, Ishmael entered it, and the impi started for Ramah. Before sundown, they appeared upon a ridge overlooking the settlement, just as the herds were driving the cattle into their kraals. Seeing the Zulus, while as yet they were some way off, these herds shouted in alarm, whereon the people of the place, thinking that Dingaan had sent a regiment to wipe them out, fled to the bush, the herds driving the cattle after them, man, woman, and child, deserting their pastor, who knew nothing of all this, being occupied with a sad business. They fled incontinently, so that when Ishmael and the impi entered Ramah, no one was left in it save a few aged and sick people who could not walk. At the outskirts of the town, Ishmael descended from his litter and commanded the soldiers to surround it, with orders that they were to hurt no one, but if the white Mfundusi, who was called Shouter, or his wife, attempted to escape, they were to be seized and brought to him. Then taking with him some of the captains and a guard of 10 men, he advanced to the mission house. The door was open, and, followed by the Zulus, he entered to search the place, for he feared that its inhabitants might have seen them and have gone with the others. Looking into the first room that they reached, of which as it chanced the door was also open, Ishmael saw that this was not so, for there upon the bed lay Mrs. Dove, apparently very ill, while by the side of the bed knelt her husband, praying. For a few moments Ishmael and the savages behind him stood still, staring at the pair, till suddenly Mrs. Dove turned her head and saw them. Lifting herself in the bed, she pointed with her finger, and Ishmael noticed that her lips were quite blue, and that she did not seem to be able to speak. Then Mr. Dove, observing her outstretched hand, looked round. He had not seen Ishmael since that day when he struck him after their stormy interview at Mafuti, but recognizing the man at once, he asked sternly, "What are you doing, sir, with these savages in my house? Cannot you see that my wife is sick and must not be disturbed?" "I am sorry," Ishmael answered shamefacedly, for in his heart he was afraid of Mr. Dove. "But I am sent to you with a message from Dingaan the king, and," he added as an afterthought, "from your daughter." "From my daughter?" exclaimed Mr. Dove eagerly. "What of her? Is she well? We cannot get any certain news of her, only rumors." "I saw her but once," replied Ishmael, "and she was well enough then. You know the Zulus have made her their Inkosazana and keep her guarded." "Does she live quite alone, then, with these savages?" "She did, but I am sorry. I must tell you that she seems to have a companion now, some scoundrel of a white man with whom she has taken up," he sneered. My daughter take up with a scoundrel of a white man? It is false. What is this man's name?" "I don't know, but the natives call him Dario, and say that he is young and has fair hair, and that she is in love with him. That's all I can tell you about the man." Mr. Dove shook his head, but his wife sat up suddenly in bed and plucked him by the sleeve, for she had been listening intently to everything that passed. "Dario, young, fair hair, in love with him," she repeated in a thick whisper, then added, "John, it is Richard Darrien grown up, the boy who saved her in the Umtuna River years ago, and whom she has never forgotten. Oh, thank God, thank God! With him she will be safe. I always knew that he would find her, for they belong to each other." And she sank back, exhausted. "That's what the Zulus say, that they belong to each other," replied Ishmael with another sneer. "Perhaps they are married, native fashion." "Stop insulting my daughter, sir," said Mr. Dove angrily. "She would not take a husband as you take your wives. Nor, if this man is Richard Darrien, as I pray, would he be a party to such a thing. Tell me, are they coming here?" "Not they. They are far too comfortable where they are. Also, the Zulus would prevent them. But don't be sad about it, for I am sent to take you both to join her at the great place where you are to live." "To join her? It is impossible," ejaculated Mr. Dove, glancing at his sick wife. "Impossible or not, you've got to come at once, both of you. That is the king's order, and the Inkosazana's wish, and what is more, there is an impi outside to see that you obey. Now I give you 5 minutes to get ready, and then we start." "Man, are you mad? How can my wife travel to Zululand in her state? She cannot walk a step." "Then she can be carried," answered Ishmael callously. "Come, don't waste time in talking. Those are my orders, and I am not going to have my throat cut for either of you. If Mrs. Dove won't dress, wrap her up in blankets." "You go, John, you go," whispered his wife, "or they will kill you. Never mind about me. My time has come, and I die happy, for Richard Darrien is with Rachel." The mention of Richard's name seemed to infuriate Ishmael. At any rate, he said brutally, "Are you coming, or must I use force?" "Coming, you wicked villain! How can I come?" shouted Mr. Dove, for he was mad with grief and rage. "Be off with your savages. I will shoot the first man who lays a finger on my wife." And as he spoke, he snatched a double-barreled pistol which hung upon the wall and cocked it. Ishmael turned to the Zulus who stood behind him, watching this scene with curiosity. "Seize the shouter," he said, "and bind him. Lift the old woman on her mattress and carry her. If she dies on the road, we cannot help it." The captains hesitated, not from fear, but because Mrs. Dove's condition moved even their savage hearts to pity. "Why do you not obey?" roared Ishmael. "Dogs and cowards! It is the king's word. Take her up, or you shall die, every man of you. You know how. Knock down the old evildoer with your sticks if he gives trouble." Now the men hesitated no longer. Springing forward, several of them seized the mattress and began to lift it bodily. Mrs. Dove rose and tried to struggle from the bed, then uttered a low moaning cry, fell back, and lay still. "You devils, you have killed her," gasped Mr. Dove, as lifting the pistol he fired at the Zulu nearest to him, shooting him through the body so that he sank upon the floor, dying. Then, fearing lest he should shoot again, the captains fell upon the poor old man, striking him with carries and the handles of their spears, for they sought to disable him and make him drop the pistol. As it chanced, though this was not their intention, in the confusion a heavy blow from a knobstick struck him on the temple. The second barrel of the pistol went off, and the bullet from it just missed Ishmael, who was standing to one side. When the smoke cleared away, it was seen that Mr. Dove had fallen backward onto the bed. The martyrdom he had always sought and expected had overtaken him. He was quite dead. They were both dead. The head Induna, in command of the impi, stepped forward and looked at them, then felt their hearts. "Wow," he said, "these white people have gone beyond. They have gone to join the spirits, both of them. What now, Ibubesi?" Ishmael, who stood in the corner, very white-faced and staring with round eyes, for the tragedy had taken a turn that he did not intend or expect, shook himself and rubbed his forehead with his hand, answering, "Carry them into the great place, I suppose. The king ordered that they should be brought there. Why did you kill that old shouter, you fools?" he added with irritation. "You have brought his blood and the curse of the Inkosazana on our heads." "Wow," answered the Induna again. "You bade us strike him with sticks, and our orders were to obey you. Who would have guessed that the old man's skull was so thin from thinking? You or I would never have felt a tap like that. But they are gone beyond, and we will not defile ourselves by touching them. Dead bones are of no use to anyone, and their ghosts might haunt us. Come, brethren, let us go back to the king and make report. The order was Ibubesi's, and we are not to blame." "Yes," they answered, "let us go back and make report." "Are you coming, Ibubesi?" "Not I," he answered. "Do I want to have my neck twisted because of your clumsiness? Go you, and win your own peace if you can. But if you see the Inkosazana, my advice is that you avoid her test, lest she learn the truth, and bring your deaths upon you. For know, she travels hither, and she called these folk father and mother." "Without doubt we will avoid her," said the captain, "who fear her terrible curse. But Ibubesi, it is on you that it will fall, not on us, who did but obey you as we were bidden. Yes, on you she will bring down death before this moon dies. Make your peace with the heavens if you can, Ibubesi, as we go to try to make ours with the king." "Would you bewitch me, you ill-omened dog?" shouted Ishmael, wiping the sweat of fear off his brow. "May you soon be stiff." "Nay, nay, Ibubesi, it is you who shall be stiff. The Inkosazana will see to that, and, were I not sure of it, I would make you so myself, who am a noble, who will not be called names by a white Umfagozan, a low-born fellow who plots for blood, but leaves it shedding to brave men. Farewell, Ibubesi. If the jackals leave anything of you after the Inkosazana has spoken, we will return to bury your bones." And he turned to go. "Stay," cried the dying man on the floor. "Would you leave me here in pain, my brothers?" The Induna stepped to him and examined him. "It is mortal," he said, shaking his head, "right through the liver. Why did not the white man's thunder smite Ibubesi instead of you, and save the Inkosazana some trouble? Well, your arms are still strong, and here is a spear. You know where to strike. Be quick with your messages." "Yes, yes, I will see that they are delivered. Good night, my brother. Do you remember how we stood, side by side, in that big fight 20 years ago, when the Pondo giant got me down, and you fell on the top of me, and thrust upward and killed him? It was a very good fight, was it not? We will talk it over again in the world of spirits. Good night, my brother. Yes, yes, I will deliver the message to your little girl, and tell her where the necklace is to be found, and that you wish her to name her firstborn son after you. Good night. Use that assegai at once, for your wound must be painful. Or perhaps, as you are down upon the ground, Ibubesi will do it for you. Good night, my brother, and Ibubesi, good night to you also. We cross the Tugela by another drift. Wait you here for the Inkosazana, and tell her how the shouter died." Then they turned and went. The wounded man watched them past the door, and when the last of them had gone, he used the assegai upon himself, and with his failing hand flung it feebly at Ishmael. The dying Zulu's spear struck Ishmael, who had turned his head away, upon the cheek, just pricking it and causing the blood to flow, no more. Ishmael was still also, paralyzed almost, or so he seemed, for even the pain of the cut did not make him move. He stared at the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Dove. He stared at the dead Zulu, and in his heart a voice cried, "You have murdered them. By now they are pleading to God for vengeance on you, Ishmael the outcast. You will never dare to be alone again, for they will haunt you." As he thought it, the relaxed hand of the old clergyman, who had fallen in a sitting posture on the bed, slipped from his wounded head, which he had clasped just before he died, and for a moment seemed to point at him. He shivered, but still he could not stir. How dreadful and solemn was that place, and those eyes, how they searched out the black record of his heart. The quiet rays of the afternoon sun suddenly flowed in through the window place, and illumined the awful accusing face, till it shone like that of a saint in glory. A drop of blood from the cut upon his cheek splashed onto the floor, and the noise of it struck on his strained nerves, loud as a pistol shot. Blood, his own blood, wherewith he must pay for that which he had shed. The sight and the thought seemed to break the spell. With an oath he bounded out of the room like a frightened wolf, those dead staring at him as he went, and rushed from the house that held them. Beyond its walls Ishmael paused. The Zulus had fled in one direction, and the inhabitants of Ramah in another. There was no one to be seen. His eye fell upon the dense mass of bush above the station, and he remembered the message that he had sent to his own people to meet him there. Perhaps they had already arrived. He would go to see, he who was in such sore need of human company. As he went, his numbed faculties returned to him, and in the open light of the day some of his terror passed. He began to think again. What was done was done. He could not bring the dead back to life. He was not really to blame, and after all, things had worked out well for him. Save for this white man, Dario, Rachel was now alone in the world, and dead people did not speak. There was no one to tell her of his share in the tragedy. Why should she not turn to him, who had no one else to whom she could go? The white man, if he were still with her, could be got rid of somehow. Very likely he would run away, and they too would be left quite alone. At any rate, it was for her sake that he had entered on this black road of sin, and what did one step more matter, the step that led him to his reward? Of course, it might lead him somewhere else. Rachel was a woman to be feared, and the Zulus were to be feared, and other things to which he could give no shape or name, but that he felt pressing round him were still more to be feared. Perhaps he would do best to fly, far into the interior, or by ship to some other land, where none would know him and his black story. What? Fly, companioned by those ghosts, and leave Rachel, the woman for whom he burned, with this Dario, whom the Zulus said she loved, and with whom her mother, just before her end, had declared that she would be safe? Never. She was his. He had bought her with blood, and he would have the due the devil owed him. He was in the bush now, and a voice called him, that of his headman. "Come out, you dog," he said, searching the dense foliage with his eyes, and the man appeared, saluting him humbly. "We received your message, and we have come, Inkos. We are but just arrived. What has chanced here, that the town is so still?" "The Zulus have been and gone. They have killed the white teacher and his wife, though I sought to save them. Look at my wound. Also, the people are fled." "Ah," replied the head man, "that was an ill deed, for he was holy, and a great prophet, and doubtless his spirit is strong to revenge. Well for you, is it, master, that you had no hand in the deed, as at first I feared might be the case. For know that last night a strange dog climbed onto your hut, and howled there, and would not be driven away, nor could we kill it with spears. So we think it was a ghost. All your wives thought that evil had drawn near to you." Ishmael struck him across the mouth, exclaiming, "Be silent, you accursed wizard, or you shall howl louder than your ghost dog." "I meant no harm," answered the man humbly, but with a curious gleam in his eye. "What are your commands, chief?" "That we watch here. I think that the daughter of the shouter, she who is called Inkosazana Izula, is coming, and she may need help. Have you brought 30 men with you, as I bade you through my messengers?" "Aye, Ibubesi. They are all hidden in the bush. I go to summon them, though I think that the mighty Inkosazana, who can command all the Zulu impis and all the spirits of the dead, will need little help from us." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 15. Rachel Comes Home. As Rachel had traveled up from the Tegela to the great place, so she traveled back from the great place to the Tegela, in state and dignity, such as became a thing divine, perhaps the first white woman, moreover, who had ever entered Zululand. All day she rode alone, Tambusa leading the white ox before her, and Richard following behind, while in front and to the rear marched the serried ranks of the impi, her escort. At night, as before, she slept alone in the empty kraals provided for her, attended by the best-born maidens, Richard being lodged in some hut without the fence. So at length, about noon one day, they reached the banks of the Tegela, not many hours after Ishmael had crossed it, and camped there. Now, after she had eaten, Rachel sent for Richard, with whom she had found but few opportunities to talk during that journey. He came and stood before her, as all must do, and she addressed him in English, while the spies and captains watched him sullenly, for they were angry at this use of a foreign tongue which they could not understand. Preserving a cold and distant air, she asked him of his health, and how he had fared. "Well enough," he answered. "And now, what are your plans? The river is in flood. You will find it difficult to cross. Still, it can be done, for I hear that the white man Ishmael, of whom you told me, forded it this morning with a company of armed men." Aware of the eyes that watched her, with an effort, Rachel showed no surprise. "How is that?" she asked. "I thought the man fled from Zululand many days ago. Why then does he leave the country with soldiers?" "I can't tell you, Rachel. There is something queer about the business. When I inquire, everyone shrugs his shoulders. They say that the king knows his own business. If I were you, I would ask no questions, for you will learn nothing. And if you do not ask, they will think you know all." I understand, she said. But, Richard, I must cross the river today. You and I must cross it alone and reach Ramah tonight. Richard, something weighs upon my heart. I am terribly afraid. How will you manage it? He asked, ignoring the rest. I can't tell you yet, Richard, but keep my horse and yours saddled there where you are encamped. And she nodded towards a hut about 50 yards away. I think that I shall come to you presently. Now go. So he saluted her and went. Presently Rachel sent for Tambusa and the captains, and asked the state of the river, which was out of sight, about half a mile from them. They replied that it was very angry. None could think of attempting its passage, as much water was coming down. Is it so? She said indifferently. Well, I must look. And with slow steps she walked towards the hut, where she knew the horses were, followed by Tambusa and the captains. Reaching it, she saw them standing saddled on its further side, and by them Richard, seated on the ground smoking. As she came he rose and saluted her, but taking no heed of him, she went to her grey mare, and placing her foot in the stirrup, sprang to the saddle, motioning him to do likewise. Whither goest thou, Inkosazana? Asked Tambusa anxiously. To throw a charm on the waters, she answered, so that they may run down, and I can cross them tomorrow. Come, Dario, and come, Tambusa, but let the rest stay behind, since common eyes must not look upon my magic, and he who dares to look shall be struck with blindness. The captains hesitated, and turning on them fiercely, she commanded them to obey her word, lest some evil should befall them. Then they fell back, and she rode towards the Tugela, followed by Richard on horseback, and Tambusa on foot. Arrived at that spot on the bank, where she had received the salutation of the regiment when she entered Zululand, Rachel saw at once that although the great river was full, it could easily be forded on horseback. Calling Richard to her, she said, We must go, and now, while there is no one to stop us but Tambusa. Do not hurt him unless he tries to spear you, for he has been kind to me. Then she addressed Tambusa, saying, I have spoken to the waters, and they will not harm me. The hour is come when I must leave my people for a while, and go forward alone with my white servant Dario. These are my commands, that none should dare to follow me, save only yourself, Tambusa, who can bring on the white ox with its load, so soon as the water has run down, and deliver them to me at Ramah. Do you hear me? I hear, Inkosazana, answered the old Induna, and thy words split my heart. Yet you will obey them, Tambusa. Yes, I will obey them, who know what would befall me otherwise, and that it is the king's will that none should dare to thwart thee, even if they could. Yet I think that, very soon, thou wilt return to thy children. Therefore, why not abide with us until tomorrow, when the waters will be low? Tambusa, said Rachel, leaning forward and looking him in the eyes, why did Ibubesi cross this river with soldiers but a few hours ago? Ibubesi, who fled from the great place when the moon was young, that now is full. Look, there goes their spoor in the mud. I know not, he answered, looking down. Inkosazana, tomorrow I will bring on the white ox to Ramah, and I will bring it alone. So be it, Tambusa, but if by chance you should not find me, ask where Ibubesi is, and if need be, seek for me with an impi, Tambusa, for me and for this white man Dario. And again she bent forward and looked at him. I know not what thou meanest, Inkosazana, he replied, but of this be sure, that if I cannot find thee, then I will seek for thee, if need be, with every spear in Zululand at my back. Farewell then, Tambusa, and to the regiment farewell also. Say to the captains that it is my will that they should return to the great place, bearing my greetings to the king, and those of the white lord, Dario. Look for me tomorrow at Ramah." Then, followed by Richard, she rode her horse past him into the lip of the water. As she went, Tambusa drew himself up and gave her the bayete, the royal salute. Although it was red with earth and flecked with foam, and the roar of it was loud as it sped towards the sea, the river did not prove very difficult to ford. But once indeed were the horses swept off their feet and forced to swim, and then but for a few paces, after which they regained them and plunged to the further bank without accident. "Free at last, Rachel, with our lives before us and nothing more to fear," called Richard in his cheery voice, as he forced his horse alongside of hers. Then suddenly he caught sight of her face, and saw that it was white and drawn, as though with pain, also that she leaned forward on her saddle, clasping its pommel, as though she were about to faint. "What is it?" he exclaimed in alarm. "Did the flood frighten you, Rachel? Are you ill?" For a few moments she made no answer, then straightened herself with a sigh and said in a low voice, "Richard, I have been so long among those Zulus, playing the part of a spirit, that I begin to think I am one, or that their magic has got hold of me. I tell you that in the roar of the water I heard voices, the voices of my father and mother, calling me and speaking of you, and Richard, they seemed to be in great fear and pain. For a minute or more I heard them. Then a dreadful cold wind blew on me. Not this wind, it seemed to come from above, and everything passed away, leaving my mind numb and empty, so that I do not remember how we came out of the river. Don't laugh at me, Richard, it is so. The Kaffirs are right. I have some power of the sort. Remember how I saw you traveling towards me in the pool." "Why should I laugh at you, dearest?" he asked anxiously, for something of this uncanny fear passed from her mind into his, with which it was in tune. "Indeed, I don't laugh, who know that you are not quite like other women. But Rachel, the strain of those 2 months has worn you out, and now the reaction is too much. Perhaps it is nothing." "Perhaps," she answered sadly. "I hope so, Richard. What is the time?" "About 5:45, to judge by the sun," he answered. "Then we shall not be able to reach Ramah before dark." "No, Rachel, but there is a good moon." "Yes, there is a good moon. I wonder what it will show us," and she shivered. Then they pressed their horses to a canter and rode on, speaking little, for the fount of words seemed to be frozen in them, although Richard recollected, with a curious sense of wonder, how he had looked forward to this opportunity of long unfettered talk with Rachel, and how much he had to tell her. Over hill and valley, through bush and stream they rode, till at last, with the short twilight, they reached the plain that ran to Ramah. Then came the dark, in which they must ride slowly, till presently the round edge of the moon pushed itself up above the shoulder of a hill, and there was light again, pure peaceful light that turned the veld to silver and shone whitely on the pale face of Rachel. Ramah was before them. They had met no living thing save some wild game trekking to the water, and heard no sound save the distant roar of some beast of prey. Ramah was before them. The moon shone on the roofs of the mission house and the little church and the clusters of Kaffir huts beyond. But oh, it was silent. No cattle lowed, no child cried, nor did the bell of the church ring for evening prayer, as at this hour it should have done. Also no lamp showed in the windows of the mission house, and no smoke rose from the cooking fires of the kraals. "Where are all the people, Richard?" whispered Rachel. "There is the place unharmed, but where are the people?" But Richard could only shake his head. The terror of something dreadful had got hold of him also, and he knew not what to say. Now they had come to the wall of the mission house, and sprang from their horses, which they left loose. As they advanced side by side towards the open gate, something leaped to the stoop and rushed through it. It was a striped hyena. They could see the hair bristle on its back as it passed them with a whining growl. Hand in hand they ran to the house across the little garden patch. Rachel, led by some instinct, guiding her companion straight to her parents' room, where over the windows, that opened like doors, stood wide as the gate had done. One more moment and they were there, another and the moonlight showed them all. For a long while, to Richard it seemed hours. Rachel said nothing, only stood still like the statue of a woman, staring at those cold faces that looked back at her through the unearthly moonlight. Indeed, it was Richard who spoke first, feeling that if he did not, this dreadful silence would choke him or cause him to faint. "The Zulus have murdered them," he said hoarsely, glancing at the dead Kaffir on the floor. "No," she answered, in a cold small voice. "Ishmael, Ishmael," and she pointed to something that lay at his feet. Richard stooped and picked it up. It was a fly-wisp of rhinoceros horn, which the man had let fall when the Zulu's spear struck him. "I know it," she went on. "He always carried it. He is the real murderer. The Zulus would not have dared," and she choked and was silent. "Let me think," said Richard confusedly. "There is something in my mind. What is it? Oh, I know. If you are right, that devil has not done this for nothing. He is somewhere near. He wants to take you." And he ground his teeth at the thought, then added, "Rachel, we must get out of this and ride for Durban. At once. At once. The white people will protect you there." "Who will bury my father and mother?" she asked in the same cold voice. "I do not know. It does not matter. The living are more than the dead. I can return and see to it afterwards." "You are right," she answered. Then she knelt down by the bed, and lifting her beautiful agonized face, put up some silent prayer. Next she rose and kissed first her father, then her mother, kissed their dead brows in a last farewell, and turned to go. As she went, her eyes fell upon the assegai that lay near to the dead Zulu. Stooping down, she took it, and with it in her hand, passed on to the stoop. Here her strength seemed to fail her, for she reeled against the wall, then with an effort flung herself into Richard's arms, moaning, "Only you left, Richard, only you. Oh, if you were taken from me also, what would become of me?" A moment later she became aware that the stoop was swarming with men who seemed to arise out of the shadows. A voice said in the Kaffir tongue, "Seize that fellow and bind him." Instantly, before he could do anything, before he could even turn, Richard was torn from her, struggling furiously, and thrown to the ground. Rachel sprang to the wall and stood with her back to it, raising the spear she held. It flashed into her mind that these were Zulus, and of Zulus she was not afraid. "What dogs are these," she cried, "that dared to lift a hand against the Inkosazana and her servant?" The black men about her swayed and murmured, then made way for a man who walked up the steps of the stoop. The moonlight fell upon him, and she saw that it was Ishmael. "Rachel," he said, taking off his hat politely, "these are my people. We saw that white scoundrel assault you, and of course seized him at once. As you know, a dreadful thing has happened here. This afternoon the Zulus killed your father and mother, or rather they killed your father, and your mother who was ill died with the shock, because they refused to go to Zululand, whither Dingaan had ordered that they should be taken. So, seeing that you were traveling here, I came to rescue you, lest you should fall into their hands, and, he added lamely, you know the rest." Ishmael had spoken in English, but Rachel answered him in Zulu. "I know all, night prowler," she cried aloud. "I know that my father and mother were killed by your order, and in your presence. Their spirits told me so, but now, and for that crime I sentence you to death." And she pointed at him with the spear. "Heaven above and earth beneath," she went on, "bear witness that I sentence this man to death. People of the Zulus, hear me in your kraals far away. Hear me, Dingaan, sitting in your great place. Hear me, every captain in Induna. Hear the voice of your Inkosazana. I sentence this man to death, since because of him there is blood between me and my people, the blood of my father and my mother. Now, night prowler, do your worst before you die, but know this, you his servants, that if I am harmed, or if this white man, the chief Dario, is harmed, then you shall die also, every one of you. What is your will, night prowler?" "I will tell you that at Mafuti," answered Ishmael, trying to look bold. "I am not afraid of you like these Zulu savages, and Dingaan is a long way off. Will you come quietly?" "I hope so, for I don't want to hurt you, or put you to shame. But you've got to come, and this Dario too. If you make any trouble, I will have him killed at once. Understand, Rachel, that if you don't come, he shall be killed at once. My people may be afraid of you, but they won't mind cutting his throat," he added significantly. "Never mind about me," said Richard in a choked voice from the ground, where he was pinned down by the Kaffirs. "Do what you think best for yourself, Rachel." Now Rachel, whose wits were made keen by doubt and anguish, looked at the faces of the natives about her, and even in that dim moonlight read them like a book, as she could always do. She saw that they were afraid of her, and that if she commanded them, they would let her go free, whatever their master might say or do. But she saw also that Ishmael spoke truth when he declared that they had no such dread of Richard, and might even believe that he was doing her some violence. If she escaped, therefore, it would be at the cost of Richard's life. Instantly, in her bold fashion, she made up her mind. It was borne in upon her that she had declared the truth, that Ishmael was doomed, that he had no power to work her any hurt, however sore her case might seem. Since Richard's life hung on it, she would go with him. "Servants of Ibubesi," she said, "lift the white chief Dario to his feet and listen to my words." They obeyed her at once, without even waiting for their master to speak, only holding Richard by the arms. Now the most of the men went into the garden, followed by Ishmael, and taking Richard with them, but a few remained to watch her. From this garden presently arose a sound of great quarreling. Rachel was too far off to understand what was said, but from the sounds she judged that Ishmael was giving orders to his people, which they refused to obey, for she could hear him cursing them furiously. Presently she heard something else, the loud report of a gun, followed by groans. Then a Kaffir ran up to them and whispered something to those who surrounded her. It was that headman whom Ishmael had struck on the mouth in the bush, when he told him that a dog had howled upon his hut, and his face was very frightened. Rachel leaned against the wall and looked at him, for she could not speak, she who thought that Richard had been murdered. "Have no fear, Inkosazana," said the man, answering the question in her eyes. "Ibubesi has killed one of us, because we do not like this business, and would clean it off our hands, that is all. The chief Dario is safe, and I swear to thee that no harm shall come to him from us. We will care for him and protect him to the death, and if we lead him away a prisoner, it is because we must, since otherwise Ibubesi will kill us all. Therefore be merciful to us when the spear of thy power is lifted." Before Rachel could answer, Ishmael's voice was heard, asking why they did not bring the Inkosazana, as the horses were ready. "I pray thee come, Zula," said the man hurriedly, "or he will shoot more of us." So Rachel walked down the steps of the stoop in front of them, holding her head high, leaving behind her the house of Ramah and its dead. At the gate of the garden stood the horses, on one of which, his own, Richard was already mounted, his arms bound, his feet made fast beneath it with a hide rope. Her path lay past him, and as she went by he said in a voice that was choking with rage, "I am helpless. I cannot save you, but our hour will come." "Yes, Richard," she answered quietly, "our hour will come when his has gone." And with the spear in her hand once more, she pointed at Ishmael, who stood by, watching them sullenly. Then she mounted her horse, how she could never remember, and they were separated. After this she seemed to hear Ishmael talking to her, arguing, explaining, but she made no answer to his words. Her mind was a blank, and all she knew was that they were riding on for hours. Her tired horse stumbled up a pass and down its further side. Then she heard dogs bark and saw lights. The horse stopped and she slid from it, and as she was too exhausted to walk, was supported or carried into a hut, as she thought by women who seemed very much afraid of touching her, after which she seemed to sink into blackness. Rachel woke from her stupor to find herself lying on a bed in a great Kafir hut that was furnished like a European room, for in it were chairs and a table, also rough window places, closed with reed mats that took the place of glass. Through the smoke hole at the top of the hut struck a straight ray of sunlight, by which she judged that it must be about midday. She began to think, till by degrees everything came back to her, and in that hour she nearly died of horror and of grief. Indeed, she was minded to die. There at her side lay a means of death, the assegai which she had found by the body of the Zulu in Ramah, and none had taken from her. She lifted it and felt its edge, then laid it down again. Into the darkness of her despair some comfort seemed to creep. She was sure that Richard lived, and if she died, he would die also. While he lived, why should she die? Moreover, it would be a crime which she should only dare when all hope had gone, and she stood face to face with shame. Thrusting aside these thoughts, she rose. On the table stood curdled milk and other food, of which she forced herself to eat, that her strength might return to her, for she knew that she would need it all. Then she washed and dressed herself, for in a corner of the hut was water in wooden bowls, and even a comb, and other things that apparently had been set there for her to use. This done, she went to the door, which was made like that of a house, and finding that it was not secured, opened it and looked out. Beyond was a piece of ground, floored with the soil taken from ant heaps, and polished black after the native fashion. This space was surrounded by a high stone wall, and had at the end of it another very strong door. In its center grew a large shady tree, under which was placed a bench. Taking the assegai with her, she went to the door in the high wall, and found that it was barred on the further side. Then she returned and sat down on the bench under the tree. It seemed that she had been observed, for a little while afterwards bolts were shot back, the door in the wall opened, and Ishmael entered, closing it behind him. She looked at the man, and at the sight of his handsome, furtive face, his dark, guilt-laden eyes, her gorge rose. She was alone in this secret place, with the murderer of her father and mother, who sought her love. Yet, strangely enough, her heart was filled not with tears, but with contempt and icy anger. She did not shrink away from him as he came towards her in his gaudy clothes, with an assumed air of insolent confidence, but sat, pale and proud, as she had sat at Umgungundlovu, when the Zulus brought their causes before her for her judgment. He advanced into the shadow of the tree, took off his hat with a flourish, and bowed. Then, as she made no answer to these salutations, but only searched him with her gray eyes, he began to speak in jerky sentences. "I hope you have slept well, Rachel. I am glad to see you looking so fresh. I was afraid that you would be overtired after your long day. You rode many miles. Of course, what you found at Ramah must have been a great shock to you. I want to explain to you quietly that I am not in the least to blame about that terrible business. It was those accursed Zulus who exceeded their orders." So he went on, pausing between each remark for an answer, but no answer came. At length he stopped, confused, and Rachel, lifting the assegai, examined its blade and asked him suddenly, "Whose blood is on this spear? Yours?" "A little of it, perhaps," he answered. "That fool of a Kaffir flourished it about after your father shot him, and cut me with it accidentally," and he pointed to the wound on his face. Rachel bent down and began to rub the blade against the foot of the bench, as though to clean it. He did not know what she meant by this act, yet it frightened him. "What are you doing?" he asked. She paused in her task and said, looking up at him, "I do not wish that your blood should defile mine, even in death," and went on with her cleansing of the spear. He watched her for a little while, then broke out, "Curse it all! I don't understand you. What do you mean?" "Ask the Zulus," she answered. "They understand me, and they will tell you. Or, if there is no time, ask my father and mother, afterwards." Ishmael paled visibly, then recovered himself with an effort, and said, "Let us finish with all this witch-doctor nonsense, and come to business. I had nothing to do with the death of your parents. Indeed, I was wounded in trying to protect them." "Then why do I see both of them behind you with such accusing eyes?" she asked quietly. He stalled, turned his head, and stared about him. "You won't frighten me like that," he went on. "I am not a silly Kaffir, so give it up. Look here, Rachel. You know I have loved you for a long while, and though you treat me so badly, I love you more than ever now. Will you marry me? I told you last night that you would be dead in a few days. Do not waste your time in talking of marriage. Sit in the dust and repent your sins before you go down into the dust. All right, Rachel, I know you are a good prophet." "Noya, too, is a good prophet," she broke in reflectively. "You used the Zulus to kill her father and mother also, did you not? Do you remember a message that she gave you from Siyapi one evening, down by the sea, before you kidnapped her to be a bait to trap me in Zululand?" "Remember," he answered, scowling. "Am I likely to forget her devilries? If you are the witch, she is the familiar, the black Elose spirit, who whispers in your ears. Had she not gone, I should never have caught you." "But she will come back, although I fear not in time to bid you farewell." "You tell me that I shall soon be dead," he exclaimed, ignoring this talk of Noya. "Well, I am not frightened. I don't believe you know anything about it. But if you are right, the more reason I should live while I can. According to you, Rachel, we have no time to waste in a long engagement. When is it to be?" "Never," she answered contemptuously. "In this or in any other world. Never. Why, you are hateful to me when I see you. I shiver as though a snake crawled across my foot, and when I look at your hands, they are red with blood, the blood of my parents and of Noah's parents, and of many others. That is my answer." He looked at her a while, then said, "You seem to forget that I am only asking for what I can take. No one can see you or hear you here, except my women. You are in my power at last, Rachel Dove." These words, which Ishmael intended should frighten her, as they might well have done, produced as it chanced a quite different effect. Rachel broke into a scornful laugh. "Look," she said, pointing to an eagle that circled so high in the blue heavens above them that it seemed no larger than a hawk. "That bird is more in your power and nearer to you than I am. Before you laid a finger on me, I would find a dozen means of death, but that I tell you again, you will never live to do." For a while, Ishmael was silent, weighing her words in his mind. Apparently, he could find no answer to them, for when he spoke again, it was of another matter. "You say that you hate me, Rachel. If so, it is because of that accursed fellow, Darrien, whom you don't hate. Well, he at any rate is in my power. Now look here. You've got to make your choice. Either you stop all this nonsense and become my wife, or your friend Darrien dies. Do you hear me?" Rachel made no answer. Now, for the first time, she was really frightened and feared lest her speech should show it. "You have been through a lot," he went on slowly. "You are tired out and don't know what you say. And you believe that I killed the old people, which I didn't. And of course that has set you against me. Now, I don't want to be rough or to hurry you, especially as I have plenty of things to see about before we are married. So I give you 3 days. If you don't change your mind at the end of them, the young man dies, that's all. And afterwards we will see whether or no you are in my power. Oh, you needn't stare. I've gone too far to turn back, and I don't mind a few extra risks. Meanwhile, make yourself easy. Dear Richard shall be well looked after, and I won't bother you with any more love-making. That can wait." Rachel rose from her seat and pointed with the spear to the door in the wall. "Go," she said. "All right, I am going, Rachel. Goodbye till this time, 3 days. I hope my women will make you as comfortable as possible in this rough place. Ask them for anything you want. Goodbye, Rachel." And he went, bolting the wall door behind him. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 16. The 3 Days. He was gone. His presence had ceased to poison the air, and the long strain over, Rachel gave a gasp of relief. Then she sat down upon the bench and began to think. Her position and that of Richard was desperate. It seemed scarcely possible that they could escape with their lives, for if he died, she would die also. As to that, she was quite determined. But at least they had 3 days, and who could say what would happen in 3 days? For instance, they might escape somehow. The providence in which she believed might intervene, or the Zulus might come to seek her, if they only knew where she was gone. Oh, why had she not brought a guard of them with her to Ramah? At least they would never have insulted her, and Ishmael's shrift would have been short. She wondered why he had given her 3 days. A reason suggested itself to her mind. Perhaps he believed what she had told him, that she was as safe from him as the eagle in the air, and was sure that the only way to snare her was by using Richard as a lure. In other words, by threatening to murder him. It is true that he could have brought the matter to a head at once, but then, if she remained obdurate, he must carry out his threat, and this she believed he was afraid to do, unless it was absolutely forced upon him. Doubtless he had reflected that in 3 days she might weaken and give way. Whilst Rachel brooded thus, the door in the wall opened, and through it came 3 women who saluted her respectfully, and announced that they were sent to clean the hut and attend upon her. Rachel took stock of them carefully. 2 of them were young, ordinary, good-looking Kaffirs, but the third was between 30 and 40 and no longer attractive, having become old early, as natives do. Moreover, her face was sad and sympathetic. Rachel asked her name. She answered that it was Mommy, and that they were all the wives of Ibubesi. The women went about their duties in the hut in silence, and a while afterwards announced that all was made clean, and that they would return presently with food. Rachel answered that it was not necessary that 3 of them should be put to so much trouble. It would be enough if Mommy came. She desired to be waited on by Mommy alone. Her sisters need not come any more. They all 3 saluted again, and said that she should be obeyed, the 2 younger ones with alacrity. To Rachel it was evident that these women were much afraid of her. Her reputation had reached them, and they shrank from this task of attending on the mighty Inkosazana of the Zulus in her cage, not knowing what evil it might bring upon them. An hour later the door was unbolted, and Mommy reappeared with the food that had been very carefully cooked. Rachel ate of it, for she was determined to grow strong again, she who might need all her strength, and while she ate, talked to Mommy, who squatted on the ground before her. Soon she drew her story from her. The woman was Ishmael's first Kaffir wife, but he had never cared for her, and against all law and custom she was discarded and made a slave. Even some of her cattle had been taken from her and given to the other wives, so her heart was bitter against Ishmael, and she said that, although once she was proud to be the wife of a white man, now she wished that she had never seen his face. Here then was material ready to Rachel's hand, but she did not press the matter too far at this time. Only she said that she wished Mommy to stay with her after the evening meal, and to sleep in her hut, as she was not accustomed to be alone at night. Mommy replied that she would do so gladly if Ibubesi allowed it, although she was not worthy of such honor. As it happened, Ishmael did allow it, for he thought that he could trust this old drudge, and told her to act as a spy upon Rachel, and report to him all that she said or did. Very soon Rachel found this out, and warned her against obeying him, since if she did so, it would come to her knowledge, and then great evil would fall on one who betrayed the words of the Inkosazana. Mommy answered that she knew it, and that Rachel need not be afraid. Any tale would do for Ishmael, whom she hated. Then, saying little herself, Rachel encouraged her to talk, which Mommy did freely. So she heard some news. She learned, for instance, that the whole town of Mafuti, whereof Ibubesi was chief, which counted some 60 or 70 heads of families, was much disturbed by the events of the last few days. They did not like the Inkosazana being brought here, thinking that where she went, the Zulus would follow, and as they were of Zulu blood themselves, they knew what that meant. They were alarmed at the deaths of the white sky doctor, who was called Shouter, and his wife, with which Ibubesi had something to do, for they feared lest they should be held responsible for their blood. They objected to the imprisonment of the white chief Dario among them, because he had hurt no one, and was under the mantle of the Inkosazana, who was a spirit, not a woman, and who had warned them that if any harm came to her or to him, death would be their reward. They were angry also, because Ibubesi had killed one of them in some quarrel about the chief Dario at Ramah. Still they were so much afraid of Ibubesi, who was a great tyrant, that they did not dare to interfere with him and his plans, lest they should lose their cattle or perhaps their lives. So they did not know what to do. As for Ibubesi himself, he was actively engaged in strengthening the fortifications of the place. Even the old people and the children were being forced to carry stones to the walls, from which it was evident that he feared some attack. When Rachel had gathered this and much other information concerning Ishmael's past and habits, she asked Mommy if she could convey a message from her to Richard. The woman answered that she would try on the following morning. So Rachel told her to say that she was safe and well, but that he must watch his footsteps, as both of them were in great danger. More she did not dare to say, fearing lest Mommy should betray her, or be beaten till she confessed everything. Then, as there was nothing more to be done, Rachel lay down and slept as best she could. The next day passed in much the same fashion as the first had done. For most of it Rachel sat under the tree in the walled yard, companioned only by her terrible thoughts and fears. Nobody came near her, and nothing happened. In the morning Mommy went out, and returning at the dinner hour told Rachel that she had seen Ishmael, who had questioned her closely as to what the Inkosazana had done and said, to which she replied that she had only eaten and slept, and invoked the spirits on her knees. As for words, none had passed her lips. She had not been able to get near the huts where Dario was in prison, as Ishmael was watching her. For the rest, the work of the fortification went on without cease, even Ishmael's own wives being employed thereon. In the afternoon, Mommy went out again, and did not return till night, when she had much to tell. To begin with, while the sentry was dozing, being wearied with carrying stones to the wall, she had managed to approach the fence of the hut where Richard was confined. She said that he was walking up and down inside the fence with his hands tied, and she had spoken to him through a crack in the reeds, and given him Rachel's message. He listened eagerly, and bade her tell the Inkosazana that he thanked her for her words, that he too was strong and well, though much troubled in mind, but the future was in the hands of the heavens, and that she must keep a high heart. Just then the sentry woke up, so Mommy could not wait to hear any more. That evening, however, a lad, who had been sent out of the town to drive in some cattle, had returned with the tidings which she, Mommy, heard him deliver to Ibubesi with her own ears. He said that whilst he was collecting the oxen, a ringed Zulu came upon him, who from his manner and bearing he took to be a great chief, although he was alone, and seemed to be tired with walking. The Zulu has asked him if it were true that the Inkosazana and the white chief Dario were in prison at Mafuti, and when he hesitated about replying, threatened him with his assegai, saying that he would cut out his heart unless he told the truth. The Zulu replied that he knew it, as he had just come from Ramah, where he had seen strange things, and spoken with a man of Ibubesi's, whom he found dying in the garden of the house. Then he had given him this message: "Say to Ibubesi that I know all his wickedness, and that if the Inkosazana is harmed, or if a drop of the blood of the white chief Dario is shed, I will destroy him and everything that lives in his town down to the rats. Say to him also that he cannot escape, as already he is ringed in by the children of the shouter, who have come back and are watching him." The lad had asked who it was that sent such a message, whereon he answered, "I am the horn of the black bull, I am the trunk of the elephant, I am the mouth of Dingaan." Then straightway he turned and departed at a run towards Zululand. Moreover, Mommy described the man in the words of the lad, and Rachel thought that he could be none other than Tambusa, whom she had commanded to follow her with the white ox. Mommy added that when he received this message, Ibubesi seemed much disturbed, though to his people he declared that it was all nonsense, as Dingaan's mouth would not come alone, or deliver the king's word to a boy. But the people thought otherwise, and murmured among themselves, fearing the terrible vengeance of Dingaan. On the next day, Mommy went out again. At nightfall, when she returned, she told Rachel that she had not found it possible to approach the huts where Dario was, as the hole she made in the fence to speak with him had been discovered, and a stricter watch was kept over him. Ibubesi, she said, was in an ill humor, and working furiously to finish his fortifications, as he was now sure that the town was being watched either by the Kafirs of Ramah or others. As for the people of Mafuti, they were grumbling very much, both on account of the heavy labor of working at the walls, and because they were in terror of being attacked and killed in payment for the evil deeds of their chief. Mommy declared, indeed, that so great was their fear and discontent that she thought they would desert the town in a body, were it not that they dreaded lest they should fall into the hands of the Kafirs who were watching it. Rachel asked her whether they would not then take her and Dario and deliver them up to the Zulus or to the white people on the coast. Mommy answered she thought they would be afraid to do this, as Ibubesi alone had guns and would shoot plenty of them. Also, if the Zulus found them with their Inkosazana, they would kill them. She added that she had seen Ibubesi, who bade her tell the Inkosazana that he was coming for her answer on the morrow. Rachel slept ill that night. The space of her reprieve had gone by, and next morning she must face the issue. For herself she did not so greatly care, for at the worst she had a refuge whither Ishmael could not follow her, the grave. After all she had endured, it seemed to her that this must be a peaceful place. Moreover, in her case, what power could blame her? But there was Richard to be thought of. If she refused, Ishmael swore that he would kill Richard. And yet how could she pay that price, even to save her lover's life? Perhaps he would not kill him after all. Perhaps he would be afraid of the vengeance of the Zulus and was only trying to frighten her. Ah, if only the Zulus would come before it was too late! It was scarcely to be hoped for. Tambusa, if it were he who had spoken with the lad, would not have had time to return to Zululand and collect an impi, and when they did come, the deed might be done. If only these servants of Ibubesi would rise against him and kill him, or carry off Richard and herself. Alas, they feared the man too much, and she could not get at them to persuade them. There was nothing that she could do except pray. Richard and she must take their chance. Things must go as they were decreed. If she could have seen Ishmael at this hour and read his thoughts, that sight and knowledge might have brought some comfort to her tortured heart. The man was seated in his hut alone, staring at the floor and pulling his long black beard with hands rough from toiling at the walls. He was drinking also, stiff tots of rum and water, but the fiery liquor seemed to bring him no comfort. As he drank, he thought. He was determined to get possession of Rachel. That desire had become a madness with him. He could never abandon it while he lived. But she might not live. She had sworn that she would rather die than become his wife, and she was not a woman who broke her word. Also, she hated him bitterly and with good cause. There was only one way to work on her, through her love for this man, Richard Darrien. For that she did love him, he had little doubt. If it were choice between yielding and the death of Darrien, then perhaps she might give way. But there came the rub. Dingaan had sworn to him that if he made Darrien's blood to flow, then he should be killed, and like Rachel, Dingaan kept his oaths. Moreover, that Zulu, who met the cattle herd, had sworn it again in almost the same words. Therefore, it would seem that if he wished to continue to breathe, Darrien's blood must not be made to flow. All the rest might be explained when the impi came, as it would do sooner or later, especially if he could show to them that the Inkosazana was his willing wife. But the murder of Darrien could never be explained. Well, the man might die, or seem to die, and then who could hold him responsible? Or if they did, if any of his people remained faithful to him, an attack might be beaten off. Brave as they were, the Zulus could not storm those walls on which he had spent so much labor, though now he almost wished he had left the walls alone and settled the affair of Rachel and Darrien first. Ishmael poured out more rum, and drank it neat this time, as though to nerve himself for some undertaking. Then he went to the door of the hut and called, whereon, presently, a hideous old woman crept in and squatted down in the circle of light thrown by the lamp. She was wrinkled and deformed, and her snake-skin mucha, with the inflated fish bladder in her hair, showed that she was a witch doctoress. "Well, mother," he said, "have you made the poison?" "Yes, Ibubesi, yes. I have made it, as I alone can do." "Oh, it is a wonderful drug, worth many cows. How many did you say you would give me? 6? "No, 3. But if it does what is wanted, you shall have the other 3 as well." "Tell me again, how does it work?" "Thus, Ibubesi, whoever drinks this medicine becomes like one dead. None can tell the difference, no, not a doctor even, and remains so for a long while. Perhaps 1 day, perhaps 2, perhaps even 3. Then life returns, and by degrees strength, but not memory. For whole moons the memory is gone, and he who has drunk remains like a child that has everything to learn." "You lie, mother. I never heard of such a medicine." "You never heard of it because none can make it save me, and I had it secret from my grandmother. Also, few can afford to pay me for it. Still, it has been used, and were I not afraid, I could give you cases. Stay, I will show you. Call that beast," and she pointed to a dog that was asleep at the side of the hut. "Here is milk, I will show you." Ishmael hesitated, for he was fond of this dog. Then, as he wished to test the stuff, he called it. It came and sat down beside him, looking up in his face with faithful eyes. Then the old witch poured milk into a bowl, and in the milk mixed some white powder, which she took out of a folded leaf, and offered it to the animal. The dog sniffed the milk, growled slightly, and refused it. "The evil beast does not like me. He bit me the other day," said the old doctoress. "Do you give it to him, Ibubesi. He will trust you." So Ishmael patted the dog on the head, then offered it the milk, which it lapped up to the last drop. "There, evil beast," said the woman with a chuckle. "You won't bite me any more. You'll forget all about me for a long time. Look at him, Ibubesi. Look at him." As she spoke, the poor dog's coat began to stare. Then it uttered a low howl, ran to Ishmael, tried to lick his hand, and rolled over, to all appearance quite dead. "You have killed my dog, which I love, you hag," he said angrily. "Then why did you give medicine to what you love, Ibubesi? But have no fear. The evil beast has only taken a small dose. Tomorrow morning it will awake. But it will not know you or anyone. Who is the medicine for, Ibubesi? The Lady Zula? If so, it may not work on her, for she is mighty and cannot be harmed. Fool! Do you think that I would play tricks with the Inkosazana? No, you want to marry her, don't you? But it seems to me that she has no mind that way. Then it is for the man for whom she has a mind for. Well, Ibubesi, you have promised the 6 cows, and you saved me once from being killed for witchcraft, so I will say something. Don't give it to the Chief Dario." "Why not, you old fool? Will it kill him after all?" "No, no. It will do what I said, no less and no more, in this quantity." And she handed him another powder wrapped in dry leaves. "But I have had bad dreams about you, Ibubesi, and they were mixed up with the Inkosazana and this white man Dario. I dreamed they brought your death upon you, a dreadful death. Ibubesi, be wise. Set Dario free, and change your mind as to marrying the Inkosazana, who is not for you." "How can I change my mind, descendant of wizards?" broke out Ishmael. "Can a river penned between rocks change its course? Can it run backwards from the sea to the hill? This woman draws me as the sea draws the river. Because of her, my blood is afire. I had rather win her and die, than live rich and safe without her to old age. The more she hates and scorns me, the more I love her." "I understand," said the doctoress, nodding her head, till the bladder in her hair bobbed about like a float at which a fish is pulling. "I understand. I have seen people like this before, men and women too, when a bad spirit enters into them because of some crime they have committed. The Inkosazana, or those who guard her, have sent you this bad spirit, and, Ibubesi, you must run the road upon which it is appointed that you should travel. For joy or sorrow, you must run that road. But when we meet in the world of ghosts, which I think will be soon, do not blame me. Do not say that I did not warn you. Now, it is all right about those cows, is it not? Although I dare say the Zulus will milk them, and not I. For tonight I seem to smell Zulus in the air." And she lifted her broad nose and sniffed like a hound. "I wish you could have left the Inkosazana alone, and that Dario too, for he is a part of her. In my dreams they seem to be one. But you won't. You will walk your own path. So good night, Ibubesi. The dog will wake again in the morning, but he will not know you. Good night, Ibubesi. Of course, I understand that the cows will be young ones that have not had more than 2 calves. Mix the powder in milk or water or anything. It is without taste or color. Good night, Ibubesi." And without waiting for an answer, the old wretch crept out of the hut. When she was gone, Ishmael cursed her aloud, then drank some more rum, which he seemed to need. The place was very lonely, and the sight of his dog, lying to all appearances dead at his side, oppressed him. He patted its head, and it did not move. He lifted its paw, and it fell down flabbily. The brute was as dead as anything could be. It occurred to him that before night came again, he might look like that dog. His story might be told. He might have left the earth in company of all the deeds that he had done thereon. He had imagination enough to know his sins, and they were an evil host to face. Old Dove and his wife, for instance, holy people, who believed in God and vengeance, and had never done any wrong, only striven for years and years to benefit others. It would not be pleasant to meet them. Rachel had said that she saw them standing behind him, and he felt as though they were there at that moment. Look, one of them crossed between him and the lamp. There was the mark of the carry on his head, and the woman followed. He could see her blue lips as she bent down to look at the dog. It was unbearable. He would go and talk to Rachel, and ask her if she had made up her mind. No, for if he broke in on her thus at night, he was sure that she would kill either herself or him with that spear she had taken from the dead Zulu, reddened with his own blood. He would keep faith with her and wait till the morrow. He would send for one of his wives. No, the thought of those women made him sick. He would go round the fortifications and beat any sentries whom he found asleep, or receive the reports of the spies. To stop in that hut in the company of a dog which seemed to be dead, and of imaginations that no rum could drown, was impossible. Once more the morning came, and Rachel sat in the walled yard, waiting the dreadful hour of her trial, for it was the day and time that Ishmael had appointed for her answer. Until now Rachel had cherished hopes that something might happen, that the people of Mafuti might intervene to save her and Richard, that the Zulus might appear, even that Ishmael might relent and let them go. But Mommy had been out that morning and brought back tidings which dispelled these hopes. She had ventured to sound some of the leading men, and said that, like all the people, they were very sullen and alarmed, but declared, as she had expected, that they dare do nothing, for Ibubesi would kill them, and if they escape him, the Zulus would kill them, because the Inkosazana was found in their possession. Of the Zulus themselves, scouts who had been out for miles reported that they had no sign. It was clear also that Ishmael was as determined as ever, for he had sent her a message by Mommy that he would wait upon her as he had promised, and bring the white man with him. Then what should she say, and what should she do? Rachel could think of no plan. She could only sit still and pray, while the shadow of that awful hour crept ever nearer. It had come. She heard voices without the wall, among them Ishmael's. Her heart stopped, then bounded like a live thing in her breast. He was commanding someone to catch that dog and tie it up, for it was bewitched and did not know him or anyone. Then the sound of a dog being dragged away, whining feebly, and then the door opened. First Ishmael came in with an affectation of swaggering boldness, but looking like a man suffering from the effects of a long debauch. About his eyes were great black rings, and in them was a stare of sleeplessness. He carried a double-barreled gun under his arm, but the hand with which he supported it shook visibly, and at every unusual sound he started. After him came Richard, his wrist bound together behind him, and on his legs hide shackles, which only just allowed him to shuffle forward slowly. Moreover, he was guarded by 4 men who carried spears. Rachel glanced quickly at his face and saw that it was pale and resolute, quite untouched by fear. "Are you well?" she asked quietly, taking no note of Ishmael. "Yes," he answered. "And you, Rachel?" "Quite well, bodily, Richard, but oh, my soul is sick." Before he could reply, Ishmael turned on him savagely and bade him be silent, or it would be the worse for him. Then he took off his hat with his shaking hand and bowed to Rachel. "Rachel," he said, "I have kept my promise and left you alone for 3 days, but time is up, and now this gentleman and I have come to hear your decision, which is so important to both of us." "What am I to decide?" she asked in a low voice, looking straight before her. "Have you forgotten? Your memory must be very bad. Well, it is best to have no mistake, and no doubt our friend here would like to know exactly how things stand. You have to decide whether you will take me as your husband today, of your own free will, or whether Mr. Richard Darrien shall suffer the punishment of death for having tried to kill his sentry and escape, a crime of which he has been guilty, and afterwards I should take you as my wife, with or without your consent." When Richard heard these words, the veins in his forehead swelled with rage and horror, till it seemed as though they would burst. "You unutterable villain," he gasped. "You cowardly hound! Oh, if only my hands were free!" "Well, they ain't, Mr. Darrien, and it's no use your tugging at that buffalo hide. So hold your tongue, and let us hear the lady's answer," sneered Ishmael. "Richard, Richard," said Rachel in a kind of wail, "you have heard. It is a matter of your life. What am I to do?" "Do," he answered in loud, firm tones. "Do? How can you ask me such a question? The matter is not one of my life, but of your, oh, I cannot say it. Let this foul beast kill me, of course, and then, if you care enough, follow the same road. A few years, sooner or later, makes little difference, and so we shall soon be together again." She thought for a moment, then said quietly, "Yes, I care enough, and 100 times more than that. Yes, that is the only way out. Listen you, Ishmael. Richard Darrien, the man to whom I am sworn, and I give you this answer. Murder him if you will, and bring God's everlasting vengeance on your head. He will not buy his life on such terms, and if I consented to them, I should be false to him. Murder him as you murdered my father and mother, and when I know that he is dead, I will go to join him and them." "All right, Rachel," said Ishmael, whose face was white with fury. "I think I will take you at your word, and you can go to look for him down below, if you like, for if I am not to get you here, he shan't. Now then, say your prayers, Mr. Darrien," and stepping forward slowly, he cocked the double-barreled gun. "Men of Mafuti," exclaimed Rachel in Zulu, "Ibubesi is about to do murder on one who, like myself, is under the mantle of Dingaan. If his blood should flow today or tomorrow, yours shall flow in payment, yours and that of your wives and children, for the crime of the chief is the crime of the people." At her words, the 4 natives who had been watching this scene uneasily, although they could not understand the English talk, called out to Ishmael in remonstrance. His only answer was to lift the gun, and for an instant that seemed infinite, Rachel waited to hear its explosion, and to see the gray-eyed, open-faced man she loved, who stood there like a rock, fall a shattered corpse. Then one of the Kaffirs, bolder than the rest, struck up the barrels with his arm, and not too soon, for whether or no he had meant to pull the trigger, the rifle went off. "Try the other barrel," said Richard sarcastically, as the smoke cleared away. "That shot was too high." Perhaps Ishmael might have done so, for the man was beside himself, but the Kaffirs would have no more of it. They rushed between them, lifting their spears threateningly, and shouting that they would not allow the blood of the White Lord and the curse of the Inkosazana to be brought upon their heads and those of their families. Rather than that they would bind him, Ibubesi, and give him over to the Zulus. Then, whether or not he had really meant to kill Richard, Ishmael thought it politic to give way. "So be it," he said to Rachel. "I am merciful, and both of you shall have another chance. I am going with this fellow, but the woman Mommy shall come to you. If within 3 hours you send her to me with a message to say that you have changed your mind, he shall be spared. If not, before nightfall you shall see his body, and afterwards we will settle matters." "Rachel, Rachel," cried Richard, Swear that you will send no such message." Now the brute, Ishmael, rushed at him to strike him in the face, but Richard saw him coming, and, bound though he was, put down his head and butted at him so fiercely that, being much the stronger man, he knocked him to the ground, where he lay breathless. "Swear, Rachel, swear," he repeated, "or dead or living, I will never forgive you." "I swear," she said faintly. Then he shuffled towards her. Bending down, he kissed her on the face, and she kissed him back. No more words passed between them. This was their farewell. 2 of the Kaffirs lifted Ishmael and helped him from the yard, whilst the other 2 led away Richard, who made no resistance. At the gate he turned, and their eyes met for a moment. Then it closed behind him, and she was left alone again. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 17. Rachel Loses Her Spirit. A little while later, Mommy entered, and said that she had been sent by Ibubesi to serve the Inkosazana as a messenger, should she need one. Rachel, seated on the bench, motioned to her to go into the hut and bide there, and she obeyed. Minute by minute the time ebbed away, and still Rachel sat motionless on the bench. Towards the end of the 3rd hour, someone unbolted and knocked at the door. Mommy opened it and reported that Ibubesi stood without, and desired to know whether she had any word for him. None, answered Rachel, remembering her oath, and the door was barred again. After this, a great silence seemed to fall upon the place. The sky was gray with distant rain, and the air heavy, and, whatever may have been the cause, no sound came from man or beast without. To Rachel's strained nerves, it seemed as though the angel of death had spread his wings above the town. There she sat, paralyzed, wondering what evil thing was being worked upon her lover, wondering if she had done right to give him as a sacrifice to this savage in order to save herself from dreadful wrong. Wondering, till the powers of her mind seemed to die within her, leaving it gray and empty as the gray and empty sky above. Night drew on, and the setting sun, bursting through the envelope of cloud, filled earth and sky with fire, and it came into Rachel's heart, she knew not whence, that fire was near, that soon it would swallow up all this place. Look, the door was opening. It swung wide, and through it advanced 8 Kaffirs, carrying something on a litter made of shields, something that was covered with a blanket of bark. They drew near to her with bent heads, and set down their burden at her feet. Then one of them lifted the blanket, revealing the body of Richard Darrien, and saying in an odd voice, "Inkosazana, Ibubesi sends you this to look, or to show you that he keeps his word. Later he will visit you himself." Rachel knelt down by the litter of shields and looked at Richard's face. The stamp of death was on it. She felt his hand. It was turning cold. She felt his heart. It did not beat. "Show me this dead lord's wounds," she said in an awful whisper, "that presently mine may be like to them." "Inkosazana," said the spokesman, "he has no wound." "How then did he die? Strange that he should die, and I not feel his spirit pass." "Inkosazana, he was thirsty and drank, then he died." So, he was slain by poison, and I have no poison. Mommy, come forth, and look on the white lord, whom Ibubesi has murdered by poison." The woman, Mommy, who had been sleeping in the hut, awoke and obeyed. She saw and wailed aloud. "Woe to Mafuti," she cried, like one inspired, "and woe, woe to those that dwell therein, for now vengeance, red vengeance, shall fall on them from heaven. The blood of the innocent is upon them. The curse of the Inkosazana is upon them. The spears of the Zulus are upon them. Slay the Silwana, the wild beast, Ibubesi, and fly, people of Mafuti, fly, fly with that dead thing. Leave it not here to bear witness against you. Carry it far away, and heap a mountain on it. Bury it in a valley that no man can find. Bury it in the black water, lest it should arise, and bear witness against you. Leave it not here, but let the darkness cover it, and fly with it into darkness, as I do." And turning, she sped to the door and through it. The light from the sunk sun went out, smothered in the gathering thunderclouds. Through the gloom, the terrified bearers muttered to each other. "Throw it down and away," said one. "Nay," answered another, "wisdom has come to Mommy. Her Elosa has spoken to her. Take it with you, lest it should remain to bear witness against us." "Remember what the Zulus swore," said a third, "that if harm came to this lord, they would kill all, down to the rats. Take it away, so that it may not be found. If you meet Ibubesi, spear him. If not, leave him the vengeance for his share." Now, moved as though by a common impulse, the bearers cast back the blanket over the corpse, and lifting the litter, departed at a run. The door was shut and bolted behind them, and darkness fell upon the earth. For a while Rachel stood still in the darkness. "Now I am alone," she said in a quiet voice, yet to her ears the words seemed to be uttered with a roar of thunder that echoed through the firmament and pierced upwards to the feet of God. Then, suddenly, something snapped in her brain and she was changed. The horror left her. The terror left her. She felt very well and strong, so well that she laughed aloud, and again that laugh filled the earth and heaven. Oh, she was hungry, and food stood on a table nearby. She sprang to it and ate heartily. Then she drank, muttering to herself, "Richard drank before he died. Let me drink also, and cease to be alone." Her meal finished, she walked up and down the place, singing a song that seemed to be caught up triumphantly by a million voices. The voices of all who had ever lived and died. Their awful music stunned her, and she ceased. Look, wild beasts, wearing the face of Ibubesi, were licking the clouds with their tongues of fire. It was curious, but in that high-walled place she could not see it well. Now, from the top of the hut, the view would be better. Yes, and Ishmael was coming to visit her. Well, they would meet for the last time on the top of the hut. She was not afraid of him, not at all. But it would be strange to see him scrambling up the hut, and they would talk there for a little while with their faces close together, till what? Till something strange happened, something unhappy for Ishmael. Oh, no, she would not kill herself. She would wait to see what it was that happened to Ishmael, that strange thing which she knew so well, and yet could not remember. How easy this hut was to climb. A cat could not have run up with less trouble. Now she stood on the top of it, her spear in one hand, and holding with the other to the pole that was set there to scare away the lightning, stood for a long time, watching the wild beasts licking the clouds with their red tongues. The beasts grew weary of lapping up clouds. Their appetites were satisfied for a while. At any rate, she saw their tongues no more. The air was very hot and heavy, and the darkness very dense. It seemed to press about her, as though she were plunged in cream. Yet Rachel thought that she heard sounds through it, a sound of feet to the west, and a sound of feet to the east. Then she heard another sound, that of the door in the wall opening, and of a soft, tentative footfall, like to the footfall of a questing wolf. She knew it at once, for now her senses were sharper than those of any savage. It was the step of Ibubesi, the night prowler. She felt inclined to laugh. It was so funny to think of herself standing there on the top of the hut while the night prowler slunk about below looking for her. But she refrained, remembering the dreadful noise when all the heavens began to laugh in answer. So she was silent, for the heavens do not reverberate silence, although she could hear her own thoughts passing through them, passing up, one by one, on their infinite journey. Listen. He was walking round and round the yard. He went to the bench beneath the tree and felt along it with his fingers to see if she were there. Now he was entering the hut and groping at the bedstead, and now he had kindled a light, for the rays of it shone faintly up through the smoke hole. Discovering nothing, he came out again, leaving the lamp burning within, and called to her softly. "Rachel," he said. "Rachel, where are you?" There was no answer, and he began to talk to himself. "Has she got away?" he muttered. "Some of them have gone, I know, the accursed, cowardly fools. No, it is not possible. The watch was too good, unless she really is a spirit, and has melted as spirits do. I hope not, for if so, she will haunt me, and I want her company in the flesh, not in the spirit. I ought to have it, too, for it has cost me pretty dear. She must have bewitched me, or why should I risk everything for her, just for one white woman who hates the sight of me? The devil is at the back of it. This was his road from the first." So he went on, until Rachel could bear it no more. The thing was too absurd. "Yes, yes," she said from the top of the hut. "His road from the first, and it ends, not far away, at the red gates of hell, night prowler." The man below gasped and fell against the fence. "Whose voice is that? Where are you?" he asked of the air. Then, as there was no answer, he added, "It sounded like Rachel, but it spoke above me. I suppose that she has killed herself. I thought she might, but better that she should be dead than belong to that fellow. Only then, why does she speak?" He started to feel his way towards the hut, perhaps to fetch the lamp, when suddenly the skies behind were illumined in a blaze of light, a broad, slow blaze that endured for several seconds. By it the eyes of Rachel, made quick with madness, saw many things. From her perch on the top of the hut, she saw the town of Mafuti. On the plain to the west, she saw a number of black dots, which she took to be people and cattle, traveling away from the town. In the neck to the east, she saw more dots, each of them crested with white and carrying something white. Surely it was a Zulu impi marching. Some of these dots had come to the wall of the town, yes, and some of them were on the crest of it, while yet others were creeping down its main street not 100 yards away. Also these caught sight of something, for they paused and seemed to fall together as though in fear. Lastly, just before the light went out, she perceived Ishmael in the yard below, glaring up at her, for he too had seen her standing above him in the air, the spear in her hand, and in her eyes fire. But of the dots to the east and of the dots to the west he had seen nothing. He appeared to fall to his knees and remain there, muttering. Then the heavens blazed again, for the storm was coming up, and by the flare of them he read the truth. This was no ghost, but the living woman. "Oh," he said, recovering himself, "that's where you've got to, is it? Come down, Rachel, and let us talk." She made no answer, none at all, she who was so curious to see what he would do. For quite a long while he harangued her from below, walking round and round the hut. Then at length, in despair, he began to climb it. But in that darkness which now and again turned to dazzling light, unlike Rachel, he found the task difficult, and once missing his hold, he fell to the ground heavily. Finding his feet, he rushed at the hut with an oath, and clutching the straw and the grass strings that bound it, struggled almost to the top, to be met by the point of Rachel's spear held in his face. There then he hung, looking like a toad on the slope of a rock, unable to advance because of that spear, and unwilling to go down, lest his labor must be begun again. "Rachel," he said, "come down, Rachel. Whatever I have done has been for your sake. Come down and tell me that you forgive me." She laughed out loud, a wild, screaming laugh, for really he looked most ridiculous, sprawling there on the bend of the hut, and the lightning showed her all sorts of pictures in his eyes. "Did Richard Darrien forgive you?" she asked. "And what did you mix that poison with? Milk? The milk of human kindness? It was a very good poison, Toad, so good that I think you must have drawn it from your own blood. When you are dead, all the bushmen should come and dip their arrows in you, for then even crocodiles and the big snakes would die at a scratch." He made no answer, so she went on. "Have your people forgiven you? If so, why did they flee away, carrying that white thing which was a man? Have my father and mother forgiven you? Do you hear what they are saying to me, that judgment is the Lord's? Have the Zulus forgiven you, the Zulus who believe that judgment is the King's, and the Inkosazanas? Turn now and ask them, for here they are." And she pointed over his head with her spear. "Turn, Toad, and set out your case, and I will stand above and try it, the case of Dingaan against Ibubesi, and one by one I will call up those who died through you, and they shall give their evidence, and I, the judge, will sum it up to a jury of sharp spears. See, here come the spears. Look at the wall, Toad, look at the wall." As she raved on, and pointed with her assegai, the lightning blazed out, and Ishmael, who had looked round at her bidding, saw Zulu warriors leaping down from the crest of the wall, and Zulu captains rushing in by the opened door. At this terrible sight he slid to the ground, purposing to reach his gun, which he had left there, and to defend or kill himself, who knows which. But before ever he could lay a hand upon it, those fierce men had pounced upon him like leopards on a goat. Now they held him fast, and a voice, it was that of Tambusa, called through the darkness, "Hail to thee, Inkosazana! Come down now and pass judgment on this wild beast who would have harmed thee." "Tambusa," she cried, "the Inkosazana has fled away. Only the white woman in whom she dwelt remains. Her spirit hangs in wrath over the people of the Zulus, as an eagle hangs above a hare. Tambusa, there is blood between the Inkosazana and the people of the Zulus, the blood of those who gave her the body that she wore, who lie slain by them upon the bed at Ramah. Tambusa, There is blood between her and Ibubesi, the blood of the white man who loved the body that she wore, and whom she loved, the white lord whom Ibubesi did to death this day, because she who was the Inkosazana would not give herself to him. Tambusa, the Inkosazana, has suffered much from this Ibubesi, many an insult, many a shame. And when she called upon the Zulus, out of all their thousands, there was not a single spear to help her, because they were too busy killing those holy ones whom she called her father and her mother. And so Tambusa, the spirit of the Inkosazana, departed like a bird from the egg, leaving but this shell behind, that is full of sorrows and of dreams. Yet Tambusa, she still speaks through these lips of mine, and she says that from the seed of blood that they have sown, her people, the Zulus, must harvest woe upon woe, as while she dwelt among them, she warned them that it would be if ill came to those she loved. Tambusa, this is her command, that ye shield the breast in which she hid from the wild beast, Ibubesi and all evil men, and that ye lead this shape to Noya, the daughter of Siapi, whom Ibubesi brought to death, for with Noya it would dwell. Thus she wailed through the deep darkness, while the soldiers who packed the space below groaned in their grief and terror, because the soul of the Inkosazana had been made a wanderer by their sins, and the curse of the Inkosazana had fallen on their land. Again the lightning flared, and in it they saw her standing on the crest of the hut. She had let drop the spear, as though she needed it no more, and her arms were outstretched to the heavens, and her beautiful face was upturned, and her long hair floated in the wind. Seen thus, by that quick white light, which shone in the madness of her eyes, she seemed no woman, but what they had fabled her to be, a queen of spirits. And at the vision of her they groaned again, while some of them fell to the earth and hid their faces with their hands. The darkness fell once more, and a man went into the hut to bring out the lamp that burned there. When he returned, Rachel stood among them. They had not seen or heard her descend. Ishmael saw her also, and feeling his doom in the fierce eyes that glowered at him, stretched out his hand and caught her by the robe, praying for pity. At his touch she uttered a wild scream, which pierced like a knife through the hearts of all that heard it. "Suffer it not," she cried. "O my people, suffer not that I be thus defiled." They rent him from her with blows and execrations, looking up to their chief, for his word to tear him to pieces. "No," said Tambusa grimly, "he shall to the king, to tell his story ere he die." "Save me, Rachel, save me," he moaned. "You don't know what they mean. I was mad with love for you. Do not judge me harshly, and send me to be tortured." This appeal of his seemed to pierce the darkness of her brain, and for a little while her face grew human. "I judge not," she answered in Zulu. "Pray to the Great One above who judges. Oh man, man," she went on in a kind of eerie whisper, "what have I done to you that you should treat me thus? Why did you command the soldiers to kill my father and my mother? Why did you poison my lover? Why did you drive away my soul and fill me with this madness? Take me away from this accursed town, Tambusa, before heaven's vengeance falls on it, and let me see that face no more." Then some of them made a guard about her, and led her thence, along the central street, and through the barricaded gates, that they broke down for her passage. They led her to a little cave in the slope of the opposing hill, for although no rain fell, the gathered storm was breaking, the lightning flashed thick and fast, the thunder groaned and bellowed, and a wild wind beat the screeching trees. Here in the mouth of this cave, Rachel sat herself down and looked at the kraal, Mafuti, awaiting she knew not what, while the impi pillaged the town, and Ishmael, already half dead with fear, remained bound to the roof tree of the hut that had been her prison. Whilst she waited thus and watched, of a sudden one of the outer huts began to burn, though whether the lightning or some soldier had fired it, none could tell. Then in an instant, as it seemed, driven by the raging wind, the flame leapt from roof to roof, till Mafuti was but a sheet of fire. The soldiers at their work of pillage saw, and rushed hither and thither confusedly, for they did not know the paths, and were tangled in the fences. A figure appeared, running down the central street, a figure of flame, for his clothes burned on him, and those by Rachel said, "See, see, Ibobesi." He could not reach the gate, for a blazing hut fell across his path. Turning, he sped to the edge of a cliff that rose nearby, where, because of its steepness, there was no wall. Here for a while he ran up and down, till the wind-driven fire from new-lit huts at its brink leapt out upon him like thin scarlet tongues. He threw himself to the ground. He rose again, beating his head with his hand, for his long hair was ablaze. Then, in his torment and despair, of a sudden, he threw himself backwards into the dark gulf beneath. 50 feet and more, he fell to the rocks below, and where he fell, there he lay, till he died. And on the morrow the Zulus found and buried him. Thus did Ishmael depart out of the life of Rachel, to the end which he had earned. Nor did he go alone, for of the Zulus in the town many were caught by the fire, and perished, so many that when the regiment mustered at dawn, that same regiment which had escorted the Inkosazana to the banks of the Tugela, 51 men were missing, whilst numbers of others appear burned and blistered. "Ah," said Tambusa, as he surveyed the injured and counted the dead, "the curse is quickly at work among us, and I think that this is but the beginning of evil. Well, I expected it, no less." As for the town of Mafuti, it was utterly destroyed. To this day the place is a wilderness where the grass grows rank between the crumbling, fire-blackened walls. For the people of Ibobesi, who had fled, returned thither no more, nor would others build where it had been, since still they swear that the spot is haunted by the figure of a white man, who in times of thunder rushes across it wrapped in fire, and plunges blazing into the gulf upon its northern side. After the storm came the rain which poured all night long, a steady sheet of water, reaching from earth to heaven. Rachel watched it vacantly for a while, then went to the head of the little cave, and lay down, wrapped in karosses that they had made ready for her. Moreover, she slept as a child sleeps, until the sun shone bright on the morrow. Then she woke and asked for food. But the impi did not sleep. All night long the soldiers stood in huddled groups, beneath such shelter as the trees and the rocks would give to them, while the water poured on them pitilessly, till their teeth chattered and their limbs were frozen. Some died of the cold that night, and afterwards many others fell sick of agues and fevers of the lungs, which killed a number of them. In the morning, when the storm was past, and the sun shone hotly, Tambusa called the council of the captains together, and consulted with them as to whether they should follow after the people of Mafuti who had fled, and destroy them, or return straight to Zululand. Most of the captains answered that of Mafuti and its people they had seen enough. Ibu Bessi was dead, slain by the vengeance of heaven. The Inkosazana they had rescued alive, though filled with madness. The White Lord Dario had been murdered by Ibu Bessi, it was said with poison, and doubtless his body was burned in the fire. As for the people of Mafuti themselves, it would seem that most of them were innocent, as they had fled the place, deserting their chief. To these arguments other captains answered that the people of Mafuti were not innocent, inasmuch as they had helped Ibu Bessi to carry off the Inkosazana and the White Lord Dario from Ramah, and consented to their imprisonment and to the death of one of them, only flying when they had tidings that the impi was on the way. Moreover, the command was that every one of these dogs should be killed, whereas they had killed none of them, but only taken those cattle which were left behind in their flight. At length, the dispute growing fierce, the captains, being unable to come to an agreement, decided that they would lay the matter before the Inkosazana and be guided by the words that fell from her, if they could understand them. So Tambusa went into the cave with one other man, and talked to Rachel, who sat staring at him with stony eyes, as though she understood nothing. When at length he ceased, however, she cried, "Lead me to Noia, at the great place, lead me to Noia," nor would she say any more. So as the people of Mafuti had fled, they knew not where, and they had secured some of the cattle, and as many of the soldiers were sick from the cold and burns received in the fire, Tambusa told the regiment that it was the will of the Inkosazana that they should return to Zululand. A while later they started, those of them who were so badly burned that they could not travel, being carried on shields. But Rachel would not be carried, choosing to walk alone, surrounded at a distance by a ring of soldiers who guarded her. 4 hours she walked thus, showing no sign of weariness, but now and again bursting out into shrill laughter, as though she saw things that moved her to merriment. Only the regiment that listened was not merry, for it had heard the words that the Inkosazana spoke in the town of Mafuti, foretelling evil to the Zulus, because of the blood that was between them and her. They thought that she laughed over the misfortunes that were to come, and over those that had already befallen them in the fire and in the rain. About midday they halted to eat, and as before, Rachel took food in plenty, for now that her mind was wandering, her body seemed to call for sustenance. When their meal was finished, they moved down to the banks of the Buffalo River, which ran nearby, to find that it was in great flood after the heavy rain, and that it was not safe to try the ford. So they determined to camp there on the banks, murmuring among themselves that all went ill with them upon this journey, as was to be expected, and that they would have done better if they had spent the time in hunting down the people of Mafuti, instead of sitting idle like tired storks upon the banks of a river. Yet bad as things might seem, they were destined to be worse, for while some of them were cutting boughs and grass to make a hut for the Inkosazana, Rachel, who stood watching them with empty eyes, of a sudden laughed in her mad fashion and sped like a swallow to the lip of the foaming ford. Here, before they could come up with her, she threw off the outer cloak she wore and rushed into the water till the current bore her from her feet. Then, while the whole regiment shouted in dismay, she began to swim, striking out for the further bank, and being swept downwards by the stream. Now Tambusa, who was almost crazed with fear lest she should drown, called out that where the Inkosazana went, they must follow, even to their deaths. "It is so," answered the soldiers, as each man, locking his arms about the middle, of him who stood in front. Company by company, they plunged into the water, in a fourfold chain, hoping thus to bridge it from bank to bank. Meanwhile Rachel swam on in the strength of her madness, as a woman has seldom swum before. Again and again the muddy waters broke over her head, and the soldiers groaned, thinking that she was drowned. But always that golden hair reappeared above them. A great tree swept down upon her, but she dived beneath it. She was dashed against a tall rock, but she warded herself away from it with her hands and still swam on, till at length with a shout of joy the Zulus saw her find her feet and struggle slowly to the further bank. Yes, and up it till she reached its crest, where she stood and watched them idly, as though unconscious of the danger she had passed, and of the water that ran from her hair and breast. "Where a woman can go, we can follow," said some, but others answered, "She is not a woman, but a spirit. Death himself cannot kill her." Now the fourfold chain was near the center of the ford, when suddenly those at the tip of it were lifted from their feet as Rachel had been, nor could those behind hold on to them. They were torn from their grasp and swept away, the most of them never to be seen again, for of these men but few could swim. Thrice this happened, until strong swimmers were sent to the front, and at length these men won across, as Rachel had done, and caught hold of the stones on the further side, thus forming a living chain from bank to bank, whereof the center floated and was bent outward by the weight of the water, as the back of a bow bends when the string is drawn. By the help of this human rope thus formed, the companies began to come over, supporting themselves against it, till presently the strain and the push of them and of the angry river overcame its strength, and the chain burst in the middle, so that many were borne down the stream and drowned. Yet with risk and toil and loss it joined itself together again and held fast, until every man was over, save the sick and some lads who were left to tend them, and the cattle on the further bank. Then that cable of brave warriors began to struggle forward like a great snake dragging its tail after it, and so by degrees drew itself to safety, and gasping out foam and water, saluted the Inkosazana where she stood. Many were drowned, and others were bruised by rocks, but of this they thought little, since she was safe, and they had found her again, to have lost whom would have been a shame from generation to generation. She watched the captains, reckoning up the number of the dead, and when Tambusa and some of them came to make report of it to her, a shadow, as of pity, floated across her stony eyes. "Not on my head," she cried, "not on my head. There is blood between the Inkosazana and her people of the Zulus, and that blood avenges itself in blood." And she laughed her eerie laugh. "It is true, it is just, O Queen," answered Tambusa solemnly. "The nation must pay for the sin of its children, as the wild beast Ibubesi has paid for his sins." Then, as they could travel no further that day, they built a hut and lit a great fire, by which Rachel sat and dried herself, nor did she take any harm from the water, for as the Zulus had said, it seemed as though nothing could harm her now. The soldiers also lit fires, and dispatched messengers to neighboring kraals, commanding them to bring food, and to send maidens to attend on the Inkosazana, while others went to a mountain to call all this ill tidings from hill to hill, till it came to the great place of the king. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 18. The Curse of the Inkosazana. That night the regiment and Rachel slept upon the bank of the river, and nothing happened save that lions carried off 2 soldiers, while 2 more who had been injured against the rocks died. Also others fell sick. On the following morning food arrived in plenty from the neighboring kraals, and with it some girls of high birth to attend upon the Inkosazana. But with these Rachel would have nothing to do, and when they came near to her only said, "Where is Noia, daughter of Siapi? Lead me to Noia." So they began their march again, Rachel walking as before in the center of a ring of soldiers, and that night slept at a kraal upon a hill. Here messengers from the king met them, charged with many fine words, to which Rachel listened without understanding them, and then scared them away with her laughter. Also they brought a beautiful cloak, made of the skins of a rare white monkey, and this she took and wrapped herself in it, for she seemed to understand that her clothes were ragged. That day they passed through fertile country, where much corn was grown. Here they saw a strange sight, for as they went, clouds seemed to arise in the sky from behind them, which presently were seen to be not clouds, but tens of millions of great winged grasshoppers, that lit upon the corn, devouring it and every other green thing. Within a few hours nothing was left, except the roots and bare branches, while the women of that land ran to and fro wailing, knowing that next winter they and their children must starve, and the cattle lowed about them hungrily, for the locust had devoured all the grass. Moreover, having eaten everything, these insects themselves began to die in myriads, so that soon the air was poisoned. The waters were also poisoned with their dead bodies, and at once sickness came, which presently grew into a pestilence. Now the men of the country sent a deputation to the Inkosazana, praying her to remove the curse, but when they had spoken, she only repeated the words she had used upon the banks of the Buffalo River. "Not on my head, not on my head. There is blood between the Inkosazana and her people of the Zulus. Famine and war and death upon the people of the Zulus, because they have shed the holy blood." Then the men grew afraid and went away, and the regiment marched on, accompanied by the myriads of the locusts that wasted all the land through which they passed. At length, followed by a wail of misery, they came to the great place and entered it, preceded by the locusts, which already were heaped up in the streets like winter leaves, and for lack of other provender gnawed at the straw of the huts and the shields and mooches of the soldiers. It was a strange sight to see the men trying to stamp them to death, and the women and children rushing to and fro, shrieking and brushing them from their hair. Amid such scenes as these they passed through the town of Umgungundlovu, into which Rachel had been brought in order that the people might see that their Inkosazana had returned, and on to that kraal upon the hill, where she had spent all those weary weeks until Richard came. She reached it as the sun was setting, and although she did not seem to know any of them, was received with joy and adoration by the women who had been her attendants. Here she slept that night, for they thought that she must be too weary to see the king at once. Moreover, he desired first to receive the reports of Tambusa and the captains, and to learn all that had happened in this strange business. Next morning, whilst Rachel sat by the pool, in which once she had seen the vision of Richard, Tambusa and an escort came to bring her to Dingaan. When they told her this, she said neither yea nor nay, but refusing to enter a litter they had brought, walked at the head of them, back to the great place, and watched by thousands, through the locust-strewn streets to the Untunkulu, the house of the king. Here in front of his hut, and surrounded by his council, sat Dingaan, and the Indunas who rose to greet her with the royal salute. She advanced towards them slowly, looking more beautiful than ever she had done, but with wild, wandering eyes. They set a stool for her, and she sat down on the stool, staring at the ground. Then, as she said nothing, Dingaan, who seemed very sad and full of fear, commanded Tambusa to report all that had happened in the ears of the council, and he took up his tale. He told of the journey to the Tugela, and of how the Inkosazana and the White Lord Dario had crossed the river alone but a few hours after Ibubesi, ordering him to follow next day, also alone, with the white ox that bore her baggage. He told how he had done so, and on reaching Ramah, had found the white Unfundusi and his wife, lying dead in their room, and on the floor of it, a Zulu of the men who had been sent with Ibubesi, also dead, and in the garden of the house a man of the people of Ibubesi dying, who, with his last breath, narrated to him the story of the taking of the Inkosazana and the White Lord by Ibubesi. He told of how he had run to the town of Mafuti to find out the truth, and of the message that he had sent by the herd boy to Ibubesi and his people. Lastly, he told all the rest of that story, of how he had come back to Zululand as though he had wings, and finding the regiment that had escorted the Inkosazana still in camp near the river, had returned with them to attack Mafuti, which they discovered to be deserted by its people. While he described how by the flare of the lightning they saw the Inkosazana standing on the roof of a hut, how they captured the wild beast, Ibubesi, how they learned that the spirit of the Inkosazana was wandering, and the dreadful words she said, the burning of Mafuti, and the fearful death of Ibubesi by fire, all the council listened in utter silence. Thus they listened also whilst he showed how evil after evil had fallen upon the regiment, evil by fire and water and sickness, as evil had fallen upon the land also by the plague of locusts. At length Tambusa's story was finished, and certain men were brought forward, bound, who had been the captains of the band that went with Ishmael, among them those who had killed or caused to die the white teacher and his wife. Upon the stern command of the king, these men also told their story, saying that they had not meant to kill the white man, and that what they did was done at the word of Ibubesi, whom they were ordered to obey in all things, but who, as they now understood, had dared to lay a plot to capture the Inkosazana for himself. When they had finished, the king rose and poured out his wrath on them, because through their deeds the spirit of the Inkosazana had been driven away, and her curse laid upon the land, where already it was at work. Then he commanded that they should be led thence, all of them, and put to a terrible death, and with them those captains of the regiment who had spoken against the following of the people of Mafuti, who should, he said, have been destroyed, every one. At his words, executioners rushed in to seize these wretched men, and then it was that Rachel, who all this while had sat as though she heard nothing, lifted her head and spoke for the first time. "Set them free, she commanded. "Vengeance is from heaven, and heaven will pour it out in plenty. Not on my hands shall be the blood of those who sent the spirit of the Inkosazana to wander in the skies. Who was it that bade an impi run to Ramah? And what did they there in the house of those who gave me birth? When the master calls, the dogs must search and kill. Set them free, lest there be more blood between the Inkosazana and her people of the Zulus." When he heard these words, spoken in a strange wailing voice, Dingaan trembled, for he knew that it was he who had bidden his dogs to run. "Let them go," he said, "and let the land see them no more forever." So those men went, thankfully enough, and the land saw them no more. As they passed the gate, other men entered, starved and hungry-looking men, whose bones almost pierced their skins, and who carried in their hands remnants of shields that looked as though they had been gnawed by rats. They saluted the king with feeble voices and squatted down upon the ground. "Who are those skeletons," he asked angrily, "who dare to break in upon my council?" "King," answered their spokesman, "we are captains of the Nobombe, the Ndwenge, and the Isangu regiments, whom thou didst send to destroy the chief, Madaku, and his people, who dwell far away, in the swampland to the north, near where the great river runs into the sea. King, we could not come at this chief, because he fled away, on rafts and in boats, he and his people, and we lost our path among the reeds, where again and again we were ambushed, and many of us sank in the swamps and were drowned. Also we found no food, and were forced to live upon our shields." And he held up a gnawed fragment in his hand. "So we perished by hundreds, and of all who went forth, but 21 times 10 remain alive." When Dingaan heard this he groaned, for his arms had been defeated, and 3 of his best regiments destroyed. But Rachel laughed aloud, the terrible laugh at which all who heard it shivered. "Did I not say," she asked, "that heaven would pour out its vengeance in plenty, because of the blood that runs between the spirit of the Inkosazana and her people of the Zulus?" "Truly, this curse works fast and well," exclaimed Dingaan. Then, turning to the men, he shouted, "Begone, you starved rats, you cowards who do not know how to fight, and be thankful that the great elephant, Chaka, is dead, for surely he would have fed you upon shields until you perished." So these captains crept away also. Ere they were well gone, a man appeared craving audience, a fat man who wore a woeful countenance, for tears ran down his bloated cheeks. Dingaan knew him well, for every week he saw him, and sometimes oftener. "What is it, Movo, keeper of the kine," he asked anxiously, "that you break in on me thus at my council?" "O king," answered the fat man, "pardon me, but, O king, my tidings are so sad that I availed myself of my privilege and pushed past the guards at the gate." "Those who bear ill news ever run quickly," grunted the king. "Stop that weeping, and out with it, Movo." "Shaker of the earth, eater up of enemies," said Movo, "thou thyself art eaten up, or at least thy cattle are, the cattle that I love. A sore sickness has fallen on the great herd, the royal herd, the white herd, with the twisted horns, and," here he paused to sob, "1,000 of them are dead, and many more are sick. Soon there will be no herd left," and he wept outright. Now Dingaan leaped up in his wrath, and struck the man so sharply with the shaft of the spear he held that it broke upon his head. "Fat fool that you are," he exclaimed, "what have you done to my cattle? Speak, or you shall be slain for an evil-doer who has bewitched them." "Is it a crime to be fat, O king?" answered the indignant Movo, rubbing his skull, "when others are so much fatter?" And he looked reproachfully at Dingaan's enormous person. "Can I help it, if 1,000 of thy oxen are now but hides for shields?" "Will you answer, or will you taste the other end of the spear?" asked Dingaan, grasping the broken shaft just above the blade. "What have you done to my cattle?" "O king, I have done nothing to them. Can I help it if those accursed beasts choose to eat dead locusts instead of grass, and foam at the mouth and choke? Can the cattle help it if all the grass has become locusts, so that there is nothing else for them to eat? I am not to blame, and the cattle are not to blame. Blame the heavens above, to whom now, or rather," he added hastily, "some wicked wizard must have given offense, for no such thing as this has been known before in Zululand." Again Rachel broke in with her wild laughter and said, "Did I not tell thee that vengeance would be poured down in plenty? Poured down like the rain, O Dingaan! Vengeance on the king, vengeance on the people, vengeance on the soldiers, vengeance on the corn, vengeance on the kine, vengeance on the whole land, because blood runs between the spirit of the Inkosazana and the race of the Amazulu, whom once she loved." It is true, White One, but why dost thou say it so often?" groaned the maddened Dingaan. "Why show the whip to those who must feel the blow? Now you, Movo, have you done?" "Not quite, O king," answered the melancholy Movo, still rubbing his head. "The cattle of all the kraals around are dying of this same sickness, and the crops are quite eaten, so that next winter everyone must perish of famine." "Is that all, O Movo?" "Not quite, O king, since messengers have come to me, as head keeper of the kine, to say that all the other royal herds within 2 days' journey are also stricken, although, if I understand them right, of some other pest, also, which I forgot to add." "Hunt out this bearer of ill tidings," roared Dingaan. "Hunt him out, and send orders that his own cattle be taken to fill up the holes in my blanket." Now some attendants sprang on the luckless Movo and began to beat him with their sticks. Still, before he reached the gates, he succeeded in turning round, weeping in good earnest, and shouted, "It is quite useless, O king. All my cattle are dead too. They will find nothing but the horns and the hoofs, for I have sold the hides to the shield makers." Then they thrust him forth. He was gone, and for a while there was silence, for despair filled the hearts of the king and his counselors, as they gazed at Rachel dismayed, wondering within themselves how they might be rid of her and of the evils which she had brought upon them because of the blood of her people which lay at her doors. Whilst they still stared thus in silence, yet another messenger came running through the gate like one in great haste. "Now I am minded to order this fellow to be killed before he opens his mouth," said Dingaan, "for of a surety he also is a bearer of ill tidings." "Nay, O king," cried out the man in alarm, "my news is only that an embassy awaits without." "From whom?" asked Dingaan anxiously. "The white Amabuna?" "Nay, O king, from the queen of the ghost people, to whom thou didst dispatch Noya, daughter of Siapi, a while ago." Hearing the name Noya, Rachel lifted her head, and for the first time her face grew human. "I remember," said Dingaan. "Admit the embassy." Then followed a long pause. At length the gate opened, and through it appeared Noya herself, clad in a garb of spotless white and somewhat travel-worn, but beautiful as ever. She was escorted by 4 gigantic men, who were naked except for their muchas, but wore copper ornaments on their wrists and ankles, and great rings of copper in their ears. After her came 3 litters, whereof the grass curtains were tightly drawn, carried by bearers of the same size and race, and after these a bodyguard of 50 soldiers of like stature. This strange and barbarous-looking company advanced slowly, whilst the council stared at them, wondering. for never before had they seen people so huge, and arriving in front of the king, set down the litters, staring back in answer with their great round eyes. As they came, Rachel rose from her stool and turned slowly, so that she and Noia, who walked in front of the embassy, stood face to face. For a moment they gazed at each other. Then Noia, running forward, knelt before Rachel and kissed the hem of her robe, but Rachel bent down and lifted her up in her strong arms, embracing her as a mother embraces a child. "Where hast thou been, sister?" she asked. "I have sought thee long." "Surely on thy business, Zula," answered Noia, scanning her curiously. "Dost thou not remember?" "Nay, I remember not, Noia, save that I have sought thee long. My spirit wanders, Noia." "Lady," she said, "my people told me that it was so. They told me many terrible things, they who can see afar, they for whom distance has no gates, but I did not believe them. Now I see with my own eyes. Be at peace, lady. My people will give thee back thy spirit, though perchance thou must travel to find it, for in their land all spirits dwell. Be at peace and listen." "With thee, Noia, I am at peace," replied Rachel, and still holding her hand, she reseated herself upon the stool. "Where are the messengers?" asked Dingaan. "I see none." "King," answered Noia, "they shall appear." Then she made signs to the escort of giants, some of whom came forward and drew the curtains of the litters, whilst others opened huge umbrellas of split cane, which they carried in their hands. "Now, what weapons are these?" asked Dingaan. "Daughter of Siapi, you know that none may appear before the king armed." "Weapons against the sun, O king, which my people hate." "And who are the wizards that hate the sun?" queried Dingaan again in an astonished voice. Then he was silent, for out of the first litter came a little man, pale as the shoot from a bulb that has grown in darkness, with large soft eyes like the eyes of an owl that blinked in the light, and long hair out of which all the color seemed to have faded. As the man who, like Noia, was dressed in a white robe, and in size measured no more than a 12-year-old child, set his sandaled feet upon the ground, one of the huge guards sprang forward to shield him with the umbrella, but being awkward, struck his leg against the pole of the litter, and stumbled against him, nearly knocking him to the ground, and in his efforts to save himself, letting fall the umbrella. The little man turned on him furiously, and holding one hand above his head, as though to shield himself from the sun, with the other pointed at him, speaking in a low sibilant voice that sounded like the hiss of a snake. Thereon the guard fell to his knees, and bending down with outstretched arms, beat his forehead on the earth as though in prayer for mercy. The sight of this giant making supplication to one whom he could have killed with a blow was so strange that Dingaan, unable to restrain his curiosity, asked Noia if the dwarf was ordering the other to be killed. "Nay, king," answered Noia, "for blood is hateful to these people. He is saying that the soldier has offended many times. Therefore he curses him, and tells him that he shall wither like a plucked leaf and die without seeing his home again." "And will he die?" asked Dingaan. "Certainly, king. Those upon whom the ghost people lay their curse must obey the curse. Moreover, this man deserves his doom, for on the journey he killed another to take his food." "Of a truth, a terrible people," said Dingaan uneasily. "Bid them lay no curse on me, lest they should see more blood than they wish for." "It is foolish to threaten the great ones of the ghost folk, king, for they hear even what they seem not to understand," answered Noia quietly. "Wow!" exclaimed the king. "Let my words be forgotten. I am sorry that I troubled them to come so far to visit me. Meanwhile, The offender had crept back upon his hands and knees, looking like a great beaten dog, whilst another soldier, taking his umbrella, held it over the angry dwarf. Also, from the other litters, 2 more dwarves had descended, so like to the first that it was difficult to tell them apart, and were in the same fashion sheltered by guards with umbrellas. Mats were brought for them also, and on these they sat themselves down at right angles to Dingaan, and to Rachel, whose stool was set in front of the king, whilst behind them stood 3 of their escort, each holding an umbrella over the head of one of them with the left hand, while with the right they fanned them with small branches, upon which the leaves, although they were dead, remained green and shining. With Dingaan and his council, the 3 dwarves did not seem to trouble themselves, but at Rachel they peered earnestly. Then one of them made a sign, and muttered something, whereon the soldier of the escort stepped forward with a 4th umbrella, which he opened over the heads of Rachel and of Noia, who stood at her side. "Why does he do that?" asked Dingaan. "The Inkosazana is not a bat that she fears the sun." "He does it," answered Noia, "that the Inkosazana may sit in the shade of the wisdom of the ghost people, and that her heart, which is hot with many wrongs, may grow cool in the shade." "What does he know about the Inkosazana and her wrongs?" asked Dingaan again, but Noia only shrugged her shoulders and made no answer. Now one of the dwarves made another sign, whereon more guards advanced, carrying small bowls of polished wood. These bowls they set upon the ground before the 3 dwarves, one before each of them, filling them to the brim with water from a gourd. "If your people are thirsty, Noia," exclaimed the king, "I have beer for them to drink, for at least the locusts have left me that. Bid them throw away the water, and I will give them beer." "It is not water, king," she answered, "but dew gathered from certain trees before sunrise, and it is their spirits that are thirsty for knowledge, not their bodies, for in this dew they read the truth." "Then the Inkosazana must be of their family, Noia, for she read of the coming of the white chief Dario in water, or so they say." "Perhaps, O king. If it is so, these prophets will know it and acknowledge her." Now for a long while there was silence, so long a while indeed that Dingaan and his counselors began to move uneasily, for they felt as though the dwarf men were fingering their heartstrings. At length the 3 dwarves lifted their wrinkled faces that were bleached to the color of half-ripe corn, and gazed at each other with their round, owl-like eyes. Then, as though with one accord, they said to each other, "What seest thou, priest?" And at some sign from them, Noia translated the words into Zulu. Now the first of them, he who had cursed the soldier, spoke in his low, hissing voice, a voice like to the whisper of leaves in the wind, Noia rendering his words. "I see 2 maidens standing by a house that moves when cattle draw it. One of them is dark-skinned, it is she," and he pointed to Noia. "The other is fair-skinned, it is she," and he pointed to Rachel. They cast each of them a hair from her head into the air. The black hair falls to the ground, but a spirit catches the hair of gold and bears it northward. It is the spirit of Siapi, whom the Zulus slew. Northwards he bears it, and lays it in the hand of the mother of trees, and with it a message. "Yes, with it a message," repeated the other 2, nodding their heads. Then one of them drew a little package, wrapped in leaves from his robe, and motioned to Noia that she should give it to Rachel. Noia obeyed, and the man said, "Let us see if she has vision. Tell us, thou white one, What lies within the leaves? Rachel, who had been sitting like a person in a dream, took the packet and without looking at it answered, Many other leaves, and within the last of them a hair from this head of mine. I see it, but 3 knots have been tied therein. They are 3 great troubles. Open, said the dwarf to Noia, who cut the fiber binding the packet and unfolded many layers of leaves. Within the last leaf was a golden hair, and in it were tied 3 knots. Noia laid the hair upon the head of Rachel. It was hers. Then she showed it to the king and his council, who stared at the knots, not knowing what to say, and after they had looked at it, refolded it in the leaves and returned the packet to the dwarf. Now the dwarf, who had read the picture in his bowl, turned to him who sat nearest and asked, What seest thou, priest? The man stared at the limpid water and answered, I see this place at night. I see yonder king and his counselors talking to a white man with evil eyes and the face of a hawk, who has been wounded on the head and foot. I read their lips. They bargain together. It is of the bringing of an old prophet and his wife hither by force. I see the prophet and his wife in a house, and with them Zulus. By the command of the white man with the evil eyes, the Zulus kill the prophet, whose head is bald, and his wife dies upon the bed. Before they kill the prophet, he slays one of the Zulus with smoke that comes from an iron tube. When he heard all this, Dingaan groaned, but the dwarf who had spoken, taking no heed of him, said to the third dwarf, What seest thou, priest? To which that dwarf answered, I see the white one, yonder, standing on a hut, but her spirit has fled from her. It has fled from her to haunt the trees. In her hand is a spear, and below is the white man with the evil eyes, held by Zulus. I read her words. She says that there is blood, and he shivered as he said the word. Yes, blood, between her spirit and the people of the Zulus. She prophesies evil to them. I see the ill. I see many burnt in a great fire. I see many drowned in an angry river. I see the demons of sickness lay hold of many. I see her spirit call up the locusts from the coastland. I see it bring disaster on their arms. I see it scatter plague upon their cattle. I see a dim shape that it summons striding towards this land. It travels fast over a winter veld, and the head of it is the head of a skull, and the name of it is famine. As he ended his words, the 3 dwarfs bent forward, and with one movement seized their bowls and emptied them onto the ground, saying, Earth, earth, drink, drink, and bear record of these visions. Now the council was much disturbed, for although there were great witch-doctors among them, none had known magic like to this. Only Dingaan stared down brooding. Then he looked up, and his fat body shook with hoarse laughter. You play pretty tricks, little men, he said, with your giants and your bows, and your huts that open, and your bowls of water. But for all that, they are only tricks, since Noia or others have told you of these things that happened in the past. Now if you are wizards indeed, read me the riddle of the words of the Inkosazana that she spoke before her spirit left her, because of the evil acts of the wolf Ibubesi. Show me the answer to them in your bowls of water, little men, or be driven hence as cheats and liars. Also tell us your names, by which we may know you. When Noia had translated this speech, the 3 dwarves gathered themselves under one umbrella and spoke to each other. Then they slid back to their places, And the first of them, he who had cursed the soldiers, said, "King of the Zulus, I am Edo. This on my right is Pani, and that on my left is Hana. We are children of the Mother of Trees. We are high priests of the Gray People, the Dream People, who rule by dreams and wisdom, not by spears as thou dost, O king. We are the Ghost Kings, whom the ghosts obey. We are the masters of the dead and the readers of hearts. Those are our names and titles, O king. We have traveled hither because thou sentest a messenger of our own blood, who whispered a strange tale in the ear of the Mother of Trees, a tale of one of whom we knew already, but desired to see." And all three of them nodded towards Rachel, seated on her stool. "We will read thy riddle, O king, but first thou must fix the fee." "What do you demand, ghost people?" asked Dingaan. "Cattle are somewhat scarce here just now, and wives, I think, would be of little use to you. What is there, then, that you desire, and I can give?" They looked at each other, then Edo said, pointing with his thin hand, upon which the nails grew long, "We ask for the white one who sits there. We think that her spirit dwells with us already, and we ask her body, that we may join it to the spirit again." Now the council murmured, but Dingaan replied, "Once we sought to keep her in whom dwelt the Inkosazana of the Zulus, but things have gone amiss, and she brings curses on us. If shape and spirit were joined together again, mayhap the curses would be taken off our heads. Yet we dare not give her to you, unless she gives herself of her own will. Moreover, first the divination, then the pay. Is that enough?" "It is enough," they answered, speaking all together. "Set out the matter, King of the Zulus, and we will see what we can do." Then Dingaan beckoned to a man with a withered hand who sat close to him, listening and noting all things, but saying nothing, and said, "Stand forth, thou, Mopo, and tell the tale." So Mopo rose and began his story. He told how he alone among the people of the Zulus had thrice seen the spirit of the Inkosazana in the days of the Black One who was gone. He told how many moons ago the white man Ibubesi had come to the great place, speaking of a beautiful white maiden, who was known by the name of the Inkosazana Izula, a maiden who ruled the lightning, and was not as other maidens are, and how he had been sent to see her, and found that, as was the spirit of the Inkosazana in which he knew, so was this maiden. "Wow," he added, "save that the one walked on air and the other on earth, they are the same." Moreover, as a spirit, she seemed wise. He told of the trapping of Noya, and of the decoying of Rachel into Zululand, and of the interview between her and the king by moonlight, when she smelt out Noya. Now he was going on to speak of the question put by Dingaan to the Inkosazana, and the answer that she gave to him, when one of the little men, who all this while sat as though they were asleep, blinking their eyes in the light, it was Edo, said, "Surely thou forgettest something, tongue of the king, thou who art named Mopo, or Umbopa, son of Mekadama. Thou forgettest certain words which the Inkosazana whispered to thee, when she threw her cloak about thy head, ere thou fleddest away from the council of the king. Of course we do not know the words, but why dost thou not repeat them, tongue of the king?" Mopo stared at him, and his teeth chattered. Then he answered, "Because they have nothing to do with the story, ghost men. Because they were of my own death, which is a little matter." The three dwarves turned their heads towards each other, and said, each to the other, "Hearest thou, priest? And hearest thou, priest? And hearest thou, priest? He says that the words were of his own death, and have nothing to do with the story." And they smiled and nodded, and appeared to go to sleep again. Now Mopo went on with his tale. He told of the question of the king, how he had asked the Inkosazana whether he should fall upon the Boers or let them be, of how she had searched the heavens with her eyes, of how the meteor had traveled before them and burst over the kraal, Umgungundlovu, that star which she said was thrown by the hand of the great, the Umkulunkulu, and of how she had sworn that she also heard the feet of a people traveling over plain and mountain, and saw the rivers behind them running red with blood. Lastly, he told of how she had refused to add to or take from her words, or to set out their meaning. Then Mopo set himself down again in the circle of the counselors, and watched and hearkened like a hungry wolf. "Ye have heard, ghost men," said the king. "Now, if ye are really wise, interpret to us the meaning of this saying of the Inkosazana, and of the running star, which none can read." The priest awoke, and consulted with each other. Then Edo said, "This matter is too high for us, King of the Zulus." Dingaan heard, and laughed angrily. I thought it, he cried. "Ye are but cheats, after all, who, like any common doctor, repeat the gossip that ye have heard, and pretend that it is a message from heaven. Now why should I not whip you from my town with rods till ye see that red blood which ye so greatly fear?" At the mention of the word blood, the little men seemed to curl up like cut grass before a fire. Then Edo smiled, a sickly smile, and answered, "Be gentle, king. Walk softly, king. We are but poor cheats, yet we will do our best, we or another for us. A new bowl, a big bowl, a red bowl for the Red King, and fill it to the brink with dew." As he piped out the words, a man from among their company appeared, with a vessel much larger than those into which they had gazed, and made of beautiful polished, blood-hued wood that gleamed in the sunlight. Edo took it in his hand, and another slave filled it with water from the gourd. The last drop of the water filled it to the brim. Then the three of them muttered invocations over it, and Edo, beckoning to Noya, bade her bear it to the Inkosazana, that she might gaze therein. Rachel received it, and looked. As she looked, all the emptiness left her eyes, which grew quick and active and full of horror. "Thou seest something, maiden?" queried Edo. "Aye," answered Rachel, "I see much. Must I speak?" "Nay, nay. Breathe on the water thrice, and fix the visions. Now bear the bowl to yonder king, and let him look. Perchance he also will see something." Rachel breathed on the water thrice, rose like one in a trance, and advancing to Dingaan, placed the brimming bowl upon his knees. "Look, king, look," cried Edo, "and tell us if in what thou seest lies an answer to the oracle of the Inkosazana." Dingaan stared at the water, angrily at first, as one who smells a trick. Then his face changed. "By the head of the Black One," he said, "I see people fighting in this kraal, white men and Zulus, and the white men are mastered, and the Zulus drag them out to death. The Zulus conquer. O my people, it is as I thought that it would be. That is the meaning of the riddle of the Inkosazana." "Good, good," said the council. "Doubtless it shall come to pass." But the dwarf Edo only smiled again and waved his hand. "Look once more, king," he said in his low, hissing voice, and Dingaan looked. Now his face darkened. "I see fire," he said. "Yes, in this kraal. Umgungundlovu burns, my royal house burns, and yonder come the white men riding upon horses. Oh, they are gone." Edo waved his hand again, saying, Look again, and tell us what thou seest, king." Unwillingly enough, but as though he could not resist, Dingaan looked and said, "I see a mountain whereon the top is like the shape of a woman, and between her knees is the mouth of a cave. Beneath the floor of that cave I see bodies, the body of a great man and the body of a girl. She must have been fair, that girl." Now when he heard this, the counselor, who was named Mopo, he with the withered hand, started up, then sat down again. But all were so intent upon listening to Dingaan that none noticed his movements save Noya and the priest of the ghosts. "I see a fat man come out of the cave," went on Dingaan. "He seems to be wounded and weary. Also his stomach is sunken as though with hunger. 2 other men seize him, a tall warrior with muscles that stand out on his legs, and another that is thin and short. They drag him up the mountain to a great cleft that is between the breasts of her who sits thereon. They speak with him, but I cannot see their faces, for they are wrapped in mist, or the face of the fat man, for that also is wrapped in mist. They hale him to the edge of the cleft, they hurl him over. He falls headlong, and the mist is swept from his face. Ah, it is my own face." Footnote. See Knot of the Lily, chapter 35. "Priest," whispered each of the little men to his fellow in the dead silence that followed, "Priest, this king says that he sees his own face. Priest, tell me now, has not the spirit of the Inkosazana interpreted the oracle of the Inkosazana? Will not yonder king be hurled down this cleft? Is he not the star that falls?" And they nodded and smiled at each other. But Dingaan leapt up in his rage and terror, and with him leapt up the counselors and witch-doctors, all save he who was named Mopo, son of Makadama, who sat still gazing at the ground. Dingaan leapt up and seizing the bowl, hurled it from him, so that the water in it fell over Rachel like rain from the clouds. He leapt up and he cursed the ghost priests as evil wizards, bidding them begone from his land. He raved at them, he threatened them, he cursed them again and again. The little men sat still and smiled, till he grew weary and ceased. Then they spoke to each other, saying, "He has sprinkled the White One with the dew of our trees, and henceforth she belongs to the trees. Is it not so, priest?" They nodded in assent, and Edo rose and addressed the king in a new voice, a shrill, commanding voice, saying, "O man, thou that art called a king, and causest much blood to flow, thou art but a bubble on a river of blood. Thou slayer that shall be slain, thou thrower of spears upon whom the spear shall fall, thou who shall look upon the face of stone that knows not pity, thou whom the earth shall swallow, thou who shall perish at the hands of—" "The faces of the slayers were veiled, priest," broke in the other 2 dwarfs, peeping up at him from beneath the shadow of their umbrellas. "Surely the faces of those slayers were veiled, O priest." "Thou who shalt perish at the hands of avengers whose faces are veiled. Thy riddle is read for thee as the mother of trees decreed that it should be read. It is well read. It is truly read. It shall befall in its season. Now give to thy servants their reward, and let them depart in peace. Give to them that White One whose lost spirit spoke to thee from the water." "Take her," roared Dingaan, "take her and begone, for to the Zulus she and Noya, the witch, bring naught but ill." But one of the council cried, "The Inkosazana cannot be sent away with these magicians unless it is her will to go." Then the little men nodded to Noya, and Noya whispered in the ear of Rachel. Rachel listened and answered, "Whither thou goest, Noya, thither I will go, I who seek my spirit. So Noah took Rachel by the hand and led her from the council place of the king, and as she went, followed by the ghost priests and their escort, for the last time all the counselors rose up and gave to her the royal salute. Only Dingaan sat upon the ground and beat it with his fists in fury. Thus did the Inkosazana Izula depart from the great place of the king of the Zulus, and Mopo, the son of Makadama, shading his eyes with his hand, watched her go from between his withered fingers. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 19. Rachel finds her spirit. Northward, ever northward, journeyed Rachel with the ghost priests. For days and weeks they journeyed, slowly, and for the most part at night, since these people dreaded the glare of the sun. Sometimes she was borne along in a litter with Noah upon the shoulders of the huge slaves, but more often she walked between the litters in the midst of a guard of soldiers, for now she was so strong that she never seemed to weary, nor even in the fever swamps, where many fell ill, did any sickness touch her. Also, this labor of the body seemed to soothe her wandering and tormented mind, as did the touch of Noah's hand and the sound of Noah's voice. At times, however, her madness got hold of her, and she broke out into those bursts of wild laughter which had scared the Zulus. Then Edo would descend from his litter and lay his long fingers on her forehead and look into her eyes in such a fashion that she went to sleep and was at peace. But if Noah spoke to her in these sleeps, she answered her questions, and even talked reasonably, as she had done before the people of Mafuti laid the body of Richard at her feet, and she stood upon the roof of the hut which Ishmael strove to climb. Thus it was that Noah came to learn all that had happened to her since they parted, for though she had gathered much from them, the Zulus could not, or would not, tell her everything. In days past, she had heard from Rachel of the lad, Richard Darrien, who had been her companion years before, through that night of storm on the island in the river, and now she understood that her lady loved this Richard, and that it was because of his murder by the wild brute Ibubesi that she had become mad. Yes, she was mad, and for that reason Noah rejoiced that the dwarf people were taking her to their home, since, if she could be cured at all, they were able to heal her, they, the great doctors. Moreover, if these priests and the Zulus would have let her go, whither else could she have gone, whose parent and lover were dead, except to the white people on the coast, who did not reverence the insane, as do all black folk, but would have locked her up in a house with others like her until she died. No, although she knew that there were dangers before them, many and great dangers, Noah rejoiced that things had befallen thus. Also in her tender care already, Rachel improved much, and Noah believed that one day she would be herself again. Only she wished that she and her lady were alone together, that there were no priests with them, and above all, no Edo. For Edo, as she knew well, was jealous of her authority over Rachel. Jealous, too, of the love that they bore one to the other. He wished to use this crazed white chieftainess, who had been accepted as their Inkosazana by the great Zulu people, for his own purposes. This had been clear from the beginning, and that was why, when he first heard of her, he had consented to go on the embassy to Dingaan, since by his magic he could foresee much of the future that was dark to Noah, whose blood was mixed and who had not all the gifts of the ghost kings. Moreover, the mother of the trees was Noah's great aunt, Being the sister of her grandfather, or of his father, Noia was not sure which, for she had dwelt among them but a few days, and never thought to inquire of the matter. But of one thing she was sure, that Edo, the first priest, hated this mother of trees, who was named Nya, and desired that when her tree fell, the next mother should be his servant, which Nya was not. Perhaps, reflected Noia, it was in his mind that her lady would fill this part, and being mad, obey him in all things. Still, she kept a watch upon her words, and even on her thoughts, for Edo and his fellow priests, Pani and Hana, were able to peer into human hearts and read their secrets. Also, she protected Rachel from him as much as she was able, never leaving her side for a moment, however weary she might be, for she feared lest he should become the master of her will. Only when the fits of madness fell upon her mistress, she was forced to allow Edo to quell them with his touch and eye, since herself she lacked this power. Nor dared she call the others to her help, for they were under the hand of Edo. Northward, ever northward. First they passed through the Zulus and their subject tribes who knew of them and of the Inkosazana. All of these were suffering from the curse that lay upon the land because, as they believed, there was blood between the Inkosazana and her people. The locusts devoured their crops, and the plague ravaged their cattle, so that they were terrified of her, and of the little gray folk with whom she traveled, the wizards who had shown fearful things to Dingaan and left him sick with dread. They fled at their approach, only leaving a few of their old people to prostrate themselves before this Inkosazana, who wandered in search of her own spirit, and the dream men who dwelt with the ghosts in the heart of a forest, and to pray her and them to lift this cloud of evil from the land, bringing gifts of such things as were left to them. At length all the Zulus were passed, and they entered into the territories of other tribes, wild, wandering tribes. But even these knew of the ghost kings, and attempted nothing against them, as they had attempted nothing against Noia and her escort, when she traveled through this land on her embassy to the people of the trees. Indeed, some of their doctors would visit them at their camps, and ask an oracle, or an interpretation of dreams, or a charm against their enemies, or a deadly poison, offering great gifts in return. At times Edo and his fellow priests would listen, and the giants would bring a tiny bowl filled with dew, into which they gazed, telling them the pictures they saw there, though this they did but seldom, as the supply of dew, which they had brought with them from their own country, ran low, and since it could not be used twice, they kept it for their own purposes. Next they came to a country of vast swamps, where dwelt few men and many wild beasts, a country full of fevers and reeds and pools, in which lived snakes and crocodiles. Yet no harm came to them from these things, for the ghost priests had medicines that warded off sickness, and charms that protected them from all evil creatures, and in their bowls they read what road to take, and how dangers could be avoided. So they passed the swamps safely. Only here that slave whom Edo had cursed at the kraal of Dingaan, and who from that day onward had wasted till he seemed to be nothing but a great skeleton, sickened and died. "Did I not tell you that it should be so?" said Edo to the other slaves, who trembled before him as reeds tremble in the wind. "Be warned, ye fools, who think that the strength of men lies in their bodies and in their spears." Then he kicked the corpse of the dead giant gently with his sandaled foot, and bade his brothers throw him into a pool for the crocodiles to eat. Having passed the swamps and many rivers, At length they turned westward, traveling for days over grassy uplands like to those of Natal, among which wandered pastoral tribes with their herds of cattle. On these plains were multitudes of game and many lions, especially in the bush-clad slopes of great isolated mountains that rose up here and there. These lions roared round them at night, but the priests did not seem to be afraid, for when the brutes became overbold, they placed deadly poison in the carcasses of buck that the nomad tribes brought them as offerings, of which the lions ate and died in numbers. Also they sold some of the poison to the tribe for a great price in cattle, as to the livery of which cattle they gave minute directions, for they knew that none dared to cheat the mother of trees and her prophets. After the plains were left behind, they reached a vast, fertile, and low-lying country that sloped upwards for miles and miles, which, as Noah explained to Rachel when she would listen, was the outer territory of the ghost people. For here dwelt the race of the Umkulus, or great ones, who were their slaves, that folk to which the soldiers of their escort belonged. Of these there were thousands and tens of thousands who earned their living by agriculture, since, although they were so huge and fierce-looking, they did not fight unless they were attacked. The chiefs of this people had their dwellings in vast caves in the sides of cliffs, which, if need be, could be turned into impregnable fortresses. But their real ruler was the mother of trees, and their office was to protect the country of the trees and furnish it with food, since the tree people were dreamers who did little work. While they traveled through this land, all the headmen of the Inkulus accompanied them, and every morning a council was held, at which these made report to the priests of all that had chanced of late, and laid their causes before them for judgment. These causes Edo and his fellow priests heard, and settled as seemed best to them, nor did any dare to dispute their rulings. Indeed, even when they deposed a high chief and set another in his place, the man who had lost all knelt before them and thanked them for their goodness. Also they tried criminals who had stolen women or committed murder, but they never ordered such men to be slain outright. Sometimes Edo would look at them dreamily and curse them in his slow, hissing voice, bidding them waste in body and in mind, as he had done to the soldier at Umgunguntlovu, and die within 1 year, or 2 or 3, as the case might be. Or sometimes, if the crime was very bad, he would command that they should be sent to travel in the desert, that is, to wander to and fro without food or water until death found them. Now and again, miserable-looking men, mere skeletons, with hollow cheeks and eyes that seemed to start from their heads, would appear at their camps weeping, and imploring that the curse which had been laid upon them in past days should be taken off their heads. At such people, Edo and his brother priests, Pani and Hana, would laugh softly, asking them how they throve upon the wrath of the mother of trees, and whether they thought that others who saw them would be encouraged to sin as they had done. But when the poor wretches prayed that they might be killed outright with the spear, the priests shrank up in horror beneath their umbrellas, and asked if they were mad that they should wish them to sprinkle their trees with blood. One morning, a number of these bewitched Umkulus, men, women, and children, appeared, and when the 3 priests mocked them, as was their wont, and the guards, some of whom were their own relatives, sought to beat them away with sticks, threw themselves upon the ground and burst into weeping. Rachel, who was camped at a little distance with Noah, in a reed tent that the guard had made for her, which they folded up and carried as they did the umbrellas, heard the sound of this lamentation, and came out, followed by Noah. For a space she stood contemplating their misery, with a troubled air, then asked Noah why these people seemed so starved, and why they wept. Noah told her that when she was on her embassy, the head of their kraal, an enormous man of middle age, whom she pointed out to Rachel, had sought to detain her because she was beautiful, and he wished to make her his wife, although he knew well that she was on an embassy to the mother of the trees. She had escaped, but it was for this reason that the curse of which they were perishing had been laid upon him and his folk. Now Rachel went on to where the 3 priests sat beneath their umbrellas, dozing away the hours of sunlight, beckoning to the doomed family to follow her. "Wake, priests!" she cried in a loud voice, and they looked up, astonished, rubbing their eyes, and asked what was the matter. "This," said Rachel, "I command you to lift the weight of your malediction off the head of these people who have suffered enough." "Thou commandest us?" exclaimed Edo, astonished. "And if we will not, beautiful one, what then?" "Then," answered Rachel, "I will lift it and set it onto your heads, and you shall perish as they are perishing. Oh, you think me mad, you priests, who kill more cruelly than did the Zulus, and mad I am whose spirit wanders. Yet I tell you that new powers grow within me, though whence they come I know not, and what I say I can perform." Now they stared at her, muttering together, and sending for a wooden bowl, peeped into it. Whatever it was that they saw there did not please them, for at length Edo addressed the crowd of suppliants, saying, "The mother of trees forgives, the knot she tied she looses, the tree she planted she digs up. You are forgiven. Bones, put on strength, mouths, receive food, eyes, forget your blindness, and feet, your wanderings. Grow fat, and laugh, increase, and multiply. For the curse we give you a blessing. Such is the will of the mother of trees." "Nay, nay," cried Rachel, when she understood their words. "Believe him not, ye starvelings. Such is the will of the Inkosazana of the Zulus, she who has lost her spirit and another's, and travels all this weary way to find them." Then her madness seemed to come upon her again, for she tossed her arms on high and burst into one of her wild fits of laughter. But those whom she had redeemed heeded it not, for they ran to her, and since they dared not touch her, or even her robe, kissed the ground on which she had stood, and blessed her. Moreover, from that moment they began to mend, and within a few days were changed folk. This Noah knew, for they followed up Rachel to the confines of the desert, and she saw it with her eyes. Also the fame of the deed spread among the Yamkulu people, who groaned under the cruel rule of the ghost kings, and mad or sane, from that day forward, they adored Rachel even more than the Zulus had done, and like the Zulus believed her to be a spirit. No mere human being, they declared, could have lifted off the curse of the mother of the trees from those upon whom it had fallen. Thenceforth Edo, Pani, and Hana hid their judgments from Rachel, and would not suffer such suppliants to approach the camp. Also, when they seized a number of men, because these had conspired together to rebel against the ghost people, and brought them on towards their own country for a certain purpose, they forced them to act as bearers like the others, so that Rachel might not guess their doom. For now, with all their power, they also were afraid of this white Inkosazana, as Dingaan had been afraid. So they traveled up this endless slope of a fertile land, leaving all the kraals of the giant Unkulus behind them, and one morning at the dawn camped upon the edge of a terrible desert, a place of dry sands and sun-blasted rocks that looked like the bottom of a drained ocean, where nothing lived save the fire lizards and certain venomous snakes that buried themselves in the sand, all except their heads, and only crawled out at night. After the people of the Unkulus, this horrible waste was the great defense of the Ghost Kings, whose country it ringed about, since none could pass it without guides and water. Indeed, Noya had been forced to stay here for days with her escort, until the Mother of the Trees, learning of her coming, in some strange fashion, had sent priests and guards to bring her to her land. But the Zulus who were with her they did not bring, except one witch doctor, to bear witness to her words. These they left among the Unkulus till she should return, nor were those Zulus sorry, who had already heard enough of the magic of the Ghost Kings, and feared to come face to face with them. But it is true that they also feared the Unkulus, whom because of their great size and fierceness of their air, the Zulus took to be evil spirits, though if this were so, they could not understand why they should obey a handful of gray dwarfs who lived far from them, beyond the desert. Still these Unkulus did them no harm, for on her return Noya found them all safe and well. That afternoon Rachel and the dwarves plunged into the dreadful wilderness, heading straight for the ball of the sinking sun. Here, although she wished to do so, she was not allowed to walk, for fear lest the serpents should bite her, said Edo, but must journey in the litter with Noya. So they entered it, and were borne forward at a great pace, the bearers traveling at a run, and being often changed. Also many other bearers came with them, and on the shoulders of each of them was strapped a hide bag of water. Of this they soon discovered the reason, for the sand of that wilderness was white with salt. The air also seemed to be full of salt, so that the thirst of those who traveled there was sharp and constant, and if it could not be satisfied, they died. It was a very strange journey, and although she did not seem to take much note of them at the time, its details and surroundings burned themselves deeply into Rachel's mind. The hush of the infinite desert, the white moonlight gleaming upon the salt white sand, the tall rocks which stood up here and there like unfinished obelisks and colossal statues, the snowy clouds of dust that rose beneath the feet of the company, the hoarse shouts of the guides, the close heat, the halts for water, which was greedily swallowed in great gulps, the occasional cry and confusion when a man fell out exhausted, or because he had been bitten by one of the serpents. All these things, amongst others, were very strange. Once Rachel asked vaguely what became of these outworn and snake-poisoned men, and Noya only shook her head in answer, for she did not think it fit to tell her that they were left to find their way back, or to perish, as might chance. All that night, and for the first hours of the day that followed, they went forward swiftly, camping at last to eat and sleep in the shadow of a mass of rock that looked like a gigantic castle with walls and towers. Here they remained in the burning heat until the sun began to sink once more, and then went on again, leaving some of the bearers behind them, because there was no longer water for so many. There the great men sat in patient resignation and watched them go, they who knew that having little or no water, few of them could hope to see their homes again. Still, so great was their dread of the ghost priests that they never dared to murmur, or to ask that any of the store of water should be given to them, they who were but cattle to be used until they died. The second night's journey was like the first. for this desert never changed its aspect. And on the following morning they halted beneath another pile of fantastic sand-burnished rocks, from some of which hung salt-like icicles. Here one of the bearers, who had been denied water as a punishment for laziness, although in truth he was sick, began to suck the salt icicles. Suddenly he went, raving mad, and rushing with a knife at Edo, Pani, and Hana, where they sat under their cane umbrellas, that, for the sake of coolness, were damped with this precious water, he tried to kill them. Then, as they saw the knife gleaming, all their imperturbable calm departed from these dwarfs. They squeaked in terror, with thin voices, as rats speak. They rolled upon the ground, yelling to the slaves to save them from a red death. The man was seized, and, though he fought with all his giant strength, held down and choked in the sand. Once, however, he twisted his head free, howling a curse at them. Also he managed to hurl his knife at Edo, and the point of it scratched him on the hand, causing the pale blood to flow, a sight at which Edo and the other priests broke into tears and lamentations that continued long after the Inkulu was dead. "Why are they such cowards?" asked Rachel dreamily, for she had not seen the murder of the slave, and thought that Edo had only scratched himself. "Because they fear the sight of blood, Zula," answered Noya, "which is a very evil omen to them. Death they do not fear, who are already among ghosts, but if it is a red death, their souls are spilt with their life, or so they believe." Towards noon that day, the sky banked up with lurid-colored clouds. The sun, which should have shone so hotly, went out, and a hush that was almost fearful in its heat and intensity fell upon the desert. The Mkulu bearers became disturbed, and gathered together into knots, talking in low tones. Edo and his brother priests, who, either because of the adventure of the morning or the oppressive air, could not sleep, as was usual with them, were also disturbed. They crept from beneath their umbrellas, which, as the sun had vanished, were of no use to them, and stood together staring at the salty plain, which under that leaden and lowering sky looked white as snow, and at the brooding clouds above. They even sent for their bowls to read in them pictures of what was about to happen, but there was no dew left, so these could not be used. Then they consulted with the captains of the bearers, who told them what no magic was needed to guess, that a mighty storm was gathering, and that if it overtook them in the desert, they would be buried beneath the drifting sand. Now this was a white death, which the dwarves did not seem to desire, so they ordered an instant departure, instead of delaying the start until sunset, as they had intended, for then, if all went well, they would have arrived at their homes by dawn, and not in the middle of the night. So that litters were made ready, and they went forward through the overpowering heat, that caused the bearers to hang out their tongues and reel as they walked. Towards evening, the storm began to stir. Little wandering puffs of wind blew upon them and died away, and lightnings flickered intermittently. Then a hot breeze sprang up that gradually increased in strength, until the sand rolled and rippled before it, now one way and now another, for this breeze seemed to blow in turn from every quarter of the heavens. Suddenly, however, after trying them all, it settled in the west and drove straight into their faces with ever-increasing force. Now Edo thrust out his head between the curtains of his litter and called to the bearers to hurry, as they had but a little distance of desert left to pass, after which came the grass country, where there would be no danger from the sand. They heard and obeyed, changing the pole gangs frequently, as those who carried the litters became exhausted. But the storm was quicker than they. It burst upon them while they were still in the waste, though not in its full strength. Then the darkness came, utter darkness, for no moon or stars could be seen, and salt and sand drove down on them like hail. Through it all, the bearers fought on, though how they found their way, Noia, who was watching them, could not guess, since no landmarks were left to guide them. They fought on, blinded, choked, with the salt sand that drove into their eyes and lungs, till man after man they fell down and perished. Others took their places, and yet they fought on. It must have been near to midnight when the company, or those who were left of them, staggered to the edge of that dreadful wilderness which was but a vast plain of stone and sand, bordered on the west, as on the east, by slopes of fertile soil. For a while the fierce tempest lifted a little, and the light of the stars, which struggled through breaks in the clouds, showed that they were marching down a steep descent of grassland. Thus they went on for several more hours, till at length the bearers of the litter, in which were Rachel and Noia, who for a long time had been staggering to and fro like drunken men, came to a halt, and litter and all sank to the ground, utterly exhausted. Rachel and Noia disentangled themselves from the litter, for they were unhurt, and stood by it, not knowing where to go, till presently 2 other litters containing the priests came up, for the third had been abandoned, and his occupant crowded in with Edo. Now a great clamor arose in the darkness, the priests hissing commands to the surviving bearers to take up the litter and proceed. But great as was their strength, this the poor men could not do. There they lay upon the ground, answering that Edo might curse them if he wished, or even kill them as their brothers had been killed, but they were unable to stir another step until they had rested and drunk. Where they were, there they must lie until rain fell. Then the priests wished Rachel to enter one of their litters, leaving Noia to walk, which they were afraid to do themselves. But when she understood, Rachel cut the matter short by answering, "Not so, I will walk," and picking up the spear of one of the fallen Inkulu to serve as a staff, she took Noia by the hand and started forward down the hill. One of the priests clasped her robe to draw her back, but she turned on him with the spear, whereon he shrank back into his litter like a snail into his shell, and left her alone. So, following the steep path, they marched on, and after them came the 2 litters with the priests, carried by all the bearers who could still stand, for these old men weighed no more than children. Far below them rose a mighty sound as of an angry sea. "What is that noise?" called Rachel into the ear of Noia, for the gale was rising again. "The sound of the wind in the forest where the tree folk dwell," she answered. Then the dawn broke, an awful, blood-red dawn, and by degrees they saw. Beneath them ran a shallow river, and beyond it, stretching for league upon league, farther than the eye could see, lay the mighty forest, whereof the trees soared 200 feet or more into the air, the dark, illimitable forest that rolled as the sea rolls beneath the pressure of the gale, and indeed, seen from above, looked like a green and tossing ocean. At the sight of the water, Rachel and Noia began to run towards it hand in hand, for they were parched with thirst, whose mouths were full of the salt dust of the desert. The bearers of the litters, in which were the 3 priests, ran also, paying no heed to the cries of the dwarves within. At length it was reached, and throwing themselves down, they drank until that raging thirst of theirs was satisfied. Even Edo and his companions crawled out of their litters and drank. Then, having washed their hands and faces in the cool water, they forded the fleet stream, and, filled with a new life, followed the road that ran beyond, towards the forest. Scarcely had they set foot upon the farther bank, when the heart of the tempest, which had been eddying round them all night long, burst over them in its fury. The lightnings blazed, the thunder rolled, and the wild wind grew to a hurricane, so fierce that the litters in which were Edo, Pani, and Hana were torn from the grasp of the bearers and rolled upon the ground. From the wreck of them, for they were but frail things, the little gray priests emerged trembling, or rather were dragged by the hands of their giant bearers, to whom they clung as a frightened infant clings to its mother. Rachel saw them and laughed. "Look at the masters of magic," she cried to Noia, "those who kill with a curse, those who rule the ghosts," and she pointed to the tiny, contemptible figures with fluttering robes being dragged along by those giants whom but a little while before they had threatened with death. "I see them," answered Noia into her ear. "Their spirits are strong when they are at peace, but in trouble they fear doom more than others. Now if I were those Umkulu, I would make an end of them while they can. But these great patient men did otherwise. Indeed, when the dwarfs, worn out and bewildered by the hurricane, could walk no more, they took them up and carried them, as a woman carries a babe. Now they were passing a belt of open land, between the river and the forest, in which terrified mobs of cattle rushed to and fro, while their herds, slave men of large size like the Inkulu, tried to drive them to some place where they would be safe from the tempest. In this belt also grew broad fields of grain, which furnished food for the tree folk. At last they came to the confines of the forest, and Rachel, looking round her with wondering eyes, saw at the foot of each great tree a tiny hut shaped like a tent, and in front of the hut a dwarf, seated on the ground, staring into a bowl of water and beating his breast with his hands. "What do they?" she asked of Noia. "They strive to read their fates, lady, and weep because the wind ripples the dew in their bowls, so that they can see nothing, and cannot be sure whether their tree will stand or fall. Follow me, follow me. I know the way. Here we are not safe." The hurricane was at its height. The huge trees about them rocked and bent like reeds. Great boughs came crashing down. One of them fell upon a praying dwarf and crushed him to a pulp. Those around him saw it and uttered a wild, shrill scream. Edo, Pani, and Hana saw it and screamed also, in the arms of their bearers, for this sight of blood was terrible to them. The forest was alive with the voices of the storm. It seemed to howl and groan, and the lightnings illumined its gloomy aisles. The grandeur and the fearfulness of the scene excited Rachel. She waved the spear she carried and began to laugh in the wild fashion of her madness, so that even the gray dwarfs, seated each at the foot of his tree, ceased from his prayers to glance at her askance. On they went, expecting death at every step, but always escaping it, until they reached a wide clearing in the forest. In the center of this clearing grew a tree more huge than any that Rachel had ever dreamed of. The bole of it, that sprang 100 feet without a branch, was thicker than Dingaan's great hut, and its topmost boughs were lost in the scudding clouds. In front of this tree was gathered a multitude of people, men, women, and children, all dwarfs, and all of them on their knees, engaged in prayer. At its bole, by a heart-shaped house, stood a little figure, a woman whose long gray hair streamed upon the wind. "The mother of trees!" cried Noia through the screaming gale. "Come to her, she will shelter us." And she gripped Rachel's arm to lead her forward. Scarcely had they gone a step when the lightning blazed above them fearfully, and with it came an awful rush of wind. Perhaps that flash fell upon the tree, or perhaps the wind snapped its roots. At least its mighty trunk burst in twain, and with a crash that for a moment seemed to master even the roar of the volleying thunder, down it came to earth. 2 huge limbs fell on either side of Rachel and Noah, but they were not touched. A bough struck the Mkulu slave who was carrying Edo, and swept off his head, leaving the dwarf unharmed. Another bough fell upon Pani and his bearer, and buried them in the earth beneath its bulk, so that they were never seen again. As it chanced, the most of the worshippers were beyond the reach of the falling branches, but some of these that were torn loose in the fall, or shattered by the lightning, the wind caught and hurled among them, slaying several and wounding others. In 10 seconds the catastrophe had come and gone. The queen tree that had ruled the forest for 1,000 years was down, a stack of green leaves, through which the shattered branches showed like bones, and a prostrate, splintered trunk. The shock threw Noah and Rachel to the ground, but Rachel, rising swiftly, pulled Noah to her feet after her, then, acting upon some impulse, leaped forward, and climbing onto the trunk where it forked, ran down it till she almost reached its base, and stood there against the great shield of earth that had been torn up with the roots. After that last fearful outburst, a stillness fell. The storm seemed to have exhausted itself, at any rate for a while. Rachel was able to get her breath and look about her. All around were lines of enormous trees, solemn aisles that seemed to lead up to the queen of the trees, and down these aisles, piercing the shadows cast by the interlacing branches overhead, shone the lights of that lurid morning. Rachel saw, and something struggled in the darkness of her brain as the light struggled in the darkness of the forest aisles. She remembered. Oh, what was it she remembered? Now she knew. It was the dream she had dreamed upon the island in the river, years and years ago, a dream of such trees as these, and of little gray people like to these, and of the boy, Richard, grown to manhood, lashed to the trunk of one of the trees. What had happened to her? She could recall nothing since she saw the body of Richard upon its bier in the kraal mafuti. But this was not the kraal mafuti, nor had Noah, who stood at her side, been with her there. Noah, who had gone on an embassy to her father's folk, the dwarf people. Ah, these people were dwarves. Look at them running to and fro, screaming like little monkeys. She must have been dreaming a long bad dream, whereof the pictures had escaped her. Doubtless she was still dreaming, and presently would awake. Well, the torment had gone out of it, and the fear, only the wonder remained. She would stand still and see what happened. Something was happening now. A little thin hand appeared, gripping the rough bark at the side of the fallen tree. She peeped over the swell of it and saw an old dwarf woman with long white hair, whose feet were set in a cleft of the shattered bole, and who hung to it as an ape hangs. Beneath her to the ground was a fall of full 30 feet, for the base of the bole was held high up by the roots, so that the little woman's hair hung down straight towards the ground, whither she must presently fall and be killed. Rachel wondered how she had come there, if she had clung to the trunk when it fell, or been thrown up by the shock, or lifted by a bough. Next she wondered how long it would be before she was obliged to leave go, and whether her white head or her back would first strike the earth, all that depth beneath. Then it occurred to her that she might be saved. "Hold my feet," she said to Noah, who had followed her along the trunk, speaking in her own natural voice, at the sound of which Noah looked at her in joyful wonder. "Hold my feet. I think I can reach that old woman. and without waiting for an answer, she laid herself down upon the bowl, her body hanging over the curve of it. Now Noia saw her purpose, and seating herself with her heels set against the roughness of the bark, grasped her by the ankles. Supporting some of her weight on one hand, with the other, Rachel reached downwards, all the length of her long arm, and just as the grasp of the old woman below was slackening, contrived to grip her by the wrist. The dwarf swung loose, hanging in the air, but she was very light, of the weight of a 5-year-old child, perhaps no more, and Rachel was very strong. With an effort, she lifted her up till the monkey-like fingers gripped the rough bark again. Another effort, and the little body was resting on the round of the tree. One more, and she was beside her. Now Rachel rose to her feet again and laughed. But it was not the mad laughter that had scared Ishmael and the Zulus. It was her own laughter, that of a healthy, cultured woman. The little creature, crouching on hands and knees at Rachel's feet, lifted her head and stared with her round eyes. At that moment, too, the sun broke out, and its rays, shining where they had never shone for ages, fell upon Rachel, upon her bright hair and the white robes in which the dwarves had clothed her, and the gleaming spear in her hand, causing her to look like some ancient statue of a goddess upon a temple roof. "Who art thou?" said the dwarf woman in the hissing voice of her race. "Thou beautiful one? I know. Thou art that Inkosazana of the Zulus, of whom we have had many visions, she for whom I sent. But the Inkosazana was mad. She had lost her spirit. It has been seen here, beautiful one. Thou art not mad." "What does she say, Noia?" asked Rachel. "I can only understand some words." Noia told her, and Rachel hid her eyes in her hand. Presently she let it fall, saying, "She is right. I lost my spirit for a while. It went away with another spirit. But I think that I have found it again. Tell her, Noia, that I have traveled far to seek my spirit, and that I have found it again." Noia, who could scarcely take her eyes from Rachel's face, obeyed, but the old woman hardly seemed to heed her words. A grief had got hold of her. She rocked herself to and fro like a monkey that has lost its young, and cried out, "My tree has fallen, the tree of my house, which stood from the beginning of the world has fallen, but that of Edo still stands," and she pointed to another giant of the forest that soared up unharmed at a little distance. "Nia's tree has fallen, Edo's tree still stands. His magic has prevailed against me. His magic has prevailed against me." As she spoke, a man appeared, scrambling along the bowl towards them. It was Edo himself. His round eyes shone. On his pale face there was a look of triumph, for whoever might be lost, the danger had passed him by. "Nia," he piped, tapping her on the shoulder, "thy ghost has deserted thee, old woman. Thy tree is down. See, I spit upon it," and he did so. "Thou art no longer mother of trees. Thou art only the old woman Nia. The ghost people, the dream people, the little gray people have a new queen, and I am her minister, for I rule her spirit. Yonder she stands," and he pointed at the tall and glittering Rachel. "Now thou, new-born mother of the trees, who wast the Inkosazana of the Zulus, obey me. Give death to this old woman, the Red Death, that her spirit may be spilt with her blood and lost forever. Give it to her with that spear in thy hand, while I hide my eyes, and reign thou in her place through me." And he bowed his head and waited. "Not the Red Death, not the Red Death," wailed Nia. "Give me the White Death and save my soul, beautiful one, and in return I will give thee something that thou desirest, who am still the wisest of them all, though my tree is down." Noia whispered for a while in Rachel's ear. Then, while all the dwarf people gathered beneath them watching, Rachel bent forward, and putting her arms about the trembling creature, lifted her up as though she were a child, and held her to her bosom. "Mother," she said, "I give thee no death, red or white, I give thee love. Thy tree is down, sit thou in my shadow, and be safer. On him who harms thee," and she looked at Edo, "on him shall the red death fall." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 20. The Mother of the Trees. When Edo understood these words, he lifted his head and stared at Rachel, amazed. "This is thy doing, bastard," he said savagely, addressing Noya, who had translated them. "I have felt thee fighting against me for long, and now thou causest this Inkosazana to defy me. It was thou who didst work upon that old woman, thine aunt, to command that the white witch should be brought hither. And because as yet I dared not disobey, I made a terrible journey to bring her. Yes, and I did this gladly, for when my eyes fell upon her, there in the town of Dingaan, I saw that she was great and beautiful, but that her spirit had gone, and I knew that I could make her mouth to speak my words, and her pure eyes to see things that are denied to mine, even the future as, when I bade her, she saw it yonder, in the court of Dingaan. But now it seems that her spirit has returned to her, so that there is no room for mine in her heart, and she speaks her own words, not my words. And thou hast done this thing, O bastard." "Perhaps," answered Noya unconcernedly. "Thou thinkest," went on Edo, in his fury beating the bowl on which he sat, "thou thinkest to protect that old hag Nya, because her blood runs in thee, but fool, it is in vain, for her tree is down, and as its leaves wither, and its sap dries up, so must she wither, and her blood dry up, until she dies, she who thought to live on for many years." "What does that matter?" asked Noya, "seeing that then she will only join the great company of the ghosts, with whom she longs to be, and return with them to torment thee, Edo, until thou too art one of them, and lookest on the face of judgment." "Thou thinkest," screamed the dwarf, ignoring this ominous suggestion, "thou thinkest, when she is gone, to be queen in her place, or to rule as high priestess through this white one." "If I do, that will be a bad hour for thee, Edo," replied Noya. "It shall not be, woman. No bastard shall reign here as mother of the trees, while the nations around cringe before her feet. I have spells, I have poisons, I have slaves who can shoot with arrows." "Then use them, if thou canst, thou evildoer," said Noya contemptuously. I will use them all, and not on thee only, but on that white witch whom thou lovest. She shall never pass living from this land that is ringed in by the desert and the forest. She shall choose me to reign through her as her high priest, or she shall die miserably. For a little while that old hag Nia may protect her with her wisdom, but when she passes, as she must, and quickly, for I will light fires beneath this fallen tree of hers, then I tell thee, the beautiful one shall choose between my rule and doom." Now Noya would hear no more. "Dog!" she cried, "filthy night bird! Darest thou speak thus of the Inkosazana? Another word, and I will offer that heart of thine to the son thou hatest." And snatching the spear from Rachel's hand, she charged at him, holding it aloft. Edo saw her come. With a scream of fear he leapt to his feet and ran swiftly along the bowl till he reached the mass of the fallen branches. Into these he sprang, swinging himself from bough to bough like an ape, until he vanished amongst the dark green foliage. Then, having quite lost sight of him, Noya returned, laughing, to Rachel. by whom stood the old mother of the trees, who had slid from her arms, and gave her back the spear, saying in the dwarf language, "This Edo speaks great words, but he is also a great coward." "Yes, yes," answered the old woman, "he is a great coward, because like all our folk he fears the Red Death. But, child, I tell thee he is terrible. He hates me because I rule through the white art, not the black. But while my tree stood he must obey me, and I was safe. Now it is down, and he may kill me if he can, according to the custom of my land, and set up another to be queen, she at whose feet my tree bowed itself and fell by the will of the heavens, and whom therefore the people will accept. Through her he will wield all the power of the ghost kings, over whom no man may rule, but a woman only. Come, child, and thou, white one, come also. I know where we may hide. Lady, the power that was mine is thine. Protect me till I die, and in payment I will give thee whatever thy heart desires." "I ask no payment," Rachel answered wearily, when she understood the words, "and I think that it is I who need protection from that wicked dwarf." Then, guided by Nia, who clung to Rachel's hand, they walked down the bole of the tree and along a great branch, till at length they reached a place whence they could climb to the ground. Before they were clear of the boughs, the dethroned mother, from whose round eyes the tears fell, turned and kissed the bark of one of them, wailing aloud, "Farewell, thou mighty one, under whose shade I, and the queens of my race before me, have dreamed for centuries. Thou art fallen beneath the stroke of heaven, and great was thy fall, and I am fallen with thee. Save me from the Red Death, O spirit of my tree, that in the land of ghosts I still may sleep beneath thy shade forever." Then she ran to the very point of the tree, and broke off its topmost twig, which was covered with narrow and shining green leaves, and holding it in her hand returned to Rachel. "I will plant it," she said, "and perchance it will grow to be the house of queens unborn. Come, now come." And she turned her face towards the forest. The thunder had rolled away, and from time to time the sun shone fiercely, so fiercely that, unable to bear its rays, all the dwarfs who were gathered about the fallen tree had retreated into the shadow of the other trees around the open space. There they stood and sat watching the three of them go by. Men, women, and children, they all watched, and Rachel they saluted with their raised hands, but to her who had been their mother for unknown years they did no reverence. Only one hideous little man ran up to her and called out, "Thou didst punish me once, old woman. Now why should I not kill thee in payment? Thy tree is down at last." Nia looked at him sadly and answered, "I remember. Thou shouldst have died, for thy sin was great, but I laid a lesser burden on thee. Man, thou canst not kill me yet. My tree is down, but it is not dead." She held up the green bough in her hand and looked at him from beneath it, then went on slowly, "Man, my wisdom remains within me, and I tell thee that before I die, thou shalt die, and not as thou desirest. Remember my words, people of the ghosts." Then she walked on with the others, leaving the dwarf staring after her, with a face wherein hate struggled with fear. "Thou liest," he screamed after her. "Thy power is gone with thy tree." Scarcely were the words out of his mouth when they heard a crash which caused them to look round. A bough, broken by the storm, had fallen from on high. It had fallen onto the head of the dwarf, and there he lay, crushed and dead. "Ah!" piped the other dwarfs, pointing towards the corpse with their fingers, and closing their eyes to shut out the sight of blood. "Ah! Nia is right. She still has power, Those who would kill her must wait till her tree dies. Taking no heed of what had happened, Nia walked on into the forest. For a while, Rachel noted the little huts built, each of them, at the foot of a tree. There were hundreds of these huts that they could see, showing that the people were many, but by degrees they grew fewer. Only one was visible here and there, set beneath some particularly vigorous and handsome timber. At last they ceased altogether. They had passed through that city, the strangest city in the world. Trees. Everywhere trees. Hundreds of trees. Tens of thousands of trees, soaring up to heaven, making a canopy of their interlacing boughs, shutting out the light so that beneath them was deep and oppressive gloom. There was silence also, for if any beasts or birds dwelt there, the hurricane had scared them away. Silence, only broken from time to time by the crash of some giant of the forest that, its length of days fulfilled at last, sank suddenly to ruin, to be buried in a tomb of brushwood, whence in due course its successor would arise. "Another life gone," said the old woman Nia, flitting before them like a little gray ghost, every time that this weird sound struck upon their ears. "Whose was it, I wonder? I will look in my bowl. I will look in my bowl." For as Rachel discovered afterwards, these people believed that the spirit of each tree of the forest is attached to the spirit of a human being, although that being may dwell in other lands far away, which dies when the tree dies, sometimes slowly by disease, and sometimes in swift collapse, so that they pass together into the world of ghosts. On they flitted through the gloom, on for mile after mile, although leaf-strewn ground showed no traces of it. Evidently they were following some kind of path, for no fallen trunks barred their progress, nor were there any creepers or brushwood, although to right and left of them all these could be seen in plenty. At last, quite of a sudden, for the bole of a tree at the end of the path had hidden it from them, they came upon a clearing in the forest. It seemed to be natural, or at any rate a very ancient clearing, since in it no stumps were visible, nor any scrub or creepers, only tall grass and flowering plants. In the center of this place, covering a quarter of it perhaps, was a vast circular wall, 50 feet or more in height, and clothed with ferns. This wall, they noted, was built of huge blocks of stone, so huge indeed that it seemed wonderful that they could have been moved by human beings. At the sight of that marvelous wall, Rachel and Noya halted involuntarily, and Noya asked, "Who made it, Mother?" "The giants who lived when the world was young." "Can our hands lift such stones?" Nia answered, as bending down she thrust the top shoot from her fallen tree deep into the humid soil, then added, "O child, there is danger here." As she spoke, something hissed through the air just above her head, and stuck fast in the bark of a sapling. Noya sprang forward and plucked it out. It was a little reed, feathered with grasses, and having a sharp ivory point, smeared with some green substance. "Touch it not," cried Nia. "It is a deadly poison. Edo's work, Edo's work. But my hour is not yet. Into the open before another comes." So they ran forward, all three of them, seeing and hearing nothing of the shooter of the arrow. As they approached the titanic wall, they saw that it enclosed a mound, on the top of which mound grew a cedar-like tree with branches so wide that they seemed to overshadow half of the enclosure. There were no gates to this wall, but while they wondered how it could be entered, Nia led them to a kind of cleft in its stones, not more than 2 feet in width, across which cleft were stretched strings of plaited grass. She pressed herself against them, breaking them, and walked forward, followed by Rachel and Noia. Suddenly they heard a noise above them, and looking up saw white-robed dwarfs, perched upon the stones of the cleft, holding bent bows in their hands, whereof the arrows were pointed at their breasts. Nia halted, beckoning to them, whereon, recognizing her, they dropped the arrows into the little quivers which they wore, and scrambled off, whither Rachel could not see. These are the guardians of the temple, that cannot either speak or hear, who were summoned by the breaking of the thread, said Nia, and went forward again. Now to the right, and now to the left, ran the narrow path that wound its way in the thickness of the mighty wall, which towered so high above them that they walked almost in darkness, and at each turn of it were recesses, and above these projecting stones where archers could stand for its defense. At length this path ended in a cul-de-sac, for in front of them was nothing but blank masonry, whilst Rachel and Noia stared at it, wondering whither they should go now. A large stone in this wall turned, leaving a narrow doorway, through which they passed, whereon it shut again behind them, though by what machinery they could not see. Thus they passed through the wall, emerging, however, at a different point in its circumference to that at which they had entered. In the center of the enclosure rose the hill of earth that they had seen from without, which evidently was kept free from weeds and swept, and on its crest grew the huge cedar-like tree, the tree of the tribe. Between the base of this hill and the foot of the wall was a wide ring of level ground, also swept and weeded, and on this space, neatly arranged in lines, were hundreds of little hillocks that resembled ant-heaps. "The burying place of the ghost priests, lady," said Nia, nodding at the hillocks. "Soon my bones will be added to them." Walking across this strange cemetery, they came to the foot of the mound that was entirely overshadowed by the cedar above, from the outspread limbs of which hung long gray moss that swayed ceaselessly in the wind. Here dwarfs appeared from right and left, the same whom they had seen within the thickness of the wall, or others like to them, some male and some female, melancholy-eyed little creatures who bowed to Nia and looked with fear and wonder at the tall white Rachel. Evidently they were all of them deaf mutes, for they made signs to Nia, who answered them with other signs, the purport of which seemed to sadden and disturb them greatly. "They have seen the fall of my tree in their bowls," explained Nia to Noia, "and ask me if it is a true vision. I tell them that I am come here to die, and that is why they are sad. This is the place of dying of all the ghost priests, whence they pass into the world of spirits, and here no blood may be shed, no, not that of the most wicked evildoer. If any one of the family of the priests reach this place living, the glory of the White Death is won. Follow and see." So they followed her up the mound, past what looked like the entrance to a cave, until they reached a low fence of reeds, whereof the gate stood open. "The gate is open, but enter not there," whispered the old mother of the trees, "for those who enter there live not long. Look, lady, look." Rachel peered through the gate, but so dense was the gloom in that holy spot that at first she could only see the enormous red bole of the cedar, and the ghostly moss-clad branches which sprang from it at no great height above the ground. Presently, however, her eyes, grown accustomed to the light, distinguished several little white-robed figures seated upon the earth at some distance from the trunk, staring into vessels of wood which were placed before them. These figures appeared to be those of both men and women, while one was that of a child. Even as they watched, the figure nearest to them fell forward over its bowl and lay quite still, whereon those around it set up a feeble piping cry that yet had in it a note of gladness. The dwarf mutes who had accompanied them, and who alone seemed to have a right of entry into this sad place, ran forward and looked. Then, very gently, they lifted up the fallen figure and bore it out. As it was carried past them, Rachel noted that it was the body of quite a young woman, whose little face, wasted to nothing, still looked sweet and gentle. "Was she ill?" asked Rachel in an awed voice. "Perhaps," answered the mother, shaking her gray head, "or perhaps she was very unhappy and came here to die. What does it matter? She is happy now." "Ask her, Noia, if all must die who sit beneath that tree," said Rachel. "Aye," answered Nia, "all save these dumb people who have been priests of the tree from generation to generation. To touch its stem is to perish soon or late, for it is the tree of life and death, and in it dwells the spirit of the whole race." "What then would happen if it fell down, or was destroyed like your tree, mother?" "Then the race would perish also," answered Nia, "since their spirit would lack a home, and depart to the world of ghosts, whither they must follow. When it dies of old age, if it should ever die, then the race will die with it." "And if someone should cut it down, mother, what then?" Now when Noia translated these words to her, the face of the old queen was filled with horror, and as her face was, so was Noia's face. "White maiden," she gasped, "speak not such wickedness, lest the very thought of it should bring a curse upon us all. He who destroyed that tree would bring ruin upon this people. They would fly away, every one of them, far into the heart of the forest, and be seen no more by man. Moreover, he who did this evil thing would perish, and pass down to vengeance among the ghosts, such vengeance as may not be spoken. Put that thought from thy mind, I pray thee, and let it never pass thy lips again." "Do you believe all this, Noia?" asked Rachel in English, with a smile. "Yes, Zula," answered Noia, shuddering, "for it is true. My father told me of it, and of what happened once to some wild men who broke into the sanctuary and shot arrows at the tree. No, I will not tell the story. It is dreadful." "Yet it must be foolishness, Noia, for how can a tree have power over the lives of men?" "I do not know, but it has. It has. If I were but to cast a stone at it, I should be dead in a day. And so would you. Yes, even you. Nothing could save you. Oh," she went on earnestly, "swear to me, sister, that you will never so much as touch that tree. I pray you, swear." So Rachel swore to please her, for she was tired of this tree and its powers. Then they went down the hill again, till they came to the mouth of the cave. "Enter, lady," Nia said, "for this must be thy home a while, until thou goest to rule as mother of the trees after me, or, if it pleases thee better, up yonder to die." They went into the cave, having no choice. It was a great place, lit dimly by the outer light, and farther down its length with lamps. Looking round her, Rachel saw that its roof was supported by white columns, which she knew to be stalactites, for as a child she had seen their like. At the end of it, where the lamps burned and a fountain bubbled from the ground, rose a very large column, shaped like the trunk of a tree, with branches at the top that looked like the boughs of a tree. Gazing at it, Rachel understood why these dwarves, or some ancient people before them, had chosen this cave as their temple. "The ghost tree of my race," said old Nia, pointing to it, "the only tree that never falls, the tree that lives and grows forever. Yes, it grows, for it is larger now than when my mother was a child." As they drew near to this wondrous and ghostly-looking object, Rachel saw piled around and beyond it many precious things. There was gold in dust in heaps, and rings and nuggets. There were shining stones, red and green and white, that she knew were jewels. There were tusks of ivory, and carvings in ivory. There were karosses and furs moldering to decay. There were grotesque gods, fetishes of wood and stone. "Offerings," said Nia, "which all the nations that live in darkness bring to the mother of the trees, and the priests of the cave, costly things which they value, but we value them not, who prize power and wisdom only. Yes, yes, costly things, which they give to the mother of the trees, the fools without a spirit, when they come here to ask her oracle. Look, there are some of the gifts which were sent by Dingaan of the Zulus, in payment for the oracle of his death. Thou broughtest them, Noya, my child." "Yes," answered Noya, "I brought them, and the Inkosazana here, she delivered the oracle. Edo gave her the bowl, and she saw pictures in the bowl, and showed them to Dingaan." "Nay, nay," said the old woman testily. "It was I who saw the pictures, and I showed them to Edo, and to this white virgin. You cannot understand, but it was so. Edo's gift of vision is small, mine is great. None have ever had it as I have it, and that is why Edo and the others have suffered my tree to live so long, because the light of my wisdom has shone about their heads and spoken through their tongues. And when I am gone, they will seek and find it not. In thee they might have found it, maiden, had thy heart remained empty. But now it is full again, and what room is there for wisdom such as ours? The wisdom of the ghosts, not the wisdom of life and love and beating hearts." Noya translated the words, but Rachel seemed to take no heed of them. "Dingaan," she asked, "is Dingaan dead? He was well enough when Richard came to Zululand, and since then I have seen nothing of him." "How did he die?" "He did not die, Zula, though I think that ere long he will die, for you told him so. It was you who died for a while, not Dingaan. By and by you shall learn all that story. Now you are very weary and must rest." "Yes," said Rachel with a sob, "I think I died when Richard died, but now I seem to have come to life again. That is the worst of it. Oh, Noya, Noya, why did you not let me remain dead, instead of bringing me to life again in this dreadful place?" "Because it was otherwise fated, sister," replied Noya. "No, do not begin to laugh and cry. It was otherwise fated." And bending down, she whispered something into Nia's ear. The old dwarf nodded. Then taking Rachel by the hand, led her to where some skins were spread upon the floor. "Lie down," she said, "and rest. Rest, beautiful white one, and wake up to eat and be strong again." And she gazed into Rachel's eyes as Edo had done when the fits of wild laughter were on her, singing something as she gazed. While she sang, the madness that was gathering there again went out of Rachel's eyes. The lids closed over them, and presently they were fast shut in sleep, nor did she open them again for many hours. Rachel awoke and sat up, looking round her wonderingly. Then by the dim light of the lamps she saw Noia seated at her side, and the old dwarf woman who was called Mother of the Trees, squatted at a little distance, watching them both, and remembered. "Thou hast had happy dreams, lady, and thou art well again, is it not so?" queried Nia. "Ay, mother," she answered, "too happy, for they make my waking the more sad. And I am well, I who desire to die." "Then go up through the open gate, which thou sawest not so long ago, and satisfy thy desire, as it is easy to do," replied Nia grimly. "Nay," she added in a changed voice, "go not up. Thou art too young and fair. The blood runs too red in those blue veins of thine. What hast thou to do with ghosts and death and the darkness of the trees, thou child of the air and sunshine? Death for the dwarf folk, death for the dealers in dreams, death for the death lovers, but for thee, life, life." "Tell her, Noia," said Rachel, "that my mother, who was foresighted, always said that I should live out my days, and I fear that it is true, who must live them out alone." "Yes, yes, she was right, that mother of thine," answered Nia, "and for the rest, who knows? But thou art hungry. Eat. Afterwards we will talk." And she pointed to a stool upon which was food. Rachel tasted and found it very good, a kind of porridge, made of she knew not what, and with it forest fruits, but no flesh. So she ate heartily, and Noia ate with her. Nia ate also, but only a very little. "Why should I trouble to eat," she said, "I to whom death draws near?" When they had finished eating, at some signal which Rachel did not perceive, mutes came in, who bore away the fragments of the meal. After they had gone, the three women washed themselves in the water of the fountain. Then Noia combed out Rachel's golden hair, and clothed her again in her robe of silken fur that she had cleansed, throwing over it a mantle of snowy white fiber, such as the dwarves wove into cloth, which she and Nia had made ready while Rachel slept. As Noia put it about her mistress and stepped back to see how it became her beauty, two of the dwarf mutes appeared, creeping up the cave, and squatting down before Nia, began to make signs to her. "What is it?" asked Rachel nervously. "Edo is without," answered the mother, "and would speak with us." "I fear Edo, and will not go," exclaimed Rachel. "Nay, have no fear, maiden, for here he cannot harm thee or any of us. It is the place of sanctuary. Come, let us see this priest. Perhaps we may learn something from him." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 21. The City of the Dead. Nia led the way down the cave, followed by Rachel and Noia. Squatted in its entrance, so as to be out of reach of the rays of the sun, sat Edo, looking like a malevolent toad, and with him were Hana and some other priests. As Rachel approached, they all rose and saluted, but to Nia and Noia they gave no salute. Only to Nia Edo said, "Why art thou not within the fence, old woman?" And he pointed with his chin towards the place of death above. "Thy tree is down, and all last night we were hacking off its branches, that it may dry up the sooner. It is time for thee to die." "I die when my tree dies, not before, priest," answered Nia. "I have still some work to do before I die, Also, I have planted my tree again in good soil, and it may grow." "I saw," said Edo. "It is without the wall there, but many a generation must go by before a new mother sits beneath its shade. Well, die when it pleases you, it does not matter when, since thou art no more our mother. Moreover, learn that all have deserted thee, save a very few, most of whom have just now passed within the fence above, that they may attend thee amongst the ghosts." "I thank them," said Nia simply, "and in that world we will rule together." "The rest," went on Edo, "have turned against thee, having heard how thou didst bring one of us to the Red Death yesterday by thy evil magic, him upon whom the bough fell." "Who was it that strove to bring me to the Red Death before I reached the sanctuary? Who shot the poisoned arrow, priest?" "I do not know," answered Edo, "but it seems that he shot badly, for thou art still here. Now, enough of thee, old woman. For many years we bore thy rule, which was always foolish, and sometimes bad, because we could not help it. For the tree of her who went before thee fell at thy feet, as thy tree has fallen at the feet of the White Virgin there. For long thou and I have struggled for the mastery, and now thou art dead, and I have won. So be silent, old woman, and, since that arrow missed thee, go hence in peace, for none need thee any more, who hast neither youth nor comeliness nor power." "I," answered Nia, stung to fury by these insults, "I shall go in peace, but thou shalt not abide in peace, thou traitor, nor those who follow thee. When youth and comeliness fade, then wisdom grows, and wisdom is power, Edo, true power. I tell thee that last night I looked in my bowl, and saw things concerning thee, I, and all of our people, that are hid from thy eyes, terrible things, things that have not befallen since the tree of the tribe was a seed, and the spirit of the tribe came to dwell within it." "Speak them, then," said Edo, striving to hide the fear which showed through his round eyes. "Nay, priest, I speak them not. Live on, and thou shalt discover them, thou and thy traitors. Well have I served you all for many years. Mercy have I given to all. White magic have I practiced, and not black. None have died that I could save. None have suffered whom I could protect. No, not even the slave peoples beneath our rule. All this I have done, knowing that ye plotted against me, knowing that ye strove to kill my tree by spells, knowing what the end must be. It has come at last, as come it must, and I do not grieve. Fool! I knew that it would come, and I knew the manner of its coming. It was I who sent for this virgin queen, whom ye would set up to rule over you, foreseeing that at her feet my tree would fall. The ghost of Siapi, who is of my blood, Siapi, whom years ago ye drove away for no offense to dwell in a strange land, told me of her and of this Noya, his daughter, and of the end of it all. So she came. Thou didst not bring her as thou thoughtest. I brought her, and my tree fell at her feet as it was doomed to fall. And she saved me from the Red Death, as she was doomed to do, giving me love, not hate, as I gave her love, not hate. For the rest ye shall see, all of you. I am finished, I am dead, but I live on elsewhere, and ye shall see." Now Edo would have answered, but the priest Hana, who appeared to be much frightened by Nia's words, plucked at his sleeve, whispering in his ear, and he was silent. Presently he spoke again, but to Rachel, bidding Noya translate. "Thou white maid," he said, "who wast called Princess of the Zulus, pay no heed to this old dotard, but listen to me. When thy spirit wandered yonder, even then I saw the seeds of greatness in thee, and begged thee from the savage Dingaan. Also, I and Pani, who is dead, and Hana, who lives, read by our magic that at thy feet the tree of Nya would fall, and that after her thou wast appointed to rule over us. All the ghost people read it also, and now they have named thee their mother, and chosen thee a great tree, but young and strong, that shall stand for ages. Come forth then, and take thy seat beneath that tree, and be our queen." "Why should I come?" asked Rachel. "It seems that you dwarfs bring your queens to ill ends. Choose you another mother." "Inkosazana, we cannot if we would," answered Edo, "for these matters are not in our hands, but in those of our spirit. Hearken, we will deal well with thee. We will make thee great, and grow in thy greatness, for thou shalt give us of thy wisdom, that, although thou knowest it not, thou hast above all other women. We weary of little things. We would rule the world. All the nations from sea to sea shall bow down before thee, and seek thine oracle. Thou shalt take their wealth, thou shalt drive them hither and thither as the wind drives clouds. Thou shalt make war, thou shalt ordain peace. At thy pleasure they shall rise up in life and lie down in death. Their kings shall cower before thee, their princes shall bring thee tribute. Thou shalt reign a god, until it shall please Edo to bring thee to thine end, lady, as it pleases him to bring me to mine," muttered Nya behind her. "Be not beguiled, maiden. Remain a woman and uncrowned, for so thou shalt find most joy." "Thou meanest, Edo," said Rachel, "that thou will rule, and I do thy bidding. Noya, tell him that I will have none of it. When I came here, a great sorrow had made me mad, and I knew nothing. Now I have found my spirit again, and presently I go hence." At this answer Edo grew very angry. "One thing I promise thee, Zula," he said. "In the name of all the ghost people, I promise it, that thou shalt not go hence alive. In this sanctuary thou art safe indeed, seated in the shadow of the death tree, that is the tree of life. But soon or late a way will be found to draw thee hence, and then thou shalt learn who is the stronger, thou or Edo, as the old woman behind thee has learned. Fare thee well for a while. I will tell the people that thou art weary and resteth, and meanwhile I rule in thy name. Fare thee well, Inkosazana, till we meet without the wall." And he rose and went, accompanied by Hana and the other priests. When he had gone a little way, he turned, and pointing up the hill, screamed back to Nya, "Go and look within the fence, old hag. There thou wilt see the best of those that clung to thee, seeking for peace. Art thou a coward, that thou lingerest behind them?" "Nay, Edo," she answered, "thou art the coward that hast driven them to death, because they are good, and thou art evil. When my hour is ripe, I join them, not before. Nor shalt thou abide here long behind me. One short day of triumph for thee, Edo, and then night, black night, forever." Edo heard, and his yellow face grew white with rage or fear. He stamped upon the ground, he shook his small fat fists, and spat out curses as a toad spits venom. Nya did not stay to listen to them, but walked up the cave and sat herself down upon her mat. "Why does he hate thee so, mother?" asked Rachel. "Because those that are bad hate those that are good, maiden. For many a year Edo has sought to rule through me, and to work evil in the world, but I have not suffered it. He would abandon our secret ancient faith, and reign a king, as Dingaan the Zulu reigns. He would send the slave tribes out to war and conquer the nations, and build him a great house, and have many wives. But I held him fast, so that he could do few of these things. Therefore he plotted against me, but my magic was greater than his, and while my tree stood he could not prevail. At length it fell at thy feet, as he knew that it was doomed to fall, for all these things are foreordained. And at once he would have slain me by the red death, but thou didst protect me, and for that blessed be thou forever. And why does he wish to make me mother in thy place, Nia? Because my tree fell at thy feet, and all the people demand it. Because he thinks that once the bond of the priesthood is tied between you, and his blood runs in thee, thy pure spirit will protect his spirit from its sins, and that thy wisdom, which he sees in thee, will make him greater than any of the ghost people that ever lived. Yet consent not, for afterwards, if thou dost thwart him, he will find a way to bring down thy tree, and with it thy life, and set another to rule in thy place. Consent not, for know that here thou art safe from him. It may be so, mother, but how can I dwell on in this dismal place? Already my heart is broken with its sorrows, and soon, like those poor folk, I should seek peace within the fence. Tell me of those sorrows, said Nia gently. Perhaps I do not know them all, and perhaps I could help thee. So Rachel sat herself down also, and Noia, interpreting for her, told all her tale up to that point, when she saw the body of Richard borne away. For after this she remembered nothing, until she found herself standing upon the fallen tree in the land of the ghost kings. It was a long tale, and before ever she finished it, night fell. But throughout its telling, the old dwarf woman said never a word, only watched Rachel's face with her kind, soft eyes. At last it was done, and she said, "A sad story. Truly, there is much evil in the world beyond the country of the trees, for here at least we shed a little blood. Now, maiden, what is thy desire?" "This is my desire," said Rachel, "to be joined again to him I love, whom Ishmael slew, yes, and to my father and mother also, whom the Zulus slew at the command of Ishmael." "If they are all dead, how can that be, maiden, unless thou seekest them in death? Pass within the fence yonder, and let the poison of the tree of the tribe fall upon thee, and soon thou wilt find them." "Nay, mother, I may not, for it would be self-murder, and my faith knows few greater crimes." "Then thou must wait till death finds thee, and that road may be very long." "Already it is long, mother, so long that I know not how to travel it, who am alone in the world, without a friend save Noia here." And she began to weep. "Not so. Thou hast another friend." And she laid her hand upon Rachel's heart. "Though it is true that I may bide with thee but a little while." After this they were all silent for a space, until Nia looked up at Rachel and asked suddenly, "Art thou brave?" "The Zulus and others thought so, mother. But what can courage avail me now?" "Courage of the body, nothing, maiden. Courage of the spirit, much, perhaps. If thou sawest this lover of thine, and knew for certain that he lives on beneath the world awaiting thee, would it bring thee comfort?" Rachel's breast heaved, and her eyes sparkled with joy as she answered, "Comfort? What is there that could bring so much? But how can it be, mother, seeing that the last gulf divides us, a gulf which mortals may not pass and live?" "Thou sayest it, still, I have great power, and thy spirit is white and clean. Perhaps I could dispatch it across that gulf, and call it back to earth again. Yet there are dangers, dangers to me of which I reck little, and dangers to thee. Whither I send thee, there thou mightest bide." "I care not if I bide there, mother. if only it be with him. Oh, send me on this journey to his side, and living or dead, I will bless thee. Now Niah thought a while, and answered, For thy sake I will try what I would try for none other who has breathed or breathes, for thou didst save me from the Red Death at the hands of Edo. Yes, I will try, but not yet. First thou must eat and rest. Obey, or I do nothing. So Rachel ate, and afterwards, feeling drowsy, even slept a while, perhaps because she was still weary with her journeying, and her new-found mind needed repose, or perhaps because some drug had been mingled with her drink. When she awoke, Niah led her to the mouth of the cave. Here they stood a while, studying the stars. No breath of air stirred, and the silence was intense. Only, from time to time, the sound of trees falling in the forest reached their ears. Sometimes it was quite soft, as though a fleece of wool had been dropped to the earth. That was when the tree that died had grown miles and miles away from them, and sometimes the crash was as that of a sudden thunder. That was when the tree which died had grown near to them. A sense of the mystery and wonder of the place and hour sank into Rachel's heart. The stars above, the mighty entombing forest, in which the trees fell unceasingly after their long centuries of life, the encircling wall, built perhaps by hands that had ceased from their labors hundreds of thousands of years before those trees began to grow, the huge moss-clad cedar upon the mound, beneath the shadow of whose branches, day by day, its worshippers gave up their breath, that immemorial cedar whereof, as they believed, the life was the life of the nation, the wizened little witch-woman at her side, with the seal of doom already set upon her brow, and the stare of farewell in her eyes, the sad spiritual face of Noia, who held her hand, the loving, faithful Noia, who in that light seemed half a thing of air, the gray little dwarf mutes, who squatted on their mats, staring at the ground, or now and again passed down the hill from the fence of death above, bearing between them a body to its burial. All were mysterious, all were wonderful. As she looked and listened, a new strength stirred in Rachel's heart. At first she had felt afraid, but now courage flowed into her, and it seemed to come from the old woman at her side, the mistress of mysteries, the mother of magic, in whom was gathered the wisdom of 100 generations of this half-human race. Look at the stars and the night, she was saying in her soft voice, for soon thou shalt be beyond them all, and perchance thou shalt never see them more. Art thou fearful? If so, speak, and we will not try this journey in search of one whom we may not find. No, answered Rachel, but mother, whither go we? We go to the land of death. Come then, the moment is at hand. It is hard on midnight. See, yonder star stands above the holy tree. And she pointed to a bright orb that hung almost over the topmost bough of the cedar. It marks thy road, and if thou wouldst pass it, now is the hour. Mother, asked Noia, may I come with her? I also have my dead, and where my sister goes, I follow. Aye, if thou wilt, daughter of Siope. The path is wide enough for 3, and if I stay on high, perchance thou, that art of my blood, mayest find strength to guide her earthwards through the wandering worlds. Then Niah walked up the cave, and sat herself down within the circle of the lamps, with her back to the stalactite that was shaped like a tree, bidding Rachel and Noia be seated in front of her. 2 of the dwarf mutes appeared, women both of them, and squatted to the right and left, each gazing into a bowl of limpid dew. Niah made a sign, and still gazing into their bowls, these dwarfs began to beat upon little drums that gave out a curious rolling noise, while Nia sang to the sound of the drums a wild, low song. With her thin little hands, she grasped the right hand of Rachel and of Noya, and gazed into their eyes. Things changed to Rachel. The dwarfs to right and left vanished away, but the low murmuring of their drums grew to a mighty music, and the stars danced to it. The song of Nia swelled and swelled till it filled all the space between earth and heaven. It was the rush of the gale among the forests. It was the beating of the sea upon an illimitable coast. It was the shout of all the armies of the world. It was the weeping of all the women of the world. It lessened again. She seemed to be passing away from it. She heard it far beneath her. It grew tiny in its volume, tiny, as if it were an infinite speck or point of sound, which she could still discern for millions and millions of miles, till at length distance and vastness overcame it, and it ceased. It ceased, this song of the earth, but a new song began, the song of the rushing worlds. Far away she could hear it, that ineffable music, far in the utter depths of space. Nearer it would come, and nearer, a ringing, glorious sound, a sound and yet a voice, one mighty voice that sang and was answered by other voices as sun crossed the path of sun and caught up and re-echoed by the innumerable choir of the constellations. They were falling past her, those vast glowing suns, those rounded planets that were now vivid with light and now steeped in gloom, those infinite showers of distant stars. They were gone, they and their music together. She was far beyond them, in a region where all life was forgotten, beyond the rush of the uttermost comet, beyond the last glimmer of the spies and outposts of the universe. One shape of light she sped into the black bosom of fathomless space, and its solitude shriveled up her soul. She could not endure. She longed for some shore on which to set her mortal feet. Behold, far away a shore appeared, a towering, cliff-bound shore, upon whose iron coasts all the black waves of space beat vainly and were eternally rolled back. Here there was light, but no such light as she had ever known. It did not fall from sun or star, but changeful and radiant, welled upward from that land in 1,000 hues, as light might well from a world of opal. In its dazzling, beautiful rays, she saw fantastic palaces and pyramids. She saw seas and pure white mountains. She saw plains and new-hued flowers. She saw gulfs and precipices and pale lakes pregnant with wavering flame. All that she had ever conceived of as lovely or as fearful she beheld, far lovelier or 1,000-fold more fearful. Like a great rose of glory, that world bloomed and changed beneath her. Petal by petal, its splendors fell away and were swallowed in the sea of space, whilst from the deep heart of the immortal rose, new splendors took their birth, and, fresh-fashioned, mysterious, wonderful, reappeared. The measureless city, with its columns, its towers, and its glittering gates. It endured a moment, or 1,000,000 years, she knew not which, and lo, where it had been, stood another city, different, utterly different, only 100 times more glorious. Out of the prodigal heart of the world rose, were they created. Into the black bosom of nothingness were they gathered, whilst others, ever more perfect, pressed into their place. So too changed the mountains, and so the trees. while the gulfs became a garden and the fiery lakes a pleasant stream, and from the seed of the strange flowers grew immemorial forests, wreathed about with rosy mists and bedecked in glimmering dew. With music they were born, on the wings of music they fled away, and after them that sweet music wailed like memories. A hand took hers and drew her downwards, and up to meet her leapt myriads of points of light, in every point a tiny face. They gazed at her with their golden eyes. They whispered together concerning her, and the sound of their whispering was the sound of a sea at peace. They accompanied her to the very heart of the opal rose of life, whence all these wonders welled. They set her in a great grey hall, roofed in with leaning cliffs, and there they left her desolate. Fear came upon her. The loneliness choked her. It held her by the throat like a thing alive. She seemed about to die of it, when she became aware that once more she was companioned. Shapes stood about her. She could not see the shapes, save dimly now and again as they moved, but their eyes she could see, their great, calm, pitiful eyes, which looked down on her, as the eyes of a giant might look down upon a babe. They were terrible, but she did not fear them so much as the loneliness, for at least they lived. One of the shapes bent over her, for its holy eyes drew near to her, and she heard a voice in her heart, asking her for what great cause she had dared to journey hither before the time. She answered in her heart, not with her lips, that she was bereaved of all she loved and came to seek them. Then, still in her heart, she heard that voice command, "Let all this Rachel's dead be brought before her." Instantly doors swung open at the end of that grey hall, and through them, with noiseless steps, with shadowy wings, floated a being that bore in its arms a child. Before her it stayed, and the light of its starry head illumined the face of the child. She knew it at once. It was that baby brother whose bones lay by the shore of the African sea. It awoke from its sleep, it opened its eyes, it stretched out its arms and smiled at her. Then it was gone. Other shapes appeared, each of them bearing its burden. A companion who had died at school, friends of her youth and childhood whom she had thought yet living, a young man who had once wished to marry her and who was drowned, the soldier whom she had killed to save the life of Noya. At the sight of him she shrank, for his blood was on her hands, but he only smiled like the rest and was borne away, to be followed by that witch-doctoress whom the Zulus had slain because of her, who neither smiled nor frowned, but passed like one who wonders. Then another shadow swept down the hall, and in its arms her mother with joyful eyes, who held thin hands above her, as though in blessing, and to whom she strove to speak, but strove in vain. She was borne on, still blessing her, and where she had been was her father, who blessed her also, and whose presence seemed to shed peace upon her soul. He pointed upwards and was gone, gazing at her earnestly, and lo! A form of darkness cast something at her feet. It was Ishmael, who knelt before her. Ishmael, whose tormented face gazed up at her as though imploring pardon. A struggle rent her heart. Could she forgive? Oh, could she forgive him who had slain them all? Now she was aware that the place was filled with the points of light that were spirits, and every one of them looked at her, awaiting the free verdict of her heart. Rank upon rank, also, the mighty shapes gathered about her, and in their arms her dead, and all of them looked and looked, awaiting the free verdict of her heart. Then it arose within her, drawn how she knew not, from every fiber of her infinite being. It arose within her, that spirit of pity and of pardon. As the dead had stretched out their arms above her, so she stretched out her arms over the head of that tortured soul, and for the first time her lips were given the power to speak. "As I hope for pardon, so I pardon," she said. "Go in peace." Voices and trumpets caught up the words, and through the gray hall they rang and echoed, proclaimed forever. And as they died away, he too was gone, and with him went the myriad points of flame, in each of which gleamed a tiny face. She looked about her, seeking another spirit, that spirit she had traveled so far and dared so much to find, but there came only a little dwarf that shambled alone down the great hall. She knew him at once for Pani, the priest, he who had been crushed in the tempest, Pani, the brother of Edo. No shape bore him, for he who on earth had been half a ghost could walk this ghost world on his mortal feet, or so her mind conceived. Past her he shuffled, shamefaced, and was gone. Now the great doors at the end of the hall closed. From far away she could see them roll together like lightning severed clouds, and once more that awful loneliness overcame her. Her knees gave way beneath her. She sank down upon the floor, one little spot of white in its expanse, wishing that the roof of rock would fall and hide her. She covered her face with her golden hair and wept behind its veil. She looked up and saw two great eyes gazing at her. No face, only two great steady eyes. Then a voice, speaking in her heart, asked her why she wept, whose desire had been fulfilled, and she answered that it was because she could not find him whom she sought, Richard Darrien. Instantly the tongues and trumpets took up the name. "Richard Darrien!" they cried, "Richard Darrien!" But no shape swept in bearing the spirit of Richard in its arms. "He is not here," said the voice in her heart. "Go, seek him in some other world." She grew angry. "Thou mockest me," she answered. "He is dead, and this is the home of the dead. Therefore he must be here. Shadow, thou mockest me." "I mock not," came the swift answer. "Mortal, look now and learn." Again the doors burst open, and through them poured the infinite rout of the dead. That hall would not hold them all. Therefore it grew and grew till her sight could scarcely reach from wall to wall. Shapes headed and marshaled them by races and by generations, perhaps because thus only could her human heart imagine them. But now none were born in their arms. They came in myriads and in millions, in billions and tens of billions. Men and women and children, kings and priests and beggars, all wearing the garments of their age and country. They came like an ocean tide, and their floating hair was the foam on the tide, and their eyes gleamed like the first shimmer of dawn above the snows. They came for hours and days and years and centuries. They came eternally, and as they came, every finger of that host, compared to which all the sands of all the seas were but as a handful, was pointed at her, and every mouth shaped the words, "Is it I whom thou seekest?" Million by million she scanned them all, but the face of Richard Darrien was not there. Now the dead Zulus were marching by. Down the stream of time they marched in their marshaled regiments. Chaka stood over her. She knew him by his likeness to Dingaan, and threatened her with a little red-handled spear, asking her how she dared to sit upon the throne of the spirit of his nation. She began to tell him her story, but as she spoke, the wide receding walls of that gray hall fell apart and crumbled, and amidst a mighty laughter, the great-eyed shapes rebuilt them to the fashion of the cave in the mound beneath the tree of the dwarf folk. The sound of the trumpets died away. The shrill, sweet music of the spheres grew far and faint. Rachel opened her eyes. There in front of her sat Nia, crooning her low song, and there on either side crouched the mutes, tapping upon their little drums and gazing into their bowls of water, while against her leaned Noya, who stirred like one awakening from sleep. Ages and ages ago, when she started on that dread journey, the dwarf to her left was stretching out her hand to steady the bowl at her feet, and now it had but just reached the bowl. A great moth had singed its wings in the lamp and was fluttering to the ground. It was still in mid-air. Noya was placing her arm about her neck, and it had but begun to fall upon her shoulder. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 22, In the Sanctuary. Nia ceased her singing, and the dwarf women their beating on the drums. "Hast thou been a journey, maiden?" she asked, looking at Rachel curiously. "Aye, mother," she answered in a faint voice, "and a journey far and strange. And thou, Noya, my niece?" "Aye, mother," she answered, shivering, as though with cold or fear. "But I went not with my sister here. I went alone, for years and years." "A far journey, thou sayest, Inkosazana, and one that was for years and years, thou sayest, Noya. Yet the eyes of both of you have been shut for so long only as it takes a burnt moth to fall from the lamp flame to the ground. I think that you slept and dreamt a moment, that is all." "Mayhap, mother," replied Rachel, "but if so, mine was a most wondrous dream, such as has never visited me before, and as I pray, never may again, for I was borne beyond the stars, into the glorious cities of the dead, and I saw all the dead, and those that I had known in life were brought to me by shapes and powers whereof I could only see the eyes." "And didst thou find him whom thou soughtest most of all?" "Nay," she answered, "him alone I did not find. I sought him. I prayed the guardians of the dead to show him to me, and they called up all the dead, and I scanned them, every one, and they summoned him by his name, but he was not of their number, and he came not. Only they spoke in my heart, bidding me to look for him in some other world." "Ah," exclaimed Nya, starting a little. "They said that to thee, did they? Well, worlds are many, and such a search would be long." Then, as though to turn the subject, she added, "And what sawest thou, Noya?" "I, mother? I went not beyond the stars. I climbed down endless ladders into the center of the earth. My feet are still sore with them. I reached vast caves full of a blackness that shone, and there many dead folk were walking, going nowhere, and coming back from nowhere. They seemed strengthless, but not unhappy, and they looked at me and asked me tidings of the upper world, but I could not answer them, for whenever I opened my lips to speak, a cold hand was laid upon my mouth. I wandered among them for many moons, only there was no moon, nothing but the blackness that shone like polished coal, wandered from cave to cave. At length I came to a cave in which sat my father, Sayapi, and near to him my mother, and my other mothers, his wives, and my brothers and sisters, all of whom the Zulus killed, as the wild beast Ibubesi told them to do. I saw Ibubesi, and he prayed me for my pardon, and I granted it to him," broke in Rachel. "I did not see him," went on Noya fiercely, nor would I have pardoned him if I had, nor do I think that my father and his family pardon him. I think that they will wait to bear testimony against him before the Lord of the dead." "Did Siope tell you so?" asked Rachel. "Nay, he sat there beneath a black tree, whereof I could not see the top, and gazed into a bowl of black water, and in that bowl he showed me many pictures of things that have been and things that are to come, but they are secret. I may say nothing of them." "And what was the end of it, my niece?" asked Niah, bending forward eagerly. "Mother, the end of it was that the black tree, which was shaped like the tree of our tribe above us, took fire and went up in a fierce flame. Then the roofs of the caves fell in, and all the people of the dwarfs flew through the roofs, singing and rejoicing, into a place of light. Only," she added slowly, "it seemed to me that I was left alone amidst the ruins of the caves, I and the white ghost of the trees. Then a voice cried to me to make my heart bold, to bear all things with patience, since to those who dare much for love's sake, much will be forgiven. So I woke, but what those words mean I cannot guess, seeing that I love no man and never shall." And she rested her chin upon her hand and sat there musing. "No," replied Niah, "thou lovest no man, and therefore the riddle is hard." But as she spoke, her eyes fell upon Rachel. "Mother," said Rachel presently, "my heart is the hungrier for all that it has fed upon. Can thy magic send me back to that country of the dead, that I may search for him again? If so, for his sake I will dare the journey." "Not so," answered Niah, shaking her head. "It is a road that very few have traveled, and none may travel twice and live." Now Rachel began to weep. "Weep not, maiden. There are other roads, and perchance tomorrow thou shalt walk them. Now lie down and sleep, both of you, and fear no dreams." So they laid themselves down and slept, but the old witch-wife Niah sat waiting and watched them. "I think I understand," she murmured to herself as she gazed at the slumbering Rachel. "For to her who is so pure and good, and who has suffered such cruel wrong, the guardians would not lie. I think that I understand, and that I can find a path. Sleep on, sweet maiden, sleep on in hope." Then she looked at Noia and shook her gray head. "I do not understand," she muttered. "The black tree, shaped like the tree of our tribe, and Siope of the old blood seated beneath it. The tree that went up in fire, and the maid of the old blood left alone with the ghost of it while the dwarf people fled into the light and freedom. What does it mean? Ah, that picture in the bowl. Now I can guess. Those who dare much for love. It did not say for love of man, and woman can love woman. But would she dare a deed that none of our race could even dream? Well, the Zulu blood is bold. Perhaps. O Edo, thou black sorcerer, whither art thou leading the children of the tree? On thy head be it, Edo, not on mine, on thy head forever and forever." When Rachel awoke, refreshed, on the following day, she lay on a while, thinking. Every detail of her vision was perfectly clear in her mind. Only now she was sure that it had been but a dream. Yet what a wonderful dream! How even in her sleep had she found the imagination to conceive circumstances so inconceivable. That magic rush beyond the stars, that mighty world set round with black cliffs against which rolled the waves of space, that changeful, wondrous world which unfolded itself petal by petal like a rose, every petal lovelier and different from the last, that gray hall roofed with tilted precipices, and then those dead, those multitudes of the dead. What power had been born in her that she could imagine such things as these? Vision she had, like her mother, but not after this sort. Perhaps it was but an aftermath of her madness, for into the minds of the mad creep strange sights and sounds, and this place, and the people amongst whom she sojourned, the ghost people, the grey dwarf people, the dealers in dreams, the dwellers in the sombre forest, might well open new doors in such a soul as hers. Or perhaps she was still mad. She did not know. She did not greatly care. All she knew was that her poor heart ached with love for a man who was dead, and yet whom she could not find even among the dead. She had wished to die, but now she longed for death no more, fearing lest, after all, there should be something in that vision which the magic of Nia had summoned up, and that when she reached the further shore she might not find him who dwelt in a different world. Oh, if only she could find him! Then she would be glad enough to go wherever it was that he had gone. Now Noya was awake at her side, and they talked together. "We must have dreamed dreams, Noya," she said. "Perhaps the mother mingled some drug with our food." "I do not know, Zula," answered Noya, "but if so, I want no more of those dreams which bode no good to me. Besides, who can tell what is dream and what is truth? Mayhap this world is the dream, and the truth is such things as we saw last night." And she would say no more on the matter. Nothing happened within the wall that day. That is, nothing out of the common. A certain number of the privileged priestly caste of the dwarfs were carried or conducted into the holy place and up to the fence of death, that they might die there, and a certain number were brought out for burial. Some of those who came in were folk weary of life, or in other words, suicides, and these walked, and some were sick of various diseases, and these were carried. But the end was the same. They always died, though whether this result was really brought about by some poison distilled from the tree, as Nia alleged, or whether it was the effect of a physical collapse induced by that inherited belief, Rachel never discovered. At least they died, some almost at once, and some within a day or two of entering that deadly shade, and were borne away to burial by the mutes who spent their spare time in the digging of little graves which they must fill. Indeed, these mutes neither knew or pretended that they knew who would be the occupant of each grave. At least they intimated by signs that this was revealed to them in their bowls, and when the victims appeared within the wall, took pleasure in leading them to the holes they had prepared, and showing to them with what care these had been dug to suit their stature. For this service they received a fee that such moribund persons brought with them, either of finely woven robes, or of mats, or of different sorts of food, or sometimes of gold and copper rings manufactured by the Unkulu or other subject savages, which they wore upon their wrists and ankles. Certain of these doomed folk, however, went to their fate with no light hearts, which was not wonderful, as it seemed that these were neither ill nor sought a voluntary euthanasia. They were political victims sent thither by Edo as an alternative to the terror of the Red Death, whereby, according to their strange and ancient creed, they would have risked the spilling of their souls. For the most part, the crime of these poor people was that they had been adherents and supporters of the old mother of the trees, Nia, over whom Edo was at last triumphant. On their way up to the fence, such individuals would stop to exchange a last few sad words with their dethroned priestess. Then, without any resistance, they went on with the rest, but from them the mutes received scant offerings, or none at all, with the result that they were cast into the worst situated and most inconvenient graves, or even tumbled 2 or 3 together into some shapeless corner hole. But after all, that mattered nothing to them, so long as they received sepulchres within the wall, which was their birth, or rather their death right. The priest-mutes themselves were a strange folk, and oddly enough, Rachel observed, by comparison, quite cheerful in their demeanor, for when off duty they would smile and gibber at each other like monkeys, and carry on a kind of market between themselves. They lived in that part of the circumference of the wall which was behind the hill, whereon grew the sacred tree. Here no burials took place, and instead of graves appeared their tiny huts, arranged in neat streets and squares. In these they and their forefathers had dwelt from time immemorial. Indeed, each little hut, with a few yards of fenced-in ground about it, ornamented with dwarf trees, was a freehold that descended from father to son. For the mutes married, and were given in marriage, like other folk, though their children were few, and a family of 3 being considered very large, while many of the couples had none at all. But those who were born to them were all deaf mutes, although their other senses seemed to be singularly acute. These mutes had their virtues. Thus some of them were very kind to each other, and especially to those from the outer forest world who came hither to bid farewell to that world, and others, renouncing marriage and all earthly joys, devoted their lives, which appeared to be long, to the worship of the spirit of the tree. Also they had their vices, such as theft, and the seducing away of the betrothed of others. But the chief of them was jealousy, which sometimes led to murder by poisoning, an art whereof they were great masters. When such a crime was discovered, and a case of it happened during the first days of Rachel's sojourn among them, the accused was put upon his trial before the chief of the mutes, evidence for and against him being given by signs which they all understood. Then if a case were established against him, he was forced to drink a bowl of medicine. If he did this with impunity, he was acquitted. But if it disagreed with him, his guilt was held to be established. Now came the strange part of the matter. All his life the evildoer had been accustomed to go within the fence about his business and take no harm. But after such a condemnation, he was conducted there with the usual ceremonies, and very shortly perished, like any other uninitiated person. Whether this issue was due to magic, or to mental collapse, or to the previous administration of poison, no one seemed to know, not even Nia herself. So at least she declared to Rachel. At each new moon, these mutes celebrated what Rachel was informed they looked upon as a festival. That is, they climbed the tree of the tribe and scattered themselves among its enormous branches, where for several hours they mumbled and gibbered in the dark like a troop of baboons. Then they came down, and mounting the huge surrounding wall, crept around its circumference. Occasionally this journey resulted in an accident, as one of them would fall from the wall and be dashed to pieces. Although it was noticed that the unfortunate was generally a person who, although guilty of no actual crime, chanced to be out of favor with the other priests and priestesses. After the circuit of the wall had been accomplished, with or without accidents, the dwarfs feasted around a fire, drinking some spirit that threw them into a sleep in which wonderful visions appeared to them. Such was their only entertainment, if so it could be called, since doubtless the ceremony was of a religious character. For the rest, they seldom if ever left the holy place, which was known as within the wall, most of them never doing so in the course of a long life. Beyond the burial of the dead, they did no work, as their food was brought to them daily by outside people who were called the slaves of the wall. Their only method of conversation was by signs, and they seemed to desire no other. Indeed, if, as occasionally happened, a child was born to any of them who could hear or speak like other human beings, it was either given over to the other dwarfs, or if the discovery was not made until it was old enough to observe, it was sacrificed by being bound to the trunk of the tribal tree, lest it should tell the secret of the trees. Such were the weird, half-human folk among whom Rachel was destined to dwell. The Zulus had been bad and bloodthirsty, but compared to these little wizards, they seemed to her as angels. The Zulus, at any rate, had left her thoughts, but these stunted wretches, she was sure, pried into them, and read them with the help of their bowls, for often she caught sight of them signing to each other about her as she passed, and pointing with grins to pictures which they saw in the water. It was night again, still silent night, made odorous with the heavy cedar scents of the huge tree upon the mound. Rachel and Noia sat before Niah in the cave beneath the burning lamp, about which fluttered the big-winged gilded moths. "Thou didst not find him yonder among the shades," said Niah suddenly, as though she were continuing a conversation. "Say now, maiden, art thou satisfied, or wouldst thou seek for him again?" "I would seek him through all the heavens and all the earths. Mother, my soul burns for a sight of him, and if I cannot find him, then I must die, and go perchance where he is not." "Good," said Niah, "the effort wearies me, for I grow weak, yet for thy sake I will try to help thee, who saved me from the Red Death." Then the dwarf women came in and beat upon their drums, and as before, the old mother of the trees began to sing, but Noia sat aside, for in this night's play she would take no part. Again Rachel sank into sleep, and again it seemed to her that she was swept from the earth into the region of the stars, and there searched world after world. She saw many strange and marvelous things so wonderful that her memory was buried beneath the mass of them, so that when she woke again, she could not recall their details. Only of Richard she saw nothing. Yet as her life returned to her, it seemed to Rachel that for one brief moment she was near to Richard. She could not see him, and she could not hear him, yet certainly he was near her. Then her eyes opened, and Niah, ceasing from her song, asked, "What tidings, wanderer?" "Little," she answered feebly, for she was very tired, and in a faint voice she told her all. "Good," said Niah, nodding her grey head. "This time he was not so far away. Tomorrow I will make thy spirit strong, and then perhaps he will come to thee. Now rest." So, next night, Niah laid her charm upon Rachel as before, and again her spirit sought for Richard. This time it seemed to her that she did not leave the earth, but with infinite pain, with terrible struggling, wandered to and fro about it, bewildered by a multitude of faces, led astray by myriads of footsteps. Yet in the end she found him. She heard him not, she saw him not, she knew not where he was, but undoubtedly, for a while, she was with him, and woke again, exhausted, but very happy. Niah heard her story, weighing every word of it, but saying nothing. Then she signed to the dwarfs to bring her a bowl of dew, and stared in it for a long while. The dwarf women also stared into their bowls, and afterwards came to her, talking to her on their fingers, after which all three of them upset the dew upon a rock, breaking the pictures. "Hast thou seen aught?" asked Rachel eagerly. "Yes, maiden," answered the mother. "I and these wise women have seen something, the same thing,
and therefore a true thing. But ask not what it was, for we may not tell thee, nor would it help thee if we did. Only be of good courage, for this I say, there is hope for thee." So Rachel went to sleep, pondering on these words, of which neither she nor Noah could guess the meaning. The next night, when she prayed Niah to lay the spell upon her, the old mother would not. "Not so," she said. "Thrice have I rent thy soul from thy body, and sent it afar. And this I may do no more, and keep thee living. Nor could I if I would, for I grow feeble. Neither is it necessary, seeing that, although thou knowest it not, that spirit of thine, having found him, is with him wherever he may be, yes, at his side, comforting him." "Ay, but where is he, mother? Let me look in the bowl, and see his face, as I believe that thou hast done." "Look if thou wilt," and she motioned to one of the dwarf women to place a bowl before her. So Rachel looked long and earnestly, but saw nothing of Richard, only many fantastic pictures, most of which she knew again, for scenes from her own past. At length, worn out, she thrust away the bowl and asked in a bitter voice why they mocked her, and how it came about that she who had seen the coming of Richard in the pool in Zululand, and the fate of Dingaan the king in the bowl of Edo, could now see nothing of any worth. "As regards the vision of the pool, I cannot say, maiden," replied Niah, "for that was born of thine own heart, and had nothing to do with our magic. As regards the visions in the bowl of Edo, they were his visions, not thine, or rather my visions, that I saw before he started hence. I passed them on to him, and he passed them on to thee, and thou didst pass them on to King Dingaan. Far-sighted and pure-souled as thou art, yet, not having been instructed in their wizardry, thou wilt see nothing in the bowls of the dwarfs, unless their blood is mingled with thy blood." "Their blood mingled with my blood? What dost thou mean, mother?" "What I say, neither more nor less. If Edo has his will, then wilt rule after me here as mother of the trees. But first thy veins must be opened, and the veins of Edo must be opened, and Edo's blood must be poured into thee, and thy blood into him. Then thou wilt be able to read in the bowls as we can, and Edo will be thy master, and thou must do his bidding while you both shall live." "If so," answered Rachel, "I think that neither of us will live long." That night Rachel felt too exhausted to sleep, although why this should be she could not guess, as she had done nothing all day save watch the mutes at their dreary tasks, and it was strange, therefore, that she should feel as though she had made a long journey upon her feet. About an hour before the dawn, she saw Niah rise and glide past her towards the mouth of the cave, carrying in her hand a little drum, like those used by the mute women. Something impelled her to follow, and waking Noah at her side, she bade her come also. Outside of the cave, by the faint starlight, they saw the little shape of Niah creeping down the mound, and thence across the open space, towards the wall, and went after her, thinking that she intended to pass the wall. But this she did not do, for when she came to its foot, Niah, notwithstanding her feebleness, began to climb the rough stones as actively as any cat, and though their ascent seemed perilous enough, reached the crest of the wall 60 feet above in safety, and there sat herself down. Next they heard her beating upon the drum she bore, single strokes always, but some of them slow, and some rapid, with a pause between every 5 or 10 strokes, as though she were spelling out words, thought Rachel. After a while, Niah ceased her beating, and in the utter silence of the night, which was broken only, as always, by the occasional crash of the falling trees, for no breath of air stirred, and all the beasts of prey had sought their lairs before light came. Both she and Noia seemed to hear, far, infinitely far away, the faint beat of an answering drum. It would appear that Nia heard it also, for she struck a single note upon hers, as though in acknowledgment, after which the distant beating went on, paused as though for a reply from some other unheard drum, and again, from time to time, went on, perhaps repeating that reply. For a long while this continued, until the sky began to grow gray indeed, when Nia beat for several minutes and was answered by a single, far-off note. Then, glancing at the heavens, she prepared to descend the wall, while Rachel and Noia slipped back to the cave and feigned to be asleep. Soon she entered and stood over them, shaking her gray head and asking how it came about that they thought that she, the mother of the trees, should be so easily deceived. "So thou sawest us," said Rachel, trying not to look ashamed. "No, I saw you not with my eyes, either of you, but I felt both of you following me, and heard in my heart what you were whispering to each other. Well, Inkosazana, art thou the wiser for this journey?" "No, mother, but tell us, if thou wilt, what thou wast beating on that drum." "Gladly," she answered. "I was sending certain orders to the slave peoples who still know me as Mother of the Trees, and obey my words. Perhaps thou dost not believe that while I sat upon yonder wall, I talked across the desert to the chiefs of the marches upon the far border of the land of the Mkulu, and that by now, at my bidding, they have sent out men upon an errand of mine." "What was the errand, mother?" asked Rachel curiously. "I said the errand was mine, not thine, maiden. It is not pressing, but as I do not know how long my strength will last, I thought it well that it should be settled." Then, without more words, she coiled herself up on her mat and seemed to go to sleep. It was after this incident of the drums that Rachel experienced the strangest days, or rather weeks, of her life. Nia sent her into no more trances, and to all outward seeming nothing happened. Yet within her much did happen. Her madness had utterly left her, and still she was not as other women are, or as she herself had been in health. Her mind seemed to wander, and she knew not whither it wandered, yet for long hours. Although she was awake, and so Noia said, talking or eating or walking as usual, it was away from her, and afterwards she could remember nothing. Also this happened at night as well as during the day, and ever more and more often. She could remember nothing, yet out of this nothingness there grew upon her a continual sense of the presence of Richard Darrien, a presence that seemed to come nearer and nearer, closer and closer to her heart. It was the assurance of this presence that made those long days so happy to her, though when she was herself, she felt that it could be naught but a dream. Yet, why should a dream move her so strangely, and why should a dream weary her so much? Why, after sleeping all night, should she awake feeling as though she had journeyed all night? Why should her limbs ache, and she grow thin like one who travels without cease? Why should she seem, time after time, to have passed great dangers, to have known cold and heat and want, and struggle against the waters and the battling against storms? Why should her knowledge of this Richard, of the very heart and soul of Richard, grow ever deeper till it was as though they were not twain, but one? She could not answer these questions, and Noia could not answer them, and when she asked Nia, the old mother shook her head and could not or would not answer. Only the dwarf mutes seemed to know the answer, for when she passed them they nudged each other and grinned and thrust their little woolly heads together, staring, several of them, into one bowl. But if Noya and Nia knew nothing of the cause of these things, the effect of them stirred them both, for they saw that Rachel, the tall and strong, grew faint and weak, and began to fade away, as one fades upon whom deathly sickness has laid its hand. Thus 3 weeks or so went by, until one day, in some fashion of her own, Nia caused to arise in the mind of Edo a knowledge of her desire to speak with him. Early the next morning Edo arrived at the holy place, accompanied only by his familiar, Hana, and Nia met them alone in the mouth of the cave. "I see that thou art very white and thin, but still alive, old woman," sneered Edo, adding, "All the thousands of the people yonder thought that long ere this thou wouldst have passed within the fence. May I take back that good tidings to them?" The ancient mother of the trees looked at him sternly. "It is true, thou evil mocker," she said, "that I am white and thin. It is true that I grow like to the skeleton of a rotted leaf, all ribs and netted veins, without substance. It is true that my round eyes start from my head like to those of a bush plover, or the tree lizard, and that soon I must pass within the fence, as thou hast so long desired that I should do, that thou mayest reign alone over the thousands of the people of the dwarfs, and wield their wisdom to increase thy power. Thou poison-bloated toad. All these things are true, Edo. Yet ere I go, I have a word to say to thee, to which thou wilt do well to listen." "Speak on," said Edo. "Without doubt thou hast wisdom of a sort. Honey thou hast garnered during many years, and it is well that I should suck the store before it is too late." "Edo," said Nia, "I am not the only one in this holy place who grows white and thin. Look, there is another." And she nodded towards Rachel, who walked past them aimlessly, with dreaming eyes, attended by Noya, upon whose arm she leant. "I see," answered Edo. "This haunted death prison presses the life out of her. Also I think that thou hast sent her spirit traveling, as thou knowest how to do, and such journeys sap the strength of flesh and blood." "Perhaps, but now, before it is too late, I would send her body traveling also. Only thou, who hast the power for a while, dost bar the road." "I know," said Edo, nodding his head and looking at his companion. "We all know, do we not, Hana? We who have heard certain beatings of drums in the night and studied dewdrops beneath the trees at dawn. Thou wouldst send her to meet another traveler." "Yes, and if thou art wise, thou wilt let her go." "Why should I let her go?" asked the priest passionately. "And with her all my greatness? She must reign here, after thee, for at her feet thy tree fell, and it is the will of the people, who weary of dwarf queens and desire one that is tall and beautiful and white. Moreover, when my blood has been poured into her, her wisdom will be greater than thine, or that of any mother that went before thee, for she is Wensi, the virgin, and her soul is purer than them all. I will not let her go. If she leaves this holy place where none may do her harm, she shall die, and then her spirit may go to seek that other traveler." "Thou art mad, Edo, mad and blind with pride and folly. Let her be, and choose another mother. Now there is Noya." "Thy great niece, Nia, who thinks as thou thinkest, and hates those whom thou hatest." "Nay, I will have none of that half-breed. Yonder white Inkosazana shall be our queen and no other." Then Edo whispered Nia, leaning forward and looking into his eyes, "She shall be the last mother of all this people. Fool! There are those who fight for her against whom thou canst not prevail. Thou knowest them not, but I know them, and I tell thee that they make ready thy doom. Have thy way, Edo. It was not for her that I pleaded with thee, but for the sake of the ancient people of the ghosts, whose fate draws nigh to them. Fool, have thy way, spin thy web, and be caught in it thyself. I tell thee, Edo, that thy death shall be redder than any thou hast ever dreamed, nor shall it fall on thee alone. Begone now, and trouble me no more, till in another place all that is left of thee shall creep to my feet, praying me for a pardon thou shalt not find. Begone, for the last leaf withers on my tree, and tomorrow I pass within the fence. Say to the people that their mother, against whom they rebelled, is dead, and that she bids them prepare to meet the evil which, alive, she warded from their heads. Now Edo strove to answer, but could not, for there was something in the flaming eyes of Nial which frightened him. He looked at Hana, and Hana looked back at him. Then, taking each other's hand, they slunk away towards the wall, staggering blindly through the sunshine towards the shade. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, The Dream in the North. Richard Darrien remembered drinking a bowl of milk in the hut in which he was imprisoned at Mafuti, and instantly a feeling of cold chill ran to its heart and brain, after which he remembered no more for many a day. At length, however, by slow degrees, and with sundry slips back into unconsciousness, life and some share of his reason and memory returned to him. He awoke to find himself lying in a hut, roughly fashioned of branches, and attended by a Kafir woman of middle age. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am Mommy," she answered. "Mommy, Mommy, I know the name, and I know the voice. Say, were you one of the wives of Ibu Bessie, she who spoke with me through the fence?" And he strove to raise himself on his arm to look at her, but fell back from weakness. "Yes, Inkus, I was one of his wives." "Was? Then where is Ibu Bessie now?" "Dead, Inkus. The fire has burned him up with his kraal Mafuti." "With the kraal Mafuti? Where then is the Inkosazana? Answer, woman, and be swift," he cried in a hollow voice. "Alas, Inkus, alas, she is dead also, for she was in the kraal when the fire swept it, and was seen standing on top of a hut where she had taken refuge, and after that she was seen no more." "Then let me die and go to her," exclaimed Richard with a groan, as he fell back upon his bed, where he lay almost insensible for 3 more days. Yet he did not die, for he was young and very strong, and Mommy poured milk down his throat to keep the life in him. Indeed, little by little, something of his strength came back, so that at last he was able to think and talk with her again, and learned all the dreadful story. He learned how the people of Mafuti, fearing the vengeance of Dingaan, had fled away from their kraal, carrying what they thought to be his body with them, lest it should remain in evidence against them, and taking all the cattle that they could gather. Every one of them had fled that could travel, only Ibu Bessie and a few sick and certain folk who chanced to be outside the walls remaining behind. It was from 2 of these, who escaped during the burning of the kraal by the Zulus, or by fire from the heavens, they knew not which, that they had heard of the awful end of Ibu Bessie, and of his prisoner, the Inkosazana. As for themselves, they had traveled night and day till they reached a certain secret and almost inaccessible place in the great Quathlama Mountains, in which people had lived whom Chaka wiped out, and there hidden themselves. In this place they remained, hoping that Dingaan would not care to follow them so far, and proposing to make it their home, since here they found good mealie lands, and, fortunately, the most of their cattle remained alive. That was all the story. There was nothing more to tell. A day or two later, Richard was able to creep out of the hut and see the place. It was as Mommy had said, very strong, a kind of tableland ringed around with precipices that could only be climbed through a single narrow neck, and overshadowed by the great Quathlamba Range. The people who were engaged in planting their corn gathered round him, staring at him as though he were one risen from the dead, and greeted him with respectful words. He spoke to several of them, including the two men who had seen the burning of Mafuti, though from a little distance. But they could tell him no more than Mommy had done, except that they were sure that the Inkosazana had perished in the flames, as had many of the Zulus, who broke into the town. Richard was sure of it also. Who would not have been? And crept back, broken-hearted, to his hut. He who had lost all, and longed that he might die. But he did not die. He grew strong again, and when he was well and fit to travel, went to the headmen of the people, saying that now he desired to leave them and return to his own place in the Cape Colony. The headmen said, no, he must not leave, for in their hearts they were sure that he would go, not to the Cape Colony, but to Zululand, there to discover all he could as to the death of the Inkosazana. So they told him that with them he must bide, for then if the Zulus tracked them out, they would be able to produce him, who otherwise would be put to the spear, every man of them, as his murderers. The sin of Ibubesi, who had been their chief, clung to them, and they knew well what Dingaan and Tambusa had sworn should happen to those who harmed the white chief Dario, who was under the mantle of their Inkosazana. Richard reasoned with them, but it was no use. They would not let him go. Therefore, in the end, he appeared to fall in with their humor, and meanwhile began to plan escape. One dark night he tried it indeed, only to be seized in the mouth of the neck and brought back to his hut. Next morning the headman spoke with him, telling him that he should only depart thence over their dead bodies, and that they watched him night and day, that the neck, moreover, was always guarded. Then they made an offer to him. He was a white man, they said, and cleverer than they were. Let them come under his wing. Let him be their chief, for he would know how to protect them from the Zulus and any other enemies. He could take over the wives of Ibubesi. At this proposition Richard shuddered. And they would obey him in all things, only he must not attempt to leave them, which he should never do alive. Richard put the proposal by, but in the end, not because he wished it, but by the mere weight of his white man's blood, and for the lack of anything else to do, drifted into some such position. Only at the wives of Ibubesi, or any other wives, he would not so much as look, a slight that gave offense to those women, but made the others laugh. So, for certain long weeks, he sat in that secret nook in the mountains, as the chief of a little Kafir tribe, occupying himself with the planting of crops, the building of walls and huts, the drilling of men, and the settling of quarrels. All day he worked thus, but after the day came the night when he did not work, and those nights he dreaded. For then the languor, not of body but of mind, which the poison the old witch doctoress had given to Ishmael had left behind, would overwhelm him, bringing with it black despair, and his grief would get a hold of him, torturing his heart. For of the memory of Rachel he could never be rid for a single hour, and his love for her grew deeper day by day. And she was dead. Oh, she was dead, leaving him living. One night he dreamed of Rachel, dreamed that she was searching for him and calling him. It was a very vivid dream, but he woke up and it passed away as such dreams do. Only, all the day that followed, he felt a strange throbbing in his head and found himself turning ever towards the north. The next night he dreamed again of her and heard her say, "The search has been far and long, but I have found you, Richard. Open your eyes now, and you will see my face." So he opened his eyes, and there, sure enough, in the darkness, he perceived the outline of her sweet remembered face, about which fell her golden hair. For one moment only he perceived it, then it was gone, and after that her presence never seemed to leave him. He could not see her, he could not touch her, yet she was ever at his side. His brain ached with the thought of her. Her breath seemed to fan his hands and hair. At night her face floated before him, and in his dreams her voice called him, saying, come to me, Richard, I am in need of you. Come to me, I myself will be your guide." Then he would wake, and remembering that she was dead, grew sure and ever surer that the spirit of Rachel was calling him down to death. It called him from the north, always from the north. Soon he could scarcely walk southwards, or east or west, for ere he had gone many yards his feet turned and set his face towards the north. That was to the narrow neck between the precipices which the Kaffirs guarded night and day. One evening he went to his hut to sleep, if sleep would come to him. It came, and with it that face and voice, but the face seemed paler, and the voice more insistent. "Will you not listen to me?" it said, "you who were my love? For how long must I plead with you? Soon my power will leave me. The opportunity will be past, and then how will you find me, Richard, my lover? Rise up, and follow ere it be too late, for I myself will be your guide." He awoke. He could bear it no more. Perhaps he was mad, and these were visions of his madness, mocking visions that led him to his death. Well, if so, he still would follow them. Perhaps her body was buried in the north. If so, he would be buried there also. Perhaps her soul dwelt in the north. If so, his soul would fly thither to join it. The Kaffirs would kill him in the pass. Well, if so, he would die with his face set northwards, whither Rachel drew him. He rose up and wrapped himself in a cloak of goatskins. He filled a hide bag with sun-dried flesh and parched corn, and hung it about his shoulders with a gourd of water. For, after all, he might live a little while and need food and drink. As he had no gun, he took a staff and a knife and a broad-bladed spear, and leaving the hut, set his face northward, and walked towards the mouth of the neck. At the first step which he took, the torment in his head seemed to leave him, who fought no longer, who had seemed obedient to that mysterious summons. Quietness and confidence possessed him. He was going to his end, but what did it matter? The dream beckoned and he must follow. The moon shone bright, but he took no trouble to hide himself. It did not seem to be worth while. Now he was in the neck and drawing near to the place where the guard was stationed. Still he marched on, boldly, openly. As he thought, they were on the alert. They drew out from behind the rocks and barred his path. "Whither goest thou, Lord Dario?" asked their captain. "Thou knowest that here thou mayest not pass." "I follow a ghost to the north," he answered, "and living or dead I pass." "Ow," said the captain, "he says that he follows a ghost. Well, we have nothing to do with ghosts. Take him, unharmed if possible, but take him." So, urged thereto by their own fears, since, for their safety's sake, they dared not let him go, the men sprang towards him. They sprang towards him where he stood waiting the end, for give back he would not, and of a sudden fell down upon their faces, hiding their heads among the stones. Richard did not know what had happened to them, that they behaved thus strangely, nor did he care. Only seeing them fallen, he walked on over them, and pursued his way along the neck and down it to the plains beyond. All that night he walked, looking behind him from time to time to see if any followed, but none came. He was alone, quite alone, save for the dream that led him towards the north. At sunrise he rested and slept a while, then, awaking after midday, went on his road. He did not know the road, yet never was he in doubt for a moment. It was always clear to him whither he should go. That night he finished his food and again slept a while, going forward at the dawn. In the morning he met some Kaffirs who questioned him, but he answered only that he was following a dream to the north. They stared at him, seemed to grow frightened, and ran away. But presently some of them came back and placed food in his path, which he took and left them. He came to the kraal Mafuti. It was utterly deserted, and he wandered amidst its ashes. Here and there he found the bones of those who had perished in the fire, and turned them over with his staff, wondering whether any of them had belonged to Rachel. In that place he slept a night, thinking that perhaps his journey was ended, and that here he would die, where he believed Rachel had died. But when he waked at the dawn, it was only to find that something within him still drew him towards the north, more strongly indeed than ever before. So he left what had been the town Mafuti. Walking along the edge of the cleft into which Ishmael had leapt on the fire, he climbed the walls, built with so much toil to keep out the Zulus, and at last came to the river which Rachel had swum. It was low now, and wading it he entered Zululand. Here the natives seemed to know of his approach, for they gathered in numbers, watching him, and put food in his path, but they would not speak to him. And when he addressed them, saying that he followed a dream, and asking if they had seen the dream, they cried out that he was Tagali, bewitched, and fled away. He continued his journey, finding each night a hut prepared for him to sleep in, and food for him to eat till at length, one evening, he reached the great place in Gungundlovu. Through its streets he marched with a set face, while thousands stared at him in silence. Then a captain pointed out a hut to him, and into it he entered, ate, and slept. At dawn he rose, for he knew that here he must not tarry. The spirit face of Rachel still hung before him. The spirit voice still whispered, "Forward, forward to the north. I myself will be your guide." In his path sat the king and his counselors, and around them a regiment of men. He walked through them unheeding, till at length, when he was in front of the king, they barred his road, and he halted. "Who art thou, and what is thy business?" asked an old counselor, with a withered hand. "I am Richard Darrien," he answered, "and here I have no business. I journey to the north, stay me not." "We know thee," said the counselor. "Thou art the Lord Dario, that didst dwell in the shadow of the Inkosazana. Thou art the white chief whom the wild beast Ibubesi slew at the kraal Mafuti. Why does thy ghost come hither to trouble us?" "Living or dead, ghost or man, I travel to the north, stay me not," he answered. "What seekest thou in the north, thou Lord Dario?" "I seek a dream. A spirit leads me to find a dream. Seest thou it not, man with the withered hand?" "Ah," they repeated, "he seeks a dream. A spirit leads him to find a dream in the north." "What is this dream like?" asked Mopo of the withered hand. "Come, stand at my side, and look. There, dost thou see it floating in the air before us, thou who hast eyes that can read a dream?" Mopo came and looked. Then his knees trembled a little, and he said, "I, Lord Dario, I see and I know that face." "Thou knowest the face, old fool," broke in Dingaan angrily. "Then whose is it?" "O king," answered Mopo, dropping his eyes, "it is not lawful to speak the name, but the face is the face of one who sat where that wanderer stands and showed thee certain pictures in a bowl of water." Now Dingaan trembled, for the memory of those visions haunted him night and day. Moreover, he thought at times that they drew near to their fulfillment. "The white man is mad," he said, "and thou, Mopo, art mad also. I have often thought it, and that it would be well if thou wentest on a long journey for thy health. This Dario shall stay here a while. I will not suffer him to wander through my land, crazing the people with his tales of dreams and visions. Take him and hold him. The circle of the doctors shall inquire into the matter." So Dingaan spoke, who in his heart was afraid, lest this wild-eyed Dario should learn that he had given the Inkosazana to the dwarf folk when she was mad, to appease him after they had prophesied evil to him. Also he remembered that it was because of the murders done by Ibubesi that the Inkosazana had gone mad, and did not understand, if Dario had been killed at the kraal Mafuti, how it could be that he now stood before him. Therefore he thought that he would keep him a prisoner until he found out all the truth of the matter, and whether he were still a man or a ghost or a wizard clothed in the shape of the dead. At the bidding of the king, guards sprang forward to seize Richard, but the old counselor, Mopo, shrunk away behind him, hiding his eyes with his withered hand. They sprang forward, and yet they laid no finger on him, but fell oft to right and left, saying, "Kill us if thou wilt, Black One, but we cannot." "The wizard has bewitched them," said Dingaan angrily. "Hear you, doctors, you whose trade it is to catch wizards. Take this white fellow and bind him." Unwillingly enough, the doctors, of whom there were 8 or 10 sitting apart, rose to do the king's bidding. They came on towards Richard, some of them singing songs, and some muttering charms, and as they came he laughed and said, "Beware, you Ambangoba! The dream is looking at you very angrily." Then they too broke away to right and left, crying out that this was a wizard against whom they had no power. Now Dingaan grew mad with wrath, and shouted to his soldiers to seize the white man, and if he resisted them, to kill him with their sticks, for of witchcraft they had known enough in Zululand of late. So thick as bees, the regiment formed up in front of him, shouting and waving their carries, for here in the king's place they bore no spears. "Make way there," said Richard. "I can stay no longer. I must to the north." The soldiers did not stir. Only a captain stepped out, bidding him give up his spear and yield himself or be killed. Richard walked forward, and at a sign from the captain, men sprang at him, lifting their carries, to dash out his brains. Then suddenly, in front of Richard there appeared something faint and white, something that walked before him. The soldiers saw it, and the carries fell from their hands. The regiment behind saw it, and turning, burst away like a scared herd of cattle. They did not wait to seek the gates. They burst through the fence of the enclosure, and were gone, leaving it flat behind them. The king and his counselors saw it also, and more clearly than the rest. "The Inkosazana!" they cried. "It is the Inkosazana who walks before him that she loved." And they fell upon their faces. Only Dingaan remained seated on his stool. "Go," he said hoarsely to Richard. "Go, thou wizard, north or south or east or west, if only thou wilt take that spirit with thee, for she bodes evil to my land." So Richard, who had seen nothing, marched away from the kraal Umgungundlovo, and once more set his face towards the north that drew him as it draws the needle of a compass. The road that Rachel and the dwarfs had traveled, he traveled also. Although from day to day he knew not where his feet would lead him, still he traveled it step by step. Nor did any hurt come to him. In the country where men dwelt, being forewarned of his coming by messengers, they brought him food and guarded him, and when he passed out into the wilderness, some other power guarded him. He had no fear at all. At night he would lie down without a fire, and the lions would roar about him, but they never harmed him. He would plunge into a swamp or a river, and always pass it safely. When water failed, he would find it without search. When there was no food, it would seem to be brought to him. Once an eagle dropped a bustard at his feet. Once he found a buck, fresh slain by leopards. Once when he was very hungry, he saw that he had lain down to sleep by a nest of ostrich eggs, and this food he cooked, making fire after the native fashion, with sharp sticks, as he knew how to do. At length all the swamps were passed, and in the 3rd week of his journeyings he reached the sloping uplands, on the edge of which he awoke one morning to find himself surrounded by a circle of great men, giants, who stood staring at him. He arose, thinking that at last his hour had come, as it seemed to him that they were about to kill him. But instead of killing him, these men saluted him humbly, and offered him food upon their knees, and new hide shoes for his feet, for his own were worn out, and cloaks and garments of skin, which things he accepted thankfully, for by now he was almost naked. Then they brought a litter, and wished him to enter it, but this he refused. Heeding them no more, as soon as he had eaten, and filled his bag and water bottle, he started on towards the north. Indeed, he could not have stayed if he had wished. His brain seemed to be full of one thought only, to travel till he reached his journey's end, whatever it might be. And before his eyes he saw one thing only, the spirit face of Rachel that led him on towards that end. Sometimes it was there for hours, then for hours again it would be absent. When it was present, he looked at it. When it was gone, he dreamed of it. For him it was the same. But one thing was ever with him, that magnet in his heart which drew his feet towards the north, and from step to step showed him the road that he should travel. A number of the giant men accompanied him. He noticed it but took no heed. So long as they did not attempt to stay or turn him, he was indifferent whether they came or went away. As a result, he traveled in much more comfort, since now everything was made easy and ready for him. Thus he was fed with the best that the land provided, and at night shelters were built for him to sleep in. He discovered that a captain of the giants could understand a few words of some native language which he knew, and asked him why they helped him. The captain replied, "By order of the Mother of Trees." Who or what Mother of Trees might be, Richard was unable to discover, so he gave up his attempts at talk and walked on. They traversed the fertile uplands and reached the edge of the fearful desert. It did not frighten him. He plunged into it as he would have plunged into a sea or a lake of fire had it lain in his way. He was like a bird whose instinct at the approach of summer or of winter leads it without doubt or error to some far spot, beyond continents and oceans. Some land that it has never seen leads it in surety and peace to its appointed rest. A guard of the giant men came with him into the desert, also carriers who bore skins of water. In that burning heat, the journey was dreadful, yet Richard accomplished it, wearing down all his escort, until at its further lip but one man was left. There even he sank exhausted, and began to beat upon a little drum that he carried, which drum had been passed on to him by those who were left behind. But Richard was not exhausted. His strength seemed to be greater than it had ever been before, or that which drew him forward had acquired more power. He wondered vaguely why a man should choose such a place and time to play upon a drum, and went on alone. Before him, some miles away, he saw a forest of towering trees that stretched further than his eye could reach. As he approached that forest, heading for a certain tall tree, why he knew not, the sunset dyed it red as though it had been on fire, and he thought that he discerned little shapes flitting to and fro amidst the boles of trees. Then he entered the forest, whereof the boughs arched above him like the endless roof of a cathedral, borne upon innumerable pillars. There was deep gloom that grew presently to darkness, wherein here and there glowworms shone faintly like tapers dying before an altar, and winds sighed like echoes of evening prayers. He could see to walk no longer. Sudden weariness overcame him, so, according to his custom, he laid himself down to sleep at the bole of a great tree. A while had passed, he never knew how long, when Richard was awakened from deep slumber by feeling many hands fiercely at work upon him. These hands were small, like those of children. This he could tell from the touch of them, although the darkness was so dense that he was able to see nothing. Two of them gripped him by the throat, so as to prevent him from crying out. Others passed cords about his wrist, ankles, and middle, until he could not stir a single limb. Then he was dragged back a few paces, and lashed to the bole of a tree, as he guessed, that under which he had been sleeping. The hands let go of him, and his throat being free, he called out for help. But those vast forest aisles seemed to swallow up his voice. It fell back on him from the canopy of huge boughs above. It was lost in the immense silence. Only from close at hand he heard little peals of thin and mocking laughter. So he too grew silent, for who was there to help him here? He struggled to loose himself, for the impalpable power which had guided him so far was now at work within him more strongly than ever before. It called to him to come. It drew him onward. It whispered to him that the goal was near. But the more he writhed and twisted, the deeper did the cruel cords or creepers cut into his flesh. Yet he fought on till, utterly exhausted, his head fell forward and he swooned away. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 24, The End and the Beginning. On the day following that, when she had summoned Edo to speak with her, Nias sat at the mouth of the cave. It was late afternoon, and already the shadows gathered so quickly that, save for her white hair, her little childlike shape, withered now almost to a skeleton, was scarcely visible against the black rock. Walking to and fro in her aimless fashion, as she would do for hours at a time, Rachel, accompanied by Noia, passed and repassed her, till at length the old woman lifted her head and listened to something which was quite inaudible to their ears. Then she beckoned to Noia, who led Rachel to her. "Maiden beloved," she said in a feeble voice, after they had sat down in front of her, "my hour has come. I have sent for thee to bid thee farewell till we meet again, in a country where thou hast traveled for a little while. Before the sun sets, I pass within the fence." At this tidings, Rachel began to weep, for she had learned to love this old dwarf woman,
who had been so kind to her in her misery, and she was now so weak that she could not restrain her tears. "Mother," she said, "for thee it is joy to go. I know it, and therefore cannot wish that thou shouldst stay. Yet what shall I do when thou hast left me alone amidst all these cruel folk? Tell me, what shall I do?" "Perchance thou wilt seek another helper, maiden, and perchance thou shalt find another to guard and comfort thee. Follow thy heart, obey thy heart, and remember the last words of Niah, that no harm shall come to thee. Nay, if I know it, I may tell thee no more, thou who couldst not hear what the drum said to me but now. Farewell." And turning round, she made a sign to certain dwarf mutes who were gathered behind her, as though they awaited her commands. "Hast thou no word for me, mother?" asked Noia. "Ay, child," she answered. "Thy heart is very bold, and thou also must follow it. Though thy sin should be great, perchance thy greater love may pay its price. At least thou art but an arrow set upon the string, and that which must be will be. I think that we shall meet again ere long. Come hither and kneel at my side." Noia obeyed, and for a little space Niah whispered in her ear, while as she listened Rachel saw strange lights shining in Noia's eyes, lights of terror and of pride, lights of hope and of despair. "What did she say to you, Noia?" asked Rachel presently. "I may not tell, Zula," she answered. "Question me no more." Now the mutes brought forward a slight litter, woven of boughs, on which the withered leaves still hung, boughs from Niah's fallen tree. In this litter they placed her, for she could no longer walk, and lifted it onto their shoulders. For one moment she bade them halt, and calling Rachel and Noia to her, kissed them upon the brow, holding up her thin childlike hands over them in blessing. Then, followed by them both, the bearers went forward with their burden, taking the road that ran up the hill towards the sacred tree. As the sun set, they passed within the fence, and laying down the litter without a word by the bole of the tree, turned and departed. The darkness fell, and through it Rachel and Noia heard Niah singing for a little while. The song ceased, and they descended the hill to the cave, for there they feared to stay, lest the tree should draw them also. They ate a little food, whilst the two women mutes, who had sat on each side of Niah when she showed her magic, stared now at them, and now into the bowls of dew that were set before them, wherein they seemed to find something that interested them much. Noia prayed Rachel to sleep, and she tried to do so, and could not. For hour after hour she tossed and turned, and at length sat up, saying to Noia, "I have fought against it, and I can stay here no longer, Noia. I am being drawn from this place out into the forest, and I must go." "What draws thee, sister?" asked Noia. "Is it Edo?" "No, I think not. Nothing to do with Edo." "Oh, Noia, Noia, it is the spirit of Richard Darrien. He is dead, but for days and weeks his spirit has been with my spirit, and now it draws me into the forest to die and find him." "Then that is an evil journey thou wouldst take, Zula." "Not so, Noia. It is the best and happiest of journeys. The thought of it fills me with joy. What said Niah? Follow thy heart. So I follow it, Noia. Farewell, for I must go away." "Nay," answered Noia, "if thou goest, I go, who also was bidden to follow my heart that is sister to thy heart." Rachel reasoned with her, but she would not listen. The end of it was that the two of them rose and threw on their cloaks. Also, Rachel took the great Umkulu spear, which she had used as a staff on her journey, from the desert to the forest. All this while, the dwarf women watched her, but did nothing, only watched. They left the cave, and walked to the mouth of the zigzag slit in the great wall, which was open. Perhaps the mutes will kill us in the heart of the wall, said Noia. If so, the end will be soon and swift, answered Rachel. Now they were in the cleft, following its slopes and windings. Above them they could hear the movements of the guardians of the wall who sat amongst the rough stones, but these did not try to stop them. Indeed, once or twice, when they did not know which way to turn in the darkness, little hands took hold of Rachel's cloak and guided her. So they passed through the wall in safety. Outside of it, Rachel paused a moment, looking this way and that. Then of a sudden she turned and walked swiftly towards the south. It was dark, densely dark in the forest, yet she never seemed to lose her path. Holding Noia by the hand, she wound in and out between the tree trunks, without stumbling or even striking her foot against a root. For an hour or more they walked on thus, the strangest of strange journeys, till at length Rachel whispered, "Something tells me to stay here," and she leaned against a tree and stayed, while Noia, who was tired, sat down between the jutting roots of the tree. It was a dead tree, and the top of it had been torn off in some hurricane, so that they could see the sky above them, and by the gray hue of it knew that it was drawing near to dawn. The sun rose, and its arrows, that even at midday could never pass the canopy of foliage, shot straight and vivid between the tall bare trunks. Oh, Rachel knew the place. It was that place which she had dreamed of as a child in the island of the flooded river. Just so had the light of the rising sun fallen on the boles of the great trees, and on her white cloak and outspread hair, fallen on her and on another. She strained her eyes into the gloom. Now those rays pierced it also, and now, by them, she saw the yellow-bearded, half-naked man of that long-dead dream leaning against the tree. His eyes were shut. Without doubt he was dead. This was but a vision of him who had drawn her hither to share his death. It was the spirit of Richard Darrien. She drew a little nearer, and the eyes opened, gazing at her. Also from that form of his was cast a long shadow. There it lay upon the dead leaves. How came it, she wondered, that a spirit could throw a shadow? And why was a spirit bound to a tree, as now she perceived he was? He saw her, and in those gray eyes of his there came a wonderful look. He spoke. "You have drawn me from far, Rachel, but I have never seen all of you before, only your face floating in the air before me, although others saw you. Now I see you also, so I suppose that my time has come. It will soon be over. Wait a little there, where I can look at you, and presently we shall be together again. I am glad." Rachel could not speak. A lump arose in her throat and choked her. Betwixt fear and hope her heart stood still. Only with the spear in her hand she pointed at her own shadow, thrown by the level rays of the rising sun. He looked, and notwithstanding the straightness of his bonds, she saw him start. "If you are a ghost, why have you a shadow?" he asked hoarsely. "And if you are not a ghost, how did you come into this haunted place?" Still, Rachel did not seem to be able to speak. Only she glided up to him and kissed him on the lips. Now at length he understood. They both understood that they were still living creatures beneath the sky, not the denizens of some dim world which lies beyond. "Free me," he said in a faint voice, for his brain reeled. "I was bound here in my sleep. They will be back presently." Her intelligence awoke. With a few swift cuts of the spear she held, Rachel severed his bonds, then picked up his own assegai that lay at his feet. She thrust it into his numbed hand. As he took it, the forest about them seemed to become alive, and from behind the boles of the trees around, appeared a number of dwarfs, who ran towards them, headed by Edo. Noia sprang forward also, and stood at their side. Rachel turned on Edo swiftly as a startled deer. She seemed to tower over him, the spear in her hand. "What does this mean, priest?" she asked. "Inkosazana," he answered humbly. "It means that I have found a way to tempt thee from within the wall, where none might break thy sanctuary. Thou drewest this man to thee from far, with the strength that old Nya gave thee. We knew it all, we saw it all, and we waited. Day by day, in our bowls of dew, we watched him coming nearer to thee. We heard the messages of Nya on the drums, bidding the Mkulu meet and escort him. We heard the last answering message from the borders of the desert, telling her that he was nigh. Then, while he followed his magic path through the darkness of the forest, we seized and bound him, knowing well that if he could not come to thee, thou wouldst come to him. And thou hast come." "I understand. What now, Edo?" "This, Inkosazana. Thou hast been named Mother of the Trees by the people of the dwarfs. Be pleased to come with us, that we may install thee in thy great office." "This lord here," said Rachel, "is my promised husband. What of him?" Edo bowed and smiled, a fearful smile, and answered, "The Mother of the Trees has no husband. Wisdom is her husband. He has served his purpose, which was to draw thee from within the wall, and for this reason only we permitted him to enter the holy forest living. Now he bides here to die, and since he has won thy love, we will honor him with the white death, bind him to the tree again." In an instant, the spear that Rachel held was at Edo's throat. "Dwarf," she cried, "this is my man, and I am no mother of trees, and no pale ghost, but a living woman. Let but one of these monkeys of thine lay a hand upon him, and thou diest by the red death, Edo, aye, by the red death. Stir a single inch, and this spear goes through thy heart, and thy spirit shall be spilled with thy blood." The little priest sank to his knees trembling, glancing about him for a means of escape. "If thou killest me, thou diest also," he hissed. "What do I care if I die?" she answered. "If my man dies, I wish to die." Then added in English, "Richard, take hold of him by one arm, and Noia take the other. If he tries to escape, kill him at once. Or if you are afraid, I will." So they seized him by the arms. "Now," said Rachel, "let us go back to the sanctuary, for there they dare not touch us. We cannot try the desert without water. Also, they would follow us and kill us with their poisoned arrows. Tell him, Noia, that if they do not attempt to harm us, we will set this priest of theirs free within the wall. But if a hand is lifted against us, then he dies at once by the red death." touch them not, piped Edo, lest my ghost should be spilled with my blood. Touch them not, I command you." The company of dwarfs chattered together like parrots at the dawn, and the march began. First went Edo, dragged along between Richard and Noia, and after them, the raised spear in her hand, followed Rachel, while on either side, hiding themselves behind the boles of the trees, scrambled the people of the dwarfs. Back they went thus, through the forest, Rachel telling them the road, till at length the huge grey wall loomed up before them. They came to the slit in it, and Noia asked, "What shall we do now? Kill this priest, take him in with us as a hostage, or let him go?" "I said that he should be set free," answered Rachel, "and he would do us more harm dead than living. Also his blood would be on our hands. Take him through the wall and loose him there." So once more they passed the slopes and passages, while the mutes above watched them from their stones with marveling eyes, till they reached the open space beyond, and there they loosed Edo. The priest sprang back out of reach of the dreaded spears, and in a voice thick with rage cried to them, "Fools, You should have killed me while you could, for now you are in a trap, not I. You are strong and great, but you cannot live without food. We may not enter here to hurt you, but you shall starve. You shall starve until you creep out and beg my mercy." Then, making signs to the dwarfs who sat about above, he vanished between the stones. "You should have killed him, Zula," said Noya, "for now he will live to kill us." "I think not, sister," answered Rachel. "Nia said that I should follow my heart, and my heart bid me let him go. Our hands are clean of his blood, but if he had died, who can tell? Blood is a bad seed to sow." Then, forgetting Edo, she turned to Richard and began to ply him with questions. But he seemed to be dazed and could answer little. It was as though some unnatural supporting strength had been withdrawn, and now all the fatigues of his fearful journey were taking effect upon him. He could scarcely stand, but reeled to and fro like a man in drink, so that the two women were obliged to support him across the burial ground towards the cave. Advancing thus, they entered into the shadow of the holy tree, and there at the edge of it met another procession, descending from the mound. 8 mutes bore a litter of boughs, and on it lay Nia dead, her long white hair hanging down on either side of the litter. With bowed heads they stood aside to let her pass to the grave, made ready for her in the place of honor near the wall, where for 1,000 years only the mothers of the trees had been laid to rest. Then they went on, and entered the cave, where the lamps burned before the great stalactite, and the heap of offerings that were piled about. Here sat the 2 women priests, gazing into their bowls, as they had left them. The death of Nia had not moved them. The advent of this white man did not seem to move them. Perhaps they expected him. At any rate, food was made ready, and a bed of rugs prepared on which he could lie. Richard ate some of the food, staring at Rachel all the while with vacant eyes, as though she were still but a vision, the figment of a dream. Then he muttered something about being very tired, and sinking back upon the rugs, fell into a deep sleep. In that sleep he remained, scarcely stirring, for full 24 hours, while Rachel watched by his side, till at length her weariness overcame her, and she slept also. When she opened her eyes again, they saw no other light than that which crept in from the mouth of the cave. The lamps, which always burned there, were out. Noya, who was seated nearby, heard her stir and spoke. "If thou art rested, Zula," she said, "I think that we had better carry the White Lord from this place, for the 2 witch women have gone, and I can find no more oil to fill the lamps." So they felt their way to Richard, proposing to lift him between them, but at Rachel's touch he awoke, and with their help walked out of the cave. In the open space beyond they saw a strange sight, for across it were streaming all the dwarf mutes, carrying their aged and sick and infants, and bearing on their backs, or piled up in litters, their mats and cooking utensils. Evidently they were deserting the sanctuary. "Why are they going?" asked Rachel. "I do not know," answered Noya, "but I think it is because no food has been brought to them as usual, and they are hungry. You remember that Edo said we should starve. Only fear of death by hunger would make them leave a place where they and their forefathers have lived for generations." Presently they were all gone. Not a living creature was left within the wall except these 3, nor were any more dwarves brought in to die beneath the holy tree. Now at length Richard seemed to awake, and taking Rachel by the hand, began to ask questions of her in a low, stammering voice, since words did not seem to come readily to him who had not spoken his own language for so long. "Before you begin to talk, sister," broke in Noya, "let us go and see if we can close the cleft in the wall, for otherwise how shall we sleep in peace? Edo and the dwarfs might creep in by night and murder us." "I do not think they dare shed blood in their holy place," answered Rachel. "Still, let us see what we can do. It may be best." So they went to the cleft, and as the stone door was open, and they could not shut it, at one very narrow spot, they rolled down rocks from the loose sides of the ancient wall above in such a fashion that it would be difficult to pass through or over them from without. This hard task took them many hours. Moreover, it was labor wasted, since, as Rachel had thought probable, the dwarfs never tried to pass the wall, but waited till hunger forced them to surrender. Towards evening they returned to the cave, and collected what food they could find. It was but little, enough for 2 spare meals, no more, nor could they discover any in the town of the dwarfs behind the tree. Only of water they had plenty from the stream that ran out of the cave. They ate a few mouthfuls, then took their mats and cloaks, and went to camp by the opening in the wall, so that they might guard against surprise. Now for the first time they found leisure to talk, and Rachel and Richard told each other a little of their wonderful stories. But they did not tell them all, for their minds seemed to be bewildered, and there was much that they were not able to explain. It was enough for them to know that they had been brought together again thus marvelously, by what power they knew not, and that still living, they who for long weeks had deemed the other dead, were able to hold each other's hands and gaze into each other's eyes. Moreover, now that this had been brought about, they were tired, so tired that they could scarcely speak above a whisper. The end of it was that they fell asleep, all of them, and so slept till morning, when they awoke somewhat refreshed, and ate what remained of the food. The second day was like the first, only hotter and more sultry. Noia climbed to the top of the wall to watch, while Richard and Rachel wandered about among the little ant-heap-like graves, and through the dwarf village, talking and wondering, happy even in their wretchedness. But before the day was gone, hunger began to get a hold of them. Also the terrible, stifling heat oppressed them, so that their words seemed to die between their lips, and they could only sit against the wall, looking at one another. Towards evening, Noia descended from the wall and reported that large numbers of the dwarfs were keeping watch without, flitting to and fro between the trunks of the trees like shadows. The stifling night went by, and another day dawned. Having no food, they went to the stream and drank water. Then they sat down in the shadow and waited through the long hot hours. Towards evening, when it grew a little cooler, they gathered up their strength and tried to find some way of escape before it was too late. Richard suggested that as flight was impossible, they should give themselves up to the dwarfs, but Rachel answered no, for then Edo would certainly kill him and Noia, and take her to fill the place of the Mother of the Trees until she became useless to him, when she would be murdered also. "Then there is nothing left for us but to die," said Richard. "Nothing but to die," she answered, "to die together, and, dear, that should not be so hard, seeing that for so long we have thought each other dead apart." "Yet it is hard," answered Richard, "after living through so much, and being led so far, to die at last and go whither we know not before our time." Rachel looked at Noia, who sat opposite to them. Her head rested on her hand. "Have you anything to say, sister?" she asked. "Yes, Zula. Here is a little moss that I have found upon the stones," and she produced a small bundle. "Let us boil it and eat. It will keep us alive for another day." "What is the use?" asked Rachel, "unless there is more?" "There is no more," said Noia, "for the leaves of yonder tree are deadly poison, and here grows no other living thing. Still, eat and live on, for I wait a message." "A message from whom?" asked Rachel. "A message from the dead, sister.
It was promised to me by Nia before she passed, and if it does not come, then it will be time to die." So they made fire, and boiled the moss till it was a horrible sticky substance, which they swallowed as best they could, washing it down with gulps of water. Still it was food of a kind, and for a while stayed the gnawing empty pains within them. Only Noia ate but little, so that there might be more for the others. That night was even hotter than those that had gone before, and during the day which followed the place became like a hell. They crept into the cave and lay there gasping, while from without came loud cracking sounds, caused, as they thought, by the trees of the forest splitting in the heat. About midday the sky suddenly became densely overcast, although no breath stirred. The air was thicker than ever. To breathe it was like breathing hot cream. In their restless despair they wandered out of the cave, and to their surprise saw a dwarf standing upon the top of the wall. It was Edo, who called to them to come out and give themselves up. "What are the terms?" asked Noia. "That thou and the wanderer shall die by the White Death, and that the Inkosazana shall be installed mother of the trees," was the answer. "We refuse them," said Noia. "Let us go now, and give us food and escort, and thou shalt be spared. Refuse, and it is thou and thy people who will die by that red death which Nia promised thee." "That we shall learn before tomorrow," said Edo with a mocking laugh, and vanished down the wall. As he went, a hot gust of wind burst upon them, causing the forest without to rock and groan. Noia turned her face towards it and seemed to listen. "What is it?" asked Rachel. "I heard a voice in the wind, sister," she answered. "The message I awaited has come to me." "What message?" asked Richard listlessly. "That I will tell you by and by, chief," she answered. "Come to the cave. It is no longer safe here. The hurricane breaks." So, supporting each other, they crept back to the cave, and there Noia made fire, feeding it with the idols and precious woods that had been brought thither as offerings. Richard and Rachel watched her wondering, for it seemed strange that she should make a fire in that heat where there was nothing to cook. Meanwhile, gust succeeded gust, until a tempest of screaming wind swept over them, though no rain fell. Soon it was so fierce that the deep-rooted tree of the tribe rocked above them, and loose stones were blown from the crest of the great wall. Then of a sudden Noia sprang up, and seized a flaming brand from the fire. It was the limb of a fetish, made of some resinous wood. She ran from the cave swiftly, before they could stop her, and vanished in the gathering gloom, to return again in a few moments, weak and breathless. "Come out now," she said, "and see a sight such as you shall never behold again." And there was something so strange in her voice that, notwithstanding their weakness, they rose and followed her. Outside the cave, they could not stand because of the might of the hurricane, but cast themselves upon the ground, and following Noia's outstretched arm, looked up towards the top of the mound. Then they saw that the tree of the tribe was on fire. Already its vast trunk and boughs were wrapped in flame, which burnt furiously because of the resin within them, while long flakes of blazing moss were being swept away to leeward, to fall among the forest that lay beyond the wall. "Did you do this?" cried Rachel to Noia. "Aye, Zula, who else?" "That was the message which came to me. Now my office is fulfilled, but you too will live, though I must die. I who have destroyed the people of the dwarfs. I who was born that I should destroy them." "Destroyed them?" exclaimed Rachel. "What do you mean?" "I mean that when their tree dies, they die, the whole race of them. Oh, Nia told me. They die as their tree dies, by fire. To the wall now, and look, follow me."
Forgetting their hunger-bred weakness in the wild excitement of that moment, Rachel and Richard struggled hand in hand after Noya's thin, ethereal form. Across the open space they struggled, through the furious bufferings of the gale, sometimes on their feet, sometimes on their hands and knees, till they came to the great wall, where a stairway ran up it to an outlook tower. Up this stair they climbed slowly, since at times the weight of the wind pinned them against the blocks of stone, till at length they reached its crest and crept into the shelter of the hollow tower. Hence, looking through the loopholes in the ancient masonry, they saw a fearful sight. The flakes of burning moss from the tree of the tribe had fallen among the tops of the forest, parched almost to tinder with drought and heat, and fired them here and there. Fanned by the screaming gale, the flames spread rapidly, leaping from tree to tree, now in one direction, now in another, as the hurricane veered, which it did continually, till the whole green forest became a sheet of fire, an ever-widening sheet which spread east and west and north and south for miles and miles and tens of miles. Earth and sky were one blaze of light, given out by the torch-like resinous trees as they burned from the top downwards. By that intense light, the three watchers could see hundreds of the people of the dwarfs flitting about between the trunks. Waving their arms and gibbering, they rushed this way and that, to the north to be met by fire, to the south to be met by fire, till at length the blazing boughs and boles fell upon them, and they disappeared in showers of red sparks, or, more fortunate, fled away, never to return, before the flame that leapt after them. One company of them ran towards the sanctuary. They could see them threading their path between the trees, and growing ever fewer, as the burning branches fell upon them from above. They leapt, they ran, they battled, springing this way and that, but ever the great flaring boughs crashed down among them, crushing them, shriveling them up, till at length, of all their number, but a single man staggered into the open belt between the edge of the forest and the wall. His white hair and his garments seemed to be smoldering. He gripped at them with his hands, then, coming to a little bush, it was the top of Nia's tree, which she had thrust into the ground to grow there, dragged it up, and began to beat himself with it as though to extinguish the flames. In an instant it took fire also, burning him horribly, so that with a yell he threw it to the ground and ran on towards the wall. As he came, they saw his face. It was that of Edo. At this moment, seized by some weakness, Noya sank down upon the stones. Richard bent over her to lift her to her feet again, but she thrust him away, saying slowly and in gasps, "Let me be. The doom has hold of me. I am dying. I passed within the fence to fire the tree, and its poison is at work within me, and the curse of all my people has fallen on my head. Yet I have saved thee, my sister. I have saved thee and thy lover. For the dwarfs are no more. The grey people are grey ashes. For my love's sake I did the sin. Let my love atone the sin if it may, or at the least think kindly of me, through the long happy years that are to come, and at the end of them then seek for lost Noya in the world of ghosts if she may be found there." As she spoke, they heard a sound of something scrambling among the stones, and at one of the 4 entrances of the turret there appeared a hideous, fire-twisted face and a little form, about which hung charred and smoldering strips of raiment. It was Edo, who had climbed the wall and found them out. There he sat, glowering at them, or rather at Noya, who was crouched upon the floor. "Come hither, daughter of Siapi," he screamed in his hissing snake-like voice. "Come hither and see thy work, thou who hast made an end of the ancient people of the ghosts.
come hither, and tell me why thou didst this thing, for I would learn the truth before I die, that I may make report of it to the fathers of our race." Noia heard, and crept towards him. To Rachel and Richard, it seemed as though she could not disobey that summons. Now they sat face to face outside the turret, clinging to the stones, and her long hair flowed outwards on the gale. "I did it, Edo," she said, "to save one whom I love, and him who she loves. I did it to avenge the death of Nia upon you all, as she bade me to do. I did it because the cup of thy wickedness is full, and because I was appointed to bring thy doom upon thee. Thus ends the greatness thou hast plotted so many years to win, Edo." "Aye," he answered, "thus it ends, for the magic of the White One there has overcome me, and thus with it ends the reign of the Ghost Kings, and the forest wherein they reigned, and thus too thou endest, traitress, who hast murdered them, and whose soul shall be spilt with their souls." As the words left his lips, suddenly Edo sprang upon Noia, and gripped her about the middle. Richard and Rachel leaped forward, but before ever they could lay a hand upon her to save her, the dwarf in his rage and agony had dragged her to the edge of the wall. For a moment they struggled there, in the vivid light of the flaming forest. Then Edo screamed aloud, one wild savage shriek, and still holding Noia in his arms, hurled himself from the wall, to fall crushed upon its foundation stones 60 feet beneath. Thus perished Noia, who for love's sake gave her life to save Rachel, as once Rachel had saved her. It was morning, and after the tempest the sky was clear and cool, for heavy rain had fallen when the wind dropped, although far away the dense clouds of rolling smoke showed where the great fire still ate into the heart of the forest. Rachel and Richard, seated hand in hand in the little tower on the wall, looked at one another in that pure light and saw signs in each other's face that could not be mistaken. "What shall we do?" asked Richard. "Death is very near to us." Rachel thought a while and answered, "The dwarfs are gone. We have nothing more to fear from them. Yonder, where the fire did not burn, dwell their slaves, whose villages are full of food, and beyond them live the Inkulu, who know and would befriend me. Let us go and seek food, who desire to live on together, if we may." So they climbed down the wall, and with difficulty, for they were very feeble, crawled over the stones which they had piled up in the passage to keep out the dwarfs, and thus passed to the open belt beyond. A strange scene met their eyes. All the wide lands that had been covered with giant trees were now piled over with white ashes, amongst which, here and there, stood a black and smoldering trunk. The journey was terrible, but following a ridge of rock whereon no great trees had grown, hand in hand they passed through the outer edge of the burnt forest in safety, until they came to one of the towns of the slaves upon the fertile plain beyond, which led up to the desert. No human being could they see, since all had fled, but the kraal was full of sheep and cattle that had been penned there before the fire began, and in the huts were milk and food in plenty. They drank of the milk, and after a while ate a little, then rested and drank more milk, till their strength began to return to them. Towards evening they went out of the town, and standing on a mound looked at the fire-wasted plain behind, and the green grassy slopes in front. They seemed quite alone in the world, those two, and yet their hearts were full of joy and thankfulness, for while they were left to each other, they knew that they could never be alone. "See, Rachel," said Richard, pointing to the smoldering wreck of the forest, "there lies our past, and here in front of us spreads the future clothed with flowers."
Yes, Richard, she answered, but Noia, and all whom I love, say you, are buried in that past, and in front of us the desert is not far away. Life is ours, Rachel, and love is ours, and that which saved us through many a danger and brought me back to you will surely keep us safe. Do you fear to pass the desert at my side? She looked at him with shining eyes and answered, No, Richard, I fear no more, for now I seem to hear the voice of Noia speaking in my heart, telling me that trouble is behind us, and that we shall live out our lives together, as my mother foresaw that we should do. And there on the mound, standing between that dead sea of ashes and the green slopes of flowering plain, Rachel stretched out her arms to the man to whom she was decreed. End of chapter 24. Read by Derek Trial. End of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard.